Chapter 6. 1. The windows of the Black Eagle Hotel overlook the Danube embankment. They say that the Danube is blue. The Danube is blue. But Azef did not look out of the hotel window at the blue waters or the white steamships. Locked in his room, he wrote to Ratev, "Dear Leonid Alexandrovich, I am completely shocked by what happened. But I will not write to you about it. We will see each other soon. I think I will come to Paris soon. Horrible, horrible, my dear. On July 7th I wrote you a letter from Vilnius asking you to send me 100 rubles. Then on the 9th I sent a telegram from there, but I did not receive the money since I had to go to Vienna on business. I have been living here since the 11th. There is something interesting. Please arrange for the money to be sent here, as you always do. I will stay here for a few more days and then go to Paris via Geneva, where we will meet. There is some very interesting information that I will share in my next letter. Yours, Ivan." Slightly sticking out his red tongue, Azef sealed the letter with his tongue. 2. Savinkov had not slept for several nights. This was unexpected. Plev had not left him. Newspapers with the old minister's picture were lying on the table. Savinkov looked at them. The old man's face did not change. "Perhaps we need more courage to send others to their deaths than to go ourselves. It makes no difference whether to sit by the church of the intercession or to throw a bomb." I tore this old man to pieces. As a revolutionary, I hated him. I wanted him dead. Russia wanted him dead. He had to fall, and he did. Yes, yes. Everything is logical and clear. But why didn't Ivanovskaya recognize me? Why insomnia? Nerves. Because I killed. And it doesn't matter at all who. The minister, his own wife, a comrade, the devil, the devil. I didn't think there would be a trace. It turns out that metaphysical nonsense exists. They say that an executioner lives in Berlin with his wife and children. By profession, he travels and chops off heads. He dresses in a top hat, a frock coat, and after chopping them off, he returns to his wife and has children. What then? Nothing. It would be interesting to ask this German, "Na, Herr Schultz, wie geht's sonst?" It can't be that nothing is left with Herr Schultz. Although perhaps Herr Schultz shouldn't be left. It turns out that some metaphysical nonsense is left with me. Savinkov took the newspaper and looked at Plev again. Plev was looking straight at him. And suddenly, by God, it seemed to him as if Plev smiled at him. What nonsense. Savinkov threw the newspaper away. 3. Sazonov was still unconscious. The wound was in the eye, in the side, in the left leg. Sazonov was lying, all bandaged, in a solitary ward of the Alexandrovskaya hospital. By the white bed, at the white table, in a white coat sat the doctor. Sazonov was quietly delirious. But sometimes he jumped up and began to scream. The doctor wrote down the delirium in shorthand. It was a police official, the exposed provocateur M.I. Gurovich. "How are you feeling?" he said, coming up, taking Sazonov's hand, feeling his pulse. The same horse-like, alabaster-colored face, the same shiny, thrown-back hair, but not red now, but jet-black, dyed. Sazonov tried to say something, but began to dart about, pulling his hand away and muttered, "Another infinity, oh darling. Petka, it's time, oh but please hurry up, what then? I'll let me go. I'll get better soon. Lord, Lord." Taking a deep breath, Sazonov fell silent. Gurovich was writing at the table. Sazonov darted about again and began to speak. "I had one good patient, I spoiled him. Prince, I know what you want to make of me. You will find too much independence. How you have tired me out. Yes, Prince, do it your way, as you want. Don't be a woman. Ugh, what a shame. Well, Lord, my God, put me in a good position. As a man, by God, you are making a boiled woman out of me. Lord, my God, I don't see any sense in anything," he groaned, falling onto the pillows. Sazonov lay like that for a long time. Then he began to whisper quietly. Gurovich moved closer, leaning over, not hearing. "I don't know what you must feel. Take off the extra posters. Lord, and here I am, like a blockhead. I don't know anything. I don't remember anything. I wish you'd take pity on me for standing there for so long. It's time to finish solemnly. Even take off the extra clothes. Where am I going to go today? You said I'd go again on the loose again. Some prince on his left leg, mine or something. Mine also lousy. No, I don't understand your science. It's completely strange. Oh, what's on my left leg? It's heavy like it's empty, doctor." Sazonov jumped up, screaming. "What are you saying?" Gurovich said kindly, putting down his pencil and coming up to him. "What should I do, doctor?" Sazonov looked at Gurovich with his unbandaged eye. "These days I have to go on business in the provinces. I am bound by my word, and there is confusion. What should I do?" "What confusion?" Gurovich said even more kindly, sitting down on the bed, taking his hand. Nikolai Ilyich, family. I'm waiting for the sun to come out, muttered Sazonov. Come on, I'm not going to dance. Petya, what if, never mind, thank you very much. I don't agree, do you hear? Don't listen. How? This isn't a stove, this is a machine. Lord have mercy. How? Oh, Christ is risen. Now they're greeting me. I'm at Christ's grave and I'm lying somewhere. I don't want to be a clerk, everyone's so gloomy. 4. The Social Revolutionaries had a party in Geneva. Chernov, Potapov, Miner, Rakitnikov, Selyuk, Breshkovika, Natanson, Bach, Avksentiev, Azef gathered around Gotz's chair. There were Schweitzer, Kalyaev, Borishansky, Brilliant, Dulbov. The chair forgot all disagreements, squabbles, and troubles. The old mixed with the young. Kalyaev, heated by success, spoke with a sing-song Polish accent. He stood there excited, flushed, with his hair disheveled. Kalyaev looked like Ruget de Lille singing the Marseillaise. Many of the old, worn-out party members, who were not very idealistic at heart, were captivated without even delving into what Kalyaev was saying. Kalyaev believed in what he was saying. His faith was fanatical, passionate, beautifully expressed. It captivated the listeners when the poet spoke, nervously gesturing with his right hand. We dare not believe the frightened government which is now promising the country some kind of peace. No. We must strain every effort so that the party throws new cadres of comrades devoted to the revolution into terror, so that a blow can be suddenly and swiftly dealt to the enemy, and not so that the government follows the path of reform, but so that with blows, with bomb explosions, we can awaken the country, shake it up, so that the terror against the hated government becomes mass. Let each member of the party go not with a speech, not with agitation, not with literature, but with a bomb. For in general a socialist revolutionary without a bomb is no longer a socialist revolutionary. Oh, I know, the time is not far off when a fire will break out, when we too will have our own Macedonia, when the worker and the peasant will finally take up arms. And then will the great Russian Revolution begin. Applause interrupted Kalyaev. Sitting with Azef, embracing him with his thick arm, Chernov leaned over and whispered in Azef's ear. Youth, Ivan, youth, but holy, of course, holy. Azef felt heavy under Chernov's hand, but hoping that Victor would support several of his proposals in the Central Committee, he did not free himself. Chernov removed his hand himself and asked to speak. Squeeze my throat, dear comrades. He spoke somewhat nasally, in a drawn-out Great Russian chant. When you hear a speech like that of our dear comrade poet, especially because it is full of strength and thirst for action, despite the fact that the comrade just took part in such a complex and big matter as the Pleve affair. True. Of course, we need our own Macedonia, but we must not break the stick and, succumbing to the passion of youth, forgetting everything else, imagine our party as an exclusively terrorist party. Of course, the deeper you plow, the more joyfully you dance, that's true, but we must still remember that, as our great satirist said, on the one hand, one cannot help but confess, and on the other, one cannot help but admit, yes, we need terror. Yes, terror is one of the most necessary forms of our party's struggle, but terror, dear comrade, is still a temporary measure, and there are 3 types of terror: excitatory, disorganizing, agitational. And here, only in accordance with the will of the Central Committee, should our holy, selfless youth, our fighting organization act. Remember that rye bread is the grandfather of a kulak. And God forbid, if I understood my dear comrade so that they say, he simply fell in love, so to speak, with a bomb. God forbid. Viktor Mikhailovich shook his red hair. That's certainly not it. We do not believe the government in its assurances. We will conduct terror and tear not only Pleve to shreds. Chernov slammed the table. But of course the combat organization must proceed exclusively by the will of the Central Committee of the party. Act only on its instructions. Don't get carried away, young comrades. We have a program. We have the most important tasks. The agrarian question. We cannot reduce all the work of the party to terror. We must warn against this. Believe me, Chernov said, addressing the militants sitting in a tight young group on the bed. Believe me, comrades, don't fall in love with the bomb, but listen to us. Then together, without any special, so to speak, enthusiasm, things will go well for us. A sparrow is not big, but it digs mountains. Only there must be complete submission to the will of the Central Committee among us. No one attached any importance to Chernov's speech. Everyone knew the verbosity of the theoretician. In the general hum, the voice of the sick Gotz was heard. Well, our samovar has boiled. Chernov laughed, waving at him, shaking his hair, which was falling apart over his broad shoulders. Swarm. Gotz spoke passionately. He said that the militants present had brought a great sacrifice to the revolution with the death of Plev. That it was a pity for Yegor Sazonov, who had so gloriously given his life to the executioners. It was a pity for young Sikorsky. But the best retribution for them would be a new attack on the servants of the Tsarist regime. And terror, he believed, would raise a truly new, great revolutionary wave that would sweep away the autocracy. Along the way, he argued with the Social Democrats. But briefly. And he finished with the cry, "Long live B.O." Everyone shouted a short hurrah, which made the Swiss hostess stop in the middle of the kitchen in amazement. "These Russians growl like animals. Completely uncultured people," she muttered. "And tell me, Comrade Kalyaev, when will Savinkov arrive?" "Why was he late?" Gotz said. "This evening. He was delayed in Berlin." 5. In the evening, alone, sitting in an armchair, Gotz thought about the coming Russian Revolution. He looked sickly. His cheeks were dull, his hands were dried up like two bones. Today his eyes shone brighter, but their shine was not good. Noticing this, his wife put her hand on Gotz's forehead, saying, "Misha, are you feeling unwell? Are you tired?" Gotz took his hand off his forehead and kissed it. "Vera," he said, "the party is making progress, the revolution is growing, and I am like a dead man, like a log." "Misha." "Well, what about Misha?" "The comrades do not notice this, do not even think, do not want to know that I am suffering. And they are right." At this time, the landlady could be heard talking to someone. There was a knock on the door. "Are you really going to receive again, Misha? It's already late." Savinkov stood in the semi-darkness. Gotz didn't recognize him. "May I, Mikhail Raphaelovich?" "You don't recognize him? My God, come here." Throwing off his coat, Savinkov quickly walked up to the chair. They embraced. There were tears in Gotz's eyes. He didn't let go of Savinkov's hand, squeezing it with his weak, aching bones. "How happy I am for you, how happy." He peered at Savinkov. "And you know, you've changed. You seem to have lost weight, and what's more, it's no wonder." "Well, sit down, tell us everything. From the very beginning, no one has really told us anything yet. Vodka, give us some tea and something to eat." 6. Savinkov told how they kept watch, how they knew the exact exits, how good Ivanovskaya was as a cook, how boldly the throwers came out, how the horses raced, how Sazonov lay on the pavement, how Savinkov did not know whether Plev was killed, how he found out, how he left, how Ivanovskaya did not recognize him in Warsaw. "You were made up." "No. So why?" "I don't know. I remember once asking Yegor Sazonov, 'How, I say, do you think we will feel after Plev's murder?' He says, 'Joy.' And I answered, 'Joy.' But, and then, Gotz's eyebrows drew together. But, besides joy, something new has come. People don't recognize you on the street." "I don't understand," Gotz said sharply. "I haven't heard this from Kalyaev, or Dora, or Schweitzer, or Ivan Nikolaevich. What do you feel? The sin of murder?" "No." "So what?" "So something," laughed Savinkov, very vague. "Again decadence, again your heroine throwing herself out the window." Gotz became agitated, hitting the arm of the chair with his bony hand. "Why don't you want to work in terrorism?" Savinkov did not answer right away, looked into Gotz's shining eyes, spoke slowly, without wiping off his smile. "No, Mikhail Raphaelovich, you did not understand me. On the contrary, I want and will work only in terrorism." Traveling through Germany, I was already thinking about the murder of Grand Duke Sergei. "Do you think the party needs it?" "Of course. Only it is a difficult matter. Further into the forest, more firewood. We already have experience." Savinkov smiled with his Mongolian eyes. "I want to offer this very matter to the next." "We'll talk about that later." Gotz stopped him. "But the thing is that the Stradivarius violin remains broken. I'm afraid for you, Pavel Ivanovich. Oh, I'm afraid. You can do a lot, just don't let the crack go further, don't let the violin burst." "I won't break it myself, Mikhail Raphaelovich." "Well, and if it does break someday, although I don't think so, what can you do? The violin was so worthless and there's nothing to regret about it. They pity those they love, Pavel Ivanovich." "Well, okay." Gotz waved his hand dismissively. "Come by tomorrow, and now it's time for me to rot, and for you to blossom," he said, pointing to his paralyzed legs. "Go to Victor, he's having a party, have some fun, you need a rest. Chernov is still there, on Rue de Carriage. Still there. We are all here, still there. That's not what I mean. Savinkov laughed. I respect Viktor Mikhailovich very much as a theorist. I value his erudition very much, but it's boring, to live on Rudy carriage. Okay, you've become arrogant. 7. Savinkov entered Chernov's apartment at midnight. The people of Geneva were having their third dream. But even near the apartment it was noisy. Columns of blue smoke, noises, and cries of intertwined voices rushed into the corridor from behind the half-open door. The Balalaika lady was speaking through them, and someone dancing was shouting, Skygarki, Matigarki, Sudigari, Padigari. Savinkov saw Chernov rapidly lowering himself in a squat, throwing out his short legs with extraordinary ease. The Russian Balalaika was playing loudly. Someone drunk, in a disobedient voice, shouted, Long live the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Suddenly the dancing, the music, the shouts stopped. Everyone rushed to Savinkov. The first one to rush, his body suffocated from the dance, was Chernov, shouting, Our breadwinner, dear. Savinkov felt how strong Chernov was, embracing him with his 100-pound arms, kissing his unshaven cheeks. Ah, what joy you are, comrades. We honor our invaluable, fearless fighter Pavel Ivanovich. Horror. But the shout was in vain. Savinkov was surrounded by fighters. Kalyaev hugged him. Schweitzer shook his hand. Dora greeted him. Savinkov walked with them to the table. The table was already tired from the party. It could not stand the bottles, snacks, flowers. Everything was falling to the floor. Even the blue teapot with the burnt side stood desperately tilted. When Savinkov sat down, the fat figure of Azef emerged from the next room. Ivan, how glad I am. Thank God, Azef repeated, hugging and kissing him. Everyone looked at them. They were the heroes of the party holiday, the leaders of the event. But in the corner the balalaika was heard again. A seminarian who had fled Russia, an unknown person, was playing, in love with Chernov's genius, intoxicated by the Geneva air, by the speeches, by the proximity of the Central Committee. Yes, dear friends, it's a great cause, a holy cause. Chernov hugged Azef, patting him on the shoulder. I feel sorry for Yegor, Azef said nasal and sad. Of course I feel sorry for him, and we all feel sorry for him, but terror demands sacrifices, and I am sure that Yegor will courageously ascend the scaffold. Chernov smelled of liquor. Someone from the table said, You don't doubt him, Viktor Mikhailovich. Not at all, I am sure. The seminarian was playing in the garden or in the vegetable garden. The room was filled with melancholy and sadness. Huddled around the table, the Central Committee members argued in the blue smoke about BO's connection with the Central Committee. The militants were sitting on the sofa. But among them, only Kalyaev was talking passionately. Schweitzer was drinking seltzer. And the saddest person in the smoke and noise was Dora Brilliant. No one noticed her. Everything seemed strange and alien to Dora. It seemed as if people were arguing about something funny and terrible. And the seminarian's balalaika filled her with melancholy. An orange exploded at the palace bridge. Where is that angry gentleman short of stature? Why are you so sad, comrade? I'm not sad. Why? Yes, I can see, comrade, I have an eye like a spirit level. Chernov laughed tenor-wise, clapping Dora on the shoulder. Leave it, comrade Chernov, she said. Chernov stepped back, hugging two members of the Central Committee who had bent down to the table, and immediately burst into the argument, speaking quickly. No, breadwinners, the socialization of the land is incompatible. But the dawn was already turning gray. The smoke of Russian cigarettes was drifting out the open window toward the dawn, as if flying away to the mountains in their snow caps. Everyone stood up, making a noise with their chairs. They went out in a crowd to Rudy carriage. They said goodbye for a long time in Russian, making arrangements, agreeing. And they went their separate ways, to the right and to the left. Only the redhead of the owner was still nodding in the doorway. But soon he, too, locked the door. 8. Savinkov wrote a letter to Vera. Dear Vera, in the last few days I have been feeling a longing for you, much stronger than the feeling of love that connected us and connects us. Maybe this is strange. Maybe this will hurt you. But it is. Right now, when the Geneva mountains are looking out the window at me, and boats with some strangers are running on the lake, and a little white steamer is blowing its trumpet in the distance, I want one thing. To see you. I want you to be with me, in the same room, somewhere very close. So that I know that I am not alone, that there is someone who loves me, strongly, monogamously, to whom I am dear, because I, Vera, am tired. Let this not sound strange. Recent events have exhausted me. I do not know when we will see each other. How strange that I have a daughter and a son whom I hardly know. I want to try to get you to go abroad so that we could at least occasionally see each other and live together. It becomes doubly painful and hard for me when I remember that during our life together, I tormented you so often. But now I feel a sense of a poignant, almost childish need to see you and not even see, but to feel, to know that you are here, in this very room, sleeping here, walking here. There is much that is strange and unclear. Only recently have I understood what loneliness is. The other day I wrote several poems. I am sending one of them. Give me a little tenderness, my heart is closed. Give me a little joy, my heart is forgotten. Give me a little meekness, my heart is like a stone. Give me a little pity, I am all wounded. Give me a little wisdom, my soul is empty. Give me a little firmness, my soul has flown away. Or bless my death. Write me a post restanti. I hug you and the children tightly. Yours B. Savinkov. 9. How Azef suffered during those Geneva days. He received 3 letters from Ratev with an immediate summons. He wrote back 3 times. After Plev's murder, the party could not remain idle. Azef's calculation turned out to be correct. Money from individuals, organizations, and foreigners was flowing into BO's coffers, and this money became Azef's worry. He insisted that the Central Committee not touch them. Frowning, sweating, sniffling, he agreed to insignificant deductions. But in order to avoid constant encroachments, he put forward a plan for 3 murders, which he took upon himself to lead. He proposed Grand Duke Vladimir in St. Petersburg, General Kleigels in Kyiv, and Grand Duke Sergei in Moscow. Terror must be continued. The honor of Russia demands it. Azef finished his speech with a deep, indescribable feeling. The party approved the acts. Savinkov took on the Grand Duke Sergei. Azef did not see a loss. There was no way. He knew that he would give 2 acts to the police, and with 1 more he would raise himself in the party. But Azef was not made of iron. It cost him nerves and he was tired. 10. It was the beginning of the Golden August, coming after the meeting where he, as the head of the BO, defeated the Central Committee. Azef took off his jacket, vest, starched shirt and felt the smell of his sweat. Azef wiped his yellow, greasy body with a towel. Half naked, he lay down on the couch. Having rested, he got up, sat down at the table. Breathing heavily, naked to the waist, he thought over the charter of the BO, guaranteeing it from the control of the Central Committee. Slowly moving the inkwell closer, he wrote without haste. The Charter of the Combat Organization of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Azef wrote. 1. The combat organization sets itself the task of fighting the autocracy by means of terrorist acts. 2. The combat organization enjoys complete technical and organizational independence, has its own separate treasury and is connected with the party through the Central Committee. 3. The combat organization has the duty to comply with the general instructions of the Central Committee concerning A. The circle of persons against whom the activities of the combat organization should be directed, and B. The moment of complete or temporary cessation of the terrorist struggle for political reasons. 4. All communications between the Central Committee and the combat organization are conducted through a special representative elected by the Committee of the Combat Organization from among the latter. Puffing on a cigarette in a long red bone mouthpiece, Azef wrote 12 paragraphs with notes. In the end, however, he was tired. Throwing down his pen, he sat at the table, lost in thought, staring at one point. He recalled the pink legs of his lover, a singer at the St. Petersburg Cafe chantant. 11. In the apartment on Boulevard Raspail, Lyubov Grigorievna and her 6-year-old son Misha were drinking tea. Misha was covered in lollipops and laughing. Lyubov Grigorievna was wiping her small, dirty fingers and Misha's protruding lips. "Oh, silly girl," said Lyubov Grigorievna, a small, short-haired woman with light freckles. Lyubov Grigorievna was in the party, but she did not play an active role. Azef did not want to, and Lyubov Grigorievna loved her husband. And none of the comrades even knew that the report Azef read, The Struggle for Individuality according to Mikhailovsky, was written by his wife, Lyubov Grigorievna. Azef arrived unexpectedly. From the threshold, spreading his arms wide, he caught Misha, threw him high, pressed him, kissing Misha's dark cheeks. Misha squealed and grabbed his daddy's thick neck, kissing him wherever he could. "My dad, my darling. Why didn't you telegraph, Vanya?" "Yes, I did by accident. You're probably hungry." "Oh my god, I'm at Madame Dizen's right now." Lyubov Grigorievna rustled her skirt. Azef tickles Misha with his mustache. Misha bursts into laughter. Having seated him on his lap, Azef gently strokes Misha's curly head. Azef loves his son very much. Daddy, tell me where you've been. What have you been doing? What countries have you been to? Well, tell me everything. Misha squints and, squinting, looks like Azef. I was far away, dear, Azef says, smiling. You can't even see it from here. How? What if we climb Notre Dame? Ha ha ha. You know Notre Dame. Yes, there are such scary dolls there, and one, Daddy, looks like you, Mom said. Misha laughs, hugging his daddy's neck. No, Daddy, tell me what you were doing. Are you building bridges? Since you are an engineer. 12. Preparations for the 3 murders were completed. Schweitzer prepared dynamite with a reserve. In rainy November, Savinkov with the passport of engineer James Halley left for Grand Duke Sergei in Moscow. Accustomed to the hard ground of Europe, he thought with unpleasantness about the shaking constables, hanging with their feet from shaggy horses, about the grey Russian rain, the dirty sky, about the heavy snowdrifts of Moscow, about Russia. The coal of Mongolian eyes buried itself under the forehead. The cheekbones tightened. Boredom lived in Savinkov's appearance. As if carried away by hunting, the Englishman had taken a trip to the land of vodka and bears. Either Savinkov is Romanov, or Savinkov's Romanov, thought Jim Halley, approaching Aidkunin. Chapter 7. 1. 40 times 40 Moscow churches sank into blue snowdrifts. Winter was severe and snowy. In November there were unprecedented frosts. In crooked dead ends and alleys, janitors and cabbies warmed themselves, clapping their bare feet, stamping their felt boots near the lit fires. Moscow was ruled by Grand Duke Sergei. Thin, tall, with a cold face and transparent, glassy eyes. 2. The Grand Duke's carpet sleigh was approaching the palace. It was the Grand Duke's assistant, the Moscow police chief, General D.F. Trepov. Grand Duke Sergei was dissatisfied with many things. The weakness of the Tsar irritated him. Wit's beginning influence. Even 30-degree frosts and his wife's piety angered him. They were sitting together in the office of the Governor-General's palace. Trepov was dark-haired, a lively, handsome man, like those depicted in pictures of Russian army uniforms. The horse guardsman was rude, spoke sharply, and in the company of men he liked to pepper his speech with obscene language. Sergei was sitting at the table, drawing a simple pattern on a piece of paper. Sometimes he lifted his head, and seemed to forget the transparent eyes on the handsome face of General Trepov. You must immediately go to Petersburg, Your Highness, to get a report to the sovereign. We must put an end to these Sviatopolk and Wittism schemes and show them where the crayfish spent the winter. Changing the internal course is ruin. It only plays into the hands of the revolutionaries. There is evidence that after the murder of Plev, this revolutionary bastard imagined that we were scared. Now they will not stop at new murders. We must know these dogs. They must be defeated, Trepov said. Who is this bastard pushing the course of soft lying against? Against those who were pursuing a different course, not against wit, but against you, Your Highness, against me, against others. According to the information of the St. Petersburg Secret Service, we should expect a revival of the terrorists. Have you been informed about this? There is a report from the head of the foreign agents, Ratev. Ratkovsky assures us, Trepov laughed in a full-blooded, lordly baritone, that their fighting forces are in his hands. Now nothing can happen, as if there is a major provocation. But, Your Highness, this beast is licking Wit's ass. Can you believe him? Lopukhin also assured us that terror is impossible, and what, before his death Plev himself told me that he keeps the terrorists here. Trepov clenched his strong fist covered with black hair. Go at once, Your Highness, the Emperor will listen to you. Wit wants to take the Tsar with fear of the revolution, and the Grand Duke laughed strangely. The sun's rays flooded the parquet, scattered across the floor and illuminated half of the prince's building. The sun stood above Moscow, not spreading in the blue sky. Thousands of smoke rose from the chimneys. Savinkov was traveling from the Ryazan station. Unaccustomed to the Russian winter, he was cold and wrapped up, covering his ears with a wide Swiss scarf. 3. In the Hotel Prince's Court everything was as usual, boring. The doorman in a blue jacket, golden frames of mirrors, with dirty spots, a black slate with names. Savinkov walked behind the bellop, feeling the eternal melancholy of Russian hotels. A worn, plush sofa, on which there was everything, an awkward dressing table, jugs of rusty water. The bellboy looked at the foreigner attentively. Shall I order you to register the passport now? Yes. Now James Halley looked around, feeling sad. Almost disgustedly, he took out his passport with the red seal of the English king and the signature of Lord Lansdowne and handed it to the bellboy along with a large ruble depicting Nicholas E. The bellboy, leaving, bowed gratefully. 4. At this time, the terrorist of the Moscow group, Boris Moisenko, was climbing the dark, narrow passage to the Ivan the Great bell tower, and his legs were shaking from the height of the stairs. The terrorists did not yet know in which palace the Governor-General lived. The old watchman climbed warily for the 100,000th time together with Moisenko. From Ivan the Great, Moscow began to ripple in the gold of the sun and the doves of the sky. The old watchman, without looking down, mumbled about the pride of the Russian capital for 50 rubles. With a trembling old hand, the watchman pointed to the young man. Sparrow Hills, the Kremlin, the Moscow River, the Sukharov Tower, Kalanchevskaya Square. Only when they began to go down, Moisenko said. And where, grandfather, does the Grand Duke live? Prince. On Tverskaya on the square, there is the Church of the Passion Monastery. Take a little to the left from it. So. He lives well, grandpa. Moisenko said, lowering himself. Of course he lives well, why should he live badly? Moisenko's knees were shaking, from the height of the Ivan the Great bell tower. 5. A guy in a sheepskin coat, in greased boots, was selling a brown mare to a visiting merchant at the Dragomilovskaya outpost. The mare was fast. When the merchant cracked his whip during the lead, the mare would break free from his hands, kick with her hind quarters, throw up her front. The merchant would squat down on all fours to hold the mare by the bridle. Kalyaev didn't understand anything about horses, but he liked the filly. There was no obvious flaw, and, pulling a kerchief out of his sheepskin coat, he untied it, took out the money and handed the broker 90 rubles, saying, "And what's her name?" Almost not by her patronymic, the broker laughed, wrapping the money in a newspaper. "Call her," he said, "Karyaya." Kalyaev began to call the mare Karyaya. There was no cabman in the cab yard who would take care of a horse as well as Ivan Kalyaev. In 2 weeks, a fine mare emerged from the shaggy, ribbed horse. To the envy of any cabman, Karyaya carried around Moscow on a light sleigh, not comparable to Boris Moisenko's gelding boy. The boy was a worthless gelding, lean, flat-ribbed, with legs cramped, thickly filled with transparent fillets. He ran comically around Moscow, skipping, throwing his left hind leg high from the spar. But Moisenko is not a daredevil. He is not going to race around Moscow. The boy stands quietly on Tverskaya Square opposite the Governor-General's palace. Passers-by rarely hired the boy. The leggy gelding was very bad, unless someone, in too much of a hurry, shouted, "Are you free, cabby?" He would hear in response the muffled voice of the cabby who did not turn around. Busy. 6. A sentry stands in a motley painted booth. Slugs and carriages drive off and approach the palace. People come out of the entrance in black overcoats with red linings, in grey Nikolaevkas, flying in the wind. But the carriage of Grand Duke Sergei is not there. And what a frost has swept over Moscow on Tverskaya Square. The horses are moving briskly because of the frost. The boy is shifting slowly. The torn road does not warm. Moisenko's bare feet are flapping. But a brown mare enters the square at a trot. A cabman in a blue coat with silver buttons, in a red sash, with his backside tucked in, reins in his rolling trot and stops in the square. And the boy starts, with difficulty stretching his cramped legs in the frost. 7. The carriage of the Grand Duke first swung out at night. Ivan Kalyaev saw it. What trotters! How they clicked along the icy ends, as if someone had played on the white keys. The acetylene lights of the carriage blinded. Like a whirlwind, the carriage with a dark escort of Cossacks rushed past. But the acetylene eyes of the carriage of Grand Duke Sergei continued to smoke for a long time. So Ivan the Great's guard said correctly, "It is not Nikolaevsky and Neskuchny that we need to watch, but the palace on Tverskaya." Kalyaev moved from the square. 8. Savinkov is bored from loneliness and from something else. What is this? Nonsense with music, Savinkov determines. In the rooms of the prince's court, clumsy mothers from the provinces walk hand in hand with their children. Children are taken to the faceted chamber, to the Tsar cannon, the Tsar bell. The Kostroma merchants with their hair cut in circles get drunk on tea in the prince's court. They sip tea from saucers. And Savinkov thinks that all this is Russian sleepiness and foolishness, and the Tsar cannon is a grandiose stroke of this same Russian foolishness. But James Halley sometimes walks around the Kremlin. He thinks, will he by chance meet the carriage of the Grand Duke Sergei? Although he has not met him yet. And after walking around Moscow, having bought a new book of poems from Sidon, James Halley returned to the prince's court to wait for the evening. It is hard to wait for the evening. James Halley reads Apocalypse out of boredom, and keeps thinking about Prince Sergei. If a worker, a flogged peasant, or a beaten soldier had killed him, everything would have been all right. But I will kill him, a nobleman, an intellectual. Why me? Actually, I don't even hate him. But I want him dead. I am connected with the revolution. True, the connection is cold. Maybe that's the problem, that I don't burn like Jaeger, Yannick, but kill calmly, maybe out of boredom, maybe not. 9. Bakastov's tavern near Sukharov Tower was similar to the Friends' Rest on Sena. It was a cabbie's tavern, good in that it had dirty separate rooms that could be entered from the yard. A rich gentleman in a beaver coat with a stick with a silver knob could sit here freely with a Russian man in a camouflage coat. I saw it. At night, you see, I saw her break out of the gate, very close, with acetylene lanterns. No one in Moscow has lanterns like that. And the guards. On the table, snacks, vodka, a few bottles of beer, in reserve, so as not to disturb the waiter. I rode with the Cossacks, to the Kremlin. So the guard from the bell tower is right. Well, yes. I was worried, the devil knows how. So we'll kill her. Savinkov poured a glass, drank, and bit into a strong cucumber that was wriggling out from under his fork. Yannick, after the murder I learned something that I didn't know before the murder. Everything is somehow strange. By God, strange. As if the old man didn't pass in vain. Savinkov coughed. He died, and left something in me, on me, the devil knows where. Are you talking about sin? No, just the opposite. Before, when I hadn't killed anyone yet, I felt that killing was a sin, that was the feeling. But now that feeling is gone, it's all gone. Savinkov poured himself a glass of bubbly. You see, it all suddenly came out like Verlaine. Jeepards la mémoire du mal et du bien. Gotts once told me that his inner life is ruled by Kant's categorical imperative, but my categorical imperative is the will of Bo. And that's it. And nothing more. I told Gotts, and he said, this is moral paganism. Before finishing off the old man, Savinkov smiled. Before that there was some faith in our cause, in terror, in the revolution, and after. Savinkov spread his arms. I don't understand. It's been erased. You see, that very fine line has been erased. I no longer understand why it's good to kill for the revolution, but bad, let's say, for the counter-revolution. Moreover, it's necessary to kill for the party, but for yourself, for some reason, it's impossible. Savinkov laughed hoarsely in a voice soaked in vodka, fixing his narrow, hot eyes on Kalyaev. Kalyaev was sitting, leaning his body towards Savinkov. There was even a kind of fear on his pale, gentle face. I don't understand, he said. You say, it's necessary to kill, it's not necessary. Yes, dear Boris, it's never necessary to kill. After all, we kill only in order to live culturally in the future, to live without this damn terror. It is never necessary to kill, only when there is great love behind the murder, great love for humanity, for truth, for justice, for socialism, for freedom, for a person as a brother. Only then can we kill, and when we resort to terror, we not only kill them, we kill ourselves, we give our soul to the alter ideas. Savinkov laughed. Well, that means I've already given it away. Don't laugh, Kalyaev said excitedly, it hurts. Forgive me, Yannick, let me tell you, you're a child, and this sacrifice of yours, like Jaeger's, like Dora's, in my opinion, is simply your biological, so to speak, purpose. Do you understand? For example, it's beginning to seem to me that all these words about truths and justices, ideas and ideals, about socialism and other phalansteries, all this, for you, the best militants, covers up a frantic thirst for sacrifice as such. Well, if, for example, we now had not autocracy, but socialism and paradise on earth, then you would still find some idea and sacrifice yourself to it. Wrong. Kalyaev passionately interrupted. Yes, Savinkov said, I look at you, I love you, Yannick, but it seems that you have no other life, no other work than giving up your life. There can't even be. You can't get your salary regularly, not only now, but even when socialism comes. You will make a sacrifice there too, but some other kind, such as your biology. You were born an alter, that's what I feel, Yannick. You say, people, socialism, fine, but what kind of people are they? This, my dear, is a pure myth. You don't love that lackey who served us. Who do you love? You love your victim, your crazy idea, and you're killing pleb for it. A vein swelled like a thick worm on Savinkov's forehead, cutting his forehead in half. His eyes were burning. You're a mystic, Yannick, you're religious in your own way, and you lie for your mortal hour. That's your only justification. But I, Yannick, am a man of a different biology. I love life, Savinkov said passionately. Everything was clear to me, but you got in the old man's way, confused the cards, nudged me in my love for life, nudged me just a little. Do you love me? He says he killed me because you love life. Confess, he says that's why he killed me, isn't it? Well, then go on loving, more widely, more quickly, love with all your might and don't just beat me, but whoever you want, because what does it matter how and why you kill, if in the end we'll all die anyway? You're lying, Boris. My dear Yannick, Savinkov said, bending down, hugging him and kissing him. Well, of course I'm lying. Of course I'm drunk. You're right, Savinkov laughed. And when he finished laughing, he said, and you, Yannick, didn't the old man leave anything behind? Huh? What I left behind, I'll wash away with my blood and the blood of the new executioner of our people. Russia and socialism burn sacred to me. I'm going to this fire and joyfully giving myself up. Believe me, Boris, our place will not remain empty for long. Our deaths are the buds of future flowers. I understand, you are precisely giving yourself, like a woman, without asking for anything, maybe for the torment, but that is the sweetness that you are giving. You have a frenzied femininity, Yannick. But I do not envy you, and there are people I envy. Jaeger, Ivan, said Savinkov. Azef. Savinkov nodded his head. You think more, Yannick, about how you will die, and not how you will kill. And he is the opposite. His soul is not gray. There is not even a soul. A revolutionary machine is inserted. A home guillotine. It chops, and he taps his fingers, keeps count. Nothing interferes with life. Not the old men, not the death of comrades. Here I am leading one case. And he, 3. And he thinks only about how to kill all 3 faster and more reliably. Nothing more. The end's in the water. Everything to the mill of the revolution. And then we'll see. Ivan Nikolaevich is alien to me in my soul, said Kalyaev. I respect him, I even love him, because he is our great strength, the strength of the revolution. Without him, what is blowing up the throne, shaking the state, raising the revolution would not have happened. You are a child, Yannick, a dear child. You respect him, even love him, but he will send you to your death, tear you to shreds, and he will not even scratch himself. Tomorrow he will forget you. Those who walk do not pay attention to those who fall, Boris. If he mourned each of his fallen comrades, as some do, he could not lead the case of BO. Just think, what responsibility, what a burden lies on Ivan Nikolaevich. Yes, yes, said Savinkov, listening to the gramophone behind the wall. A gramophone soprano sang through the laughter of many voices. Both sat silently for a few minutes. You said that you wrote poetry in Geneva. Yes, I did, Kalyaev said, embarrassed. Read it. You won't like it. Why? What's it called? Kalyaev smiled childishly. I don't know yet, maybe it's called Let the Battle Break Out. Too long. Poetry should have a short title. You can think of something else. Kalyaev began to read clearly and quietly. My soul is ablaze with stormy passion, and my chest is full of fighting courage. To see only the purple shine of freedom, to dispel the darkness of age-old violence, and tear the mask of lies from the villain's face. Suddenly expose his mortal fear, and throw to all tyrants without timidity the inevitable swing of a steel hand. Enough tears. Let the victorious battle break out. The people are calling. It's criminal, shameful to wait. Strike the enemy, my honest hereditary sword. I am all yours, O homeland, O mother. Leaning on the table, Savinkov listened. The last quatrain is weak, he said, but the first 2 are good. Sword, hereditary is bad. I couldn't find a rhyme. Kalyaev laughed, choking. Read yours. You won't like mine. Savinkov read the poem he had sent to Vera. Give me a little tenderness, my heart is closed. Give me a little joy, my heart is forgotten. Why shouldn't I like it? On the contrary, I like it very much, Kalyaev said, and after a pause added, you know what, Boris, you're more talented than me. When the smoke from the chimneys stopped rising into the sky, when Moscow went out and the clatter of policemen began to be heard, both of them left the dark courtyard of the tavern and, saying goodbye, embraced at the gate. 10. The coachman Andrei Rudinkin saw the slightest pothole from the box. Acetylene lanterns exploded the snowy darkness. The Grand Ducal carriage was racing from Nikolaevsky station. Sergei was returning from Petersburg, after reporting to the Emperor on the adoption of a course of firm power. The Grand Ducal carriage was racing along Kalanchevskaya, Myasnitskaya, Nikolskaya. It was larger than Plev's carriage. An old one, of German make, with curved bronze snakes instead of handles, with yellow spokes. A bright coat of arms, with grayish silk upholstery inside. The boxes were wide, so the coachman, despite his heavy weight, sat somewhat on the edge. Prince Avrushchenko's favorite footman always rode next to him. The stallions were not black, like plebs, but dark gray. Not tall, about 3 inches, but well-built, broad-chested, firmly girthed. They walked at a low, sweeping pace. The left shower set a mile record at the Moscow Hippodrome as a 3-year-old, and the right vicar had a hard time paired with shower. Rudinkin did not let them go too fast. The stallions rode at a steady pace to the Governor-General's palace. 11. Kalyaev already knew everything. At night, acetylene lanterns. During the day, white reins, yellow spokes, a wide body, a coat of arms, Rudinkin's black beard. He would not even confuse the princess's carriage with the prince's, because Andrei Rudinkin, well fed as if washed with milk, drove only Sergei. Dora came from Nizhny Novgorod, where she kept the dynamite of the Moscow group. The terrorists were closing Sergei's life with a dynamite ring. His life was already running out. Having written the letter, Savinkov lay on the sofa. There was coffee by the sofa. Savinkov drank coffee with Benedictine, thinking about Sergei's death. Then he got dressed and left the prince's court. Beggars were sitting by the hotel, wrapped in rags. An old man and an old woman. Savinkov threw them a 20 grivenik coin. Fluffing its thick tail under the blow of the reins, a grey cab of a fat gentleman, wrapped up to his head in a reindeer coat sparkling with silver, raced past the prince's court. The crosses of Moscow churches were dazzlingly burning. It was a joy to go to Tverskaya Square to meet with Kalyaev because of the frost, youth, health, and snow. But Savinkov walked around the square for more than an hour. Neither Kalyaev nor Moisenko were there. Savinkov was no longer happy about the frosty blue day that was rushing through the city's life. His comrades were also overcome with excitement for the cause. Returning, he turned around at the call near the hotel. "Give me a lift, sir." Savinkov saw Moisenko riding on the boy. Savinkov got in. Neither the passenger nor the driver spoke as they rode towards the Savlovsky station. Only when the boy was already getting tired, in the remote Tikvinsky lane, Moisenko slowed him down to a walk and turned around. "Have you read the statement of the Moscow committee?" he said excitedly. "What committee? Why aren't you or the poet in the square?" Moisenko thrust a square piece of paper at Savinkov. The Moscow Committee of the Socialist Revolutionary Party considers it necessary to warn that if the political demonstration scheduled for December 5 and 6 is accompanied by the same brutal reprisals from the authorities and the police as happened the other day in St. Petersburg, then all responsibility for the atrocities will fall on the heads of Governor-General Sergei and Police Master Trepov. The committee will not hesitate to execute them. Moscowcom, of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. The devil knows what, Savinkov muttered furiously, tearing up the paper. "Do you understand?" Moisenko was worried. "The committee is preparing a plot against Sergei at the same time as us. Do you understand what nonsense? They will ruin the case." After their statement, Sergei already left the palace. "We have been driving around Moscow for 3 days. We cannot track down where he is." Moisenko sat on the box, as he should have. "We had to go to Novoslobodskaya." Savinkov clenched his fists in anger. "Bastards," he muttered. "These heirs of Mikhailovsky of course will not kill, but they will ruin our case." They went to Novoslobodskaya. The street was empty. Workers were walking along the street. They overtook them. Moisenko turned on the box. "Pavel Ivanovich, you must see the committee members at all costs, otherwise the case is ruined. After all, they do not know that we are here. You say he has not been in the palace for 3 days." Savinkov said angrily. 3. Maybe they missed him. "No, he moved." "What nonsense! What nonsense! Who from the committee do you think can conduct the case? Except Zenzanov, no one. I need to see him and show my cards." Savinkov did not answer, thinking how to see that young student Zenzanov, with whom he once lived in Geneva. "You know, do this." Moisenko began to speak. "Go to Maria Lvovna Strukova, Spiridonyevka 10, my relative, I know. She meets with Zenzanov and is a reliable person. Ask her to arrange a meeting. She will do it. Then go to this Strukova of yours right now," Savinkov said. "There is no time to waste. What if this Strukova refuses?" "She will not refuse." Moisenko turned the boy, whipping it, and the boy jumped along Novoslobodskaya in the opposite direction. "Where is the poet?" Savinkov asked, standing up. "Lost sight of him." He's going crazy, running around the city. We're all run off our feet. They didn't talk about anything else. The boy was running, skipping, to Spiridonyivka. 12. Strukova was not a revolutionary. Short-haired, looking like a man, she loved interesting people, she liked revolutionaries, and she helped them, even putting herself at risk. Some gentleman, lady, won't give her name, wants to talk to you personally. Show me to the office, Marya Lvovna said in a businesslike bass voice and, straightening herself in front of the mirror, she walked away, fluttering her skirt with a quick gait. An unfamiliar, refined young man stood up to greet her and kissed her hand in a social manner. Marya Lvovna Strukova, he said, we are strangers. I am a friend of your relative Boris Nikolaevich Moisenko. Oh, Borya, is he here? No, he is not here. But Marya Lvovna, I came from him to you on a very important matter. Only may I ask that the conversation and my visit to you, Savinkov smiled as society people smile, remain between us. Of course, please. I need to see Vladimir Zenzanov at all costs, no later than tomorrow. I have no other way to find out his address. I ask you, arrange this meeting. The matter does not tolerate any delay. The matter is big and very important. With Vladimir Mikhailovich, Marya Lvovna said in a deep bass, and her forehead was furrowed with thinking folds. Yes, Marya Lvovna was thinking. Very well, she said, but where? At my place. No, Marya Lvovna. Tomorrow at 8 I will be at the entrance to the Korsh Theater. There are a lot of people at the entrance. Let you and Zenzanov come there. He will hardly recognize me. We haven't seen each other for a long time. But let him watch who you greet and talk to. I'll say a few words to you and then leave the theater. He should follow me, that's all. Marya Lvovna wanted to smile. She liked the mysterious plan, but she restrained herself. And even though she was invited to her uncle's silver wedding the next day, she still said in a bass voice, excellent. That's what we'll do. Of course, I can't guarantee whether Zenzanov will be able to come. But if he can, that's what we'll do. I must warn you, please tell Zenzanov to check himself thoroughly and not bring any detectives with him. If he is being followed, he should not come under any circumstances. He will understand that himself, of course. Yes, of course. So, Marya Lvovna, Savinkov stood up. We will consider our meeting over. I hope it will remain a complete secret. You can rest easy. Rustling her long silk skirt, Marya Lvovna walked Savinkov to the door. 13. Korsh was showing Krechinsky's wedding. Kiselsky was playing Krechinsky. Muscovites loved Kiselsky and flocked to the performance. At 8 o'clock a crowd was crowding around the theater. Hucksters were bustling about. Police squads were standing. Cabbies, dirigibles, private slugs, carriages were pulling up. Fur coats, ladies and men's, were jumping out of the slugs and carriages. To avoid rumpled hair, the ladies were wearing downy shawls, opening their handbags as they ran to the entrance. The beautiful trotter began to snore from the too-fast siege. Savinkov easily jumped out of the sleigh and quickly ran up the steps. Third row stalls, a squat huckster in an astrakhan hat flew up. No need, the elegant gentleman waved. Noticing the plump, brunette Marya Lvovna in heavy sables, he walked towards her with a friendly smile. Savinkov lifted his beaver and kissed her hand. How glad I am to see you, Marya Lvovna. And I am very glad. Strukova smiled and, not knowing what to say, said, are you an admirer of Sukhovokabalin or Kiselsky? Sukhovokabalin, a wonderful playwright, but with the fate of a murderer. Do you know? What are you saying? I didn't know. Well, it's time for me to go. Goodbye. And you? The young man lifted his beaver hat again and kissed the lady's hand. Then he walked away, pushing his way through the audience late for the theater. Dressed in a shabby little coat without a fur collar, in a worn-up sealskin hat, Zenzanov separated from the wall. He saw Marya Lvovna talking to this elegant man. He didn't hear what they were saying, and it didn't matter. But who this young man was, Zenzanov didn't understand. Could he be one of ours? An SR? It can't be. I've never seen him. And what does he want from me? The elegant young man in beavers walked quickly. Zenzanov quickened his pace to keep up. The young man walked without looking back. He was going too far. Zenzanov knew that he was being followed in Moscow. But before coming to Korsh, he had pulled off so many tricks that now he was completely calm. There was no surveillance. Ahead, in the light of the yellow lanterns, the young man's cap was fluttering, 100 paces away. The young man turned into streets several times. He probably wants to get off at Mitrovka, Zenzanov thought, quickening his pace. Yes, he's turning onto it. But who is he? The devil knows. Zenzanov saw how the young man slowed down as he came out onto Dmitrovka. We need to catch up. Zenzanov approached the stranger in beaver fur. Now, having drawn level, they took a few steps walking side by side. Neither of them looked at each other. Suddenly the stranger made a barely perceptible sign with his hand and immediately jumping off the sidewalk onto the street, shouted towards the racing daredevil, "Stop!" The daredevil reined in a large black trotter, who had become excited from the run. The stranger did not say a word. They both approached the sleigh, and the stranger let Zenzanov pass first. Jumping up after him, he shouted sharply in the cold, "To the Tverskaya Zastava, as it should be." The trotter rushed from its place, throwing resounding clods of earth into the front, and rushed like an arrow along Dmitrovka. A familiar voice, thought Zenzanov, but he was silent. He had been invited. He was waiting for his companion to speak. But his companion was silent too. He did not even look at Zenzanov. Zenzanov glanced sideways at the stranger's face, wrapped in beaver fur, leaning back with his whole body on the potholes. "I don't know. His face is like stone. He must not be Russian. What kind of parable is this?" thought Zenzanov. But the daredevil raced along the dark streets so fast, whooped so loudly, "Hey, watch out!" He quacked so loudly on the runner's treadmill at the trotter who had gotten going, that there was no point in thinking. At first the illuminated streets flew by, now dark, unlit houses, and now almost nothing, some trees. The Tverskaya Zastava went. The stranger looked back, holding his hat from the tearing wind. Zenzanov looked back too. There was no one in the darkness of the straight, snow-covered road. Only they were rushing like hell, as if they were taking a three-verst prize at the hippodrome. And the daredevil was whooping, shouting, "To the left, to the tavern." The stranger shouted. Zenzanov thought he had heard the voice somewhere. But the trotter had already settled under the one-eyed, crooked lantern of the tavern, and he could hear how heavily the trotter was carried by its sides, how it snorted from the crazy pace. The stranger jumped out first, apparently gave the daredevil so much that he only took off his hat. Zenzanov followed the stranger into the tavern, and only when the stranger in a separate room took off his fur coat and beaver from his balding head, he gasped, "But it's Pavel Ivanovich." But Pavel Ivanovich was silent, rubbing his hands from the cold, smiling with his eyes at the stranger. Zenzanov was silent too. Savankov's face was stony, gray, dead. He said to the waiter with disgust and command, "Will you give me 2 suppers? What do you have for supper?" "Excellent. Will you give me a decanter of vodka and wine?" "What wine do you have?" "None, sir. No wine. Only vodka." "Vodka and 2 suppers, and quick." Zenzanov looks at him and is amazed, as if he, Pavel Ivanovich, had no doubts. But he is not at all. This is not the Geneva youth who fled from Vologda. A well-worn gentleman with a tired face, an aristocratic drawl, and a commanding gesture. What make-up? Zenzanov thinks in delight. "Let's be brief, because we can be interrupted at any moment," Savankov said. "I am a member of a combat organization. You are a member of the Moscow Party Committee. Isn't that so?" "Yes." "Are you preparing an assassination attempt on Sergei?" "Isn't that true?" "I know that. But I must warn you to immediately liquidate everything, remove surveillance, remove all people involved in this matter, because," Savankov paused, "this is our matter. I am leading it and it is nearing its end. For obvious reasons, the committee didn't know about this, but now I have to show you my cards, because you've already scared Sergei off with your statement. He's moved from Tverskaya Square." "Really?" Zenzanov said quietly. "Yes. But he won't leave us. I already know that he's in Neskochny. It's even better for us and worse for him. Now, instead of the short route from Tverskaya to the Kremlin, he has to go from Neskochny to Kaluzskaya and then to the Moscow River via Pyotnitskaya, Bolshaya Yakimenka, Polyanka, Ordinka, and so on. We'll kill him on the street. And we'll kill him soon. But I repeat, do you give me your word now that from tomorrow you'll remove all surveillance from him? You understand, I hope, that this is not a matter of honor, but a matter of success. Who's handling the case in the committee? You." "Yes, I am. And I can tell you that of course from tomorrow we will remove surveillance and stop everything. We didn't even know that there was a fight in Moscow. That makes me happy. At least I think that our conspiracy is somewhat better than yours. God willing." The creaking steps of the waiter were heard outside the door. He brought in a tray with greasy lamb chops and a sweaty decanter of vodka. "Cold," Savankov said in the same disdainful lordly voice. "Exactly, sir. How can vodka not be cold in winter?" "Okay." The waiter slowly left, his boots creaking. "That's all. Why did you want to meet me?" asked Benzanov. I want to say, if that's all, then maybe it would be better for us to abandon dinner and leave, because judge for yourself, if someone sees us here, it might seem suspicious to that same waiter. And then, you mean the gallows? Savinkov smiled narrowly. No, I wanted to say the case was lost. Oh, so that's it. But I think you and I are completely safe here, and we can safely have dinner. Besides, I live so secluded, I only see my comrades in the case and then only in snatches. It's nice for me to break out of the ring of conspiracy and sit with a fresh person. The role of a rich Irishman is not so easy and cheerful. Zenzanov ate a cutlet, listening attentively. Of course, he knew without a doubt that it was Pavel Ivanovich. But Savinkov still hadn't identified himself, and this surprised Zenzanov. When Savinkov knocked back a large glass, washing it down with a cutlet, Zenzanov asked, "Tell me, did you also participate in the St. Petersburg case?" Savinkov looked intently. "Yes," he said slowly, "of course. I thought so. A brilliant case." "Difficult," said Savinkov. "All cases of terror are difficult. Well, how can I say? Our current one is also difficult, of course. But that's because the birds are too high." Zenzanov finished eating. Further incognito seemed pointless to him. He said, "Tell me, you lived with me in Geneva when you fled from Vologda." Savinkov smiled. "You recognized me at once, Vladimir Mikhailovich. What, right away? You have amazing makeup. I recognized you only here, in the tavern, and even then I doubted it at first. You have amazingly transformed yourself into an Englishman. But of course you have changed. I haven't seen you for almost 2 years. Yes, I have changed. Of course." Zenzanov, leaning his hands on the table, listened to Savinkov's endless story. Savinkov spoke quietly, with many intonations, sometimes lowering his voice, sometimes raising it, about how difficult it is to be alive as a militant. A dying militant gives up his body, and a living militant gives up his soul. You won't understand how hard it is. It's devastating, it's terrible." Savinkov interrupted his story. Zenzanov, looking at him, thought, the same charming Pavel Ivanovich, the finest artistic storyteller, bright, talented. What an amazing person. What strength our party, the revolution has, if such people are leading the way, in terror. I know that I am once again giving my soul, and perhaps, God willing, my body to the party and the revolution. Savinkov said, "I know it's not easy, but I am giving myself to the cause because I love the country too much and believe in its revolution." Zenzanov took his hand and shook it firmly. "We are all doomed," he said quietly. "But I believe in our victory," Savinkov answered. "Of course. Is our work possible without faith? Especially yours, Pavel Ivanovich." "Yes," Savinkov said. "Well, shall we go?" They stood up. "So you give me your word that from tomorrow the committee will give us Sergei completely?" "Yes." "Excellent." Savinkov clinked his fork against his glass. "Take it for everything," the rich gentleman said to the waiter. The waiter, bending over the table, began to write something in dirty scribbles. "Is there enough blue?" Savinkov shouted. "Take what's left for yourself. Drink to my health." The waiter was timid. The gentleman had eaten only enough for 2 1/4. He rushed as fast as he could to the beaver coat, voluptuously taking it off. But he didn't have time to hand it to Zenzanov. He put on his own threadbare coat. The trotter was freezing at the entrance. A reckless cabby had passed him more than once. He was cursing his mother at the gentleman who had rushed into such a tavern. "Cold." Savinkov shouted cheerfully from the porch. "Wait a minute, brother, let's warm it up." He shouted to the waiter. The waiter brought out a tea glass of vodka. The daredevil only grunted in the cold, but so loudly that the horse shuddered. And when the gentleman sat down, the snow blew and rushed, lumps, potholes, whooping. You can neither speak nor see in the crazy summer. The daredevil reined in his trotter only when the warm lights of Moscow streets began to flash on the sides. 14. Savinkov did not sleep either at night or during the day. Everything was covered with Sergei's silhouette and explosion. Meetings with Kalyaev and Moisenko took place every day. Everyone became nervous, pale, thin. As if sensing trouble, the governor-general changed his palace for the 3rd time. From Neskuchny he moved to the Kremlin, to Nikolaevsky. Both Kalyaev and Moisenko were now left on the other side of the walls. "You can't help matters with excitement," Savinkov told Moisenko in Bakastov's tavern. "I myself don't sleep at night. But you see that surveillance is difficult. We cannot wait for him at the gate, and it is not known from which Kremlin gate he is leaving. Time is of the essence. Events are growing all around, and our forces are exhausted. Dora has been sitting with dynamite for a week. We must immediately conduct surveillance in the Kremlin itself. I already tried yesterday. I stood by the Tsar cannon, but we cannot linger there. They are driving us away. Whether it is undesirable or not, we must conduct surveillance. 15. The next day, a ragged Vanko rode in the boy through the Spassky gate into the Kremlin. As he rode in, he took off his hat and crossed himself. And having reached the Tsar cannon, he stood up. The policeman did not pay attention. After standing for an hour, Vanko rode out through the Chinese gate, because a brown mare had entered the Kremlin, and the cabman stood facing the palace. 16. Savinkov felt unwell. That day he was sitting in Dora's room. Almost 2 weeks had passed since Dora had arrived with dynamite from Nizhny. She had been waiting, and it seemed that none of her comrades understood her torment. She was right. If Alexei were here, Dora would not have been forgotten. She would have been given the job at BO that she wanted, without which there was no life. But Dora was doing passive work. They were not giving her what Dora wanted: to kill and die. Oh, dear Dora, now I have only one desire. You see, Savinkov said. I have forgotten that I have a mother, a wife, comrades, a party. I have forgotten everything. Dora, there is nothing. Day and night I see only Sergei. I sit at his receptions, walk with him in the park, go to breakfast at the palace, drive around the city, suffer from insomnia together. You know, Dora, it is becoming an obsession and can end in madness. But understand, Dora, that later, if the gendarmes don't hang us, which can happen every day, every minute, because all it takes is a careless step or a cheap provocation, then, Dora, when we, God willing, get through all this and the Governor General is in the next world, and you and I arrive in Geneva, no one, not Chernov, not Gotz, not even Azef, will understand what it cost us. No one will even want to ask. Killed. Horror. Well, and what about us, Dora? Huh. Is it really that simple? We need to finish quickly, Dora said. God willing, we'll finish. We are all working together on one thing, for one idea. Dora began quietly. Savinkov listened to her keenly. And how different everyone is. Well, absolutely everyone is. Not one of them is like the other. In the peaceful work of the party, it always seemed to me that one is like another like a third. Everyone is the same in my opinion. That's true and subtle, Dora. And here, for example, you and Ivan. Well, what about me and Ivan? Savinkov rose on his elbow from the sofa. You are completely different. In what? Different in yourself. Ivan, absolutely without hesitation. Calculation and logic. It is easy to work with him. And you are a solid feeling, and even overflowing with some questions. You are not even a person of feeling, but some kind of acute sensitivity. Everything is always flooded with doubts, your specific theories, something incomprehensible. It is difficult to work with you. You do not give a goal, do not lead to it. You yourself grope, feel with your hands, with your eyes closed. But Ivan Nikolaevich sees everything and clearly shows. Ho ho, Dora. Savinkov laughed falsely. I didn't think that you had so much observation and even philosophy. The poet is also different. Schweitzer is also completely different. And you, Dora, are completely different, aren't you? Probably. We are all completely different. That's what's good about life. That's why I hate the Grey Party cattle who listen to Viktor Mikhailovich with their mouths open and eat manna from his lips. You are too harsh, Boris. That's unnecessary. You have no love for your comrades. Who? To love everyone. That means to love no one, Dora. 17. They were driving at 9. Kalyaev was driving. They were turning toward the outskirts of Moscow. When the street became deserted, Kalyaev turned on the box. In the yellow light of the few street lamps, Kalyaev's thinness stood out even more sharply. His eyes were sunken, his cheeks were covered with a sparse beard. Kalyaev looked like a monk exhausted by fasting. The profile was even creepy. Yannick, said Savinkov, we can't continue watching. We don't have the strength. We know the trips well. We need to finish. What do you think? Yes, said Kalyaev. It would be best to throw when he goes to the theater. He often goes out now. The trips are announced in the newspapers. Sell the horse, the sleigh and leave Moscow for a few days. You need to rest. We'll stay here. Change your passport and come back by February 1st. Then we'll finish. That's right, we need to rest. I'm very tired, said Kalyaev. I feel my nerves are somehow tired. Sometimes it even seems like I can't stand it. I'll leave. And I'll be here by the 1st. Do you believe me, Borya? Huh, I'm sure. And you know, Kalyaev lit up. The horse walked with a quiet, tired step. After all, if Leopold kills Vladimir in St. Petersburg, we kill Sergei here. This will be such a response to them. After all, this is almost a revolution. It's a pity that I may not see it, Kalyaev said, also suddenly drooping. I want only one thing, for the comrades in Schlisselburg to know, for Jaeger, Gershuni, everyone to know that we are fighting and defeating them. Several carriages were driving towards them. Kalyaev adjusted himself on the box like a coachman, tucking his coat under himself and started to trot. 18. That evening, having given up his bed to Dora, Boris lay down on the sofa. They did not light the fire. In the gloom of the room, lit only by street lamps, the white sheets shone like dark sails. Savinkov was laying them on the sofa. When he sat down to unlace his boot, Dora was already lying in bed. She was not sleeping. There was too much melancholy in that night to sleep. Dora thought, will my comrades really pass me by now? The light steps of bare feet were heard on the floor. Dora saw the white figure of Boris. He passed by and poured water from a decanter. Only in the distance the night trams were floundering in the streets. The silence of the room lived in full power. Savinkov felt that he would not fall asleep. Damned insomnia. He thought about Dora. It was strange. Dora had not interested him before as a woman. A thin, wounded bird. Today, during a conversation about Ivan, he caught her rarely smiling lips. He imagined Dora asleep. He turned around. The light from the windows fell on Dora's bed. He stood up and went to the decanter. And when he drank, his legs trembled. With quiet steps, placing his feet straight, he approached the bed almost silently. He stopped above Dora. Dora raised herself on her elbow. What's wrong, Boris? She whispered fearfully. Nothing, he said, and his voice crossed on go. I can't sleep. I wanted to talk. Are you awake, Dora? He sat down on the bed. Dora didn't understand. Never before had a half-naked man sat so close. Dora moved away slightly. I can't sleep either, she said. It's from anticipation. Boris's teeth were chattering. Dora didn't hear, but she saw sharp eyes above her, which seemed angry and alien. Maybe we'll die soon, Dora, right? Boris whispered, squeezing her hand. His voice was unusual. Ah, Dora, Dora, he whispered tenderly, and his arms suddenly embraced her and his face moved impulsively closer in the darkness. Only then did Dora understand why he had come. Go away. Right now, go away. Dora, Dora, maybe in 3 days. This is mean. I'll leave right now. Stupid, Boris muttered, getting up and going to the sofa. But Dora got out of bed. He saw in the darkness how she quickly got dressed. What nonsense, Savinkov said. Let me out. Dora got dressed. I won't stay. What are you thinking of? Savinkov said angrily. I'm going to let you out in the middle of the night. Are you crazy? The room is locked, and I won't let you out. You can sleep perfectly peacefully. Metaphysical love for Pakhatilov will not be broken without your desire. Tears came to Dora's throat. Boris sat with his legs tucked under the blanket. It seemed to him that Dora was crying. Dora, he said quietly. Forgive me, I insulted you. I didn't mean to. I thought you were as free and simple in your love of the body as I am. That's all. Don't make a drama. I can't let you out, you understand. The hotel is locked. We must call the doorman. Lie down and sleep. Dora sat at the table, covering herself with her hands. She was crying. Boris stood up quietly, walking silently across the carpet. Dora heard him approaching, but now she was not afraid of him. He came up and took her hand. Her hand was in tears. Boris took it away from her face and kissed it several times. Then he kissed her on the head and said quietly, Forgive me for everything, Dora. Maybe we'll both go crazy in a few days. Forgive me. Dora didn't answer, but her fingers barely noticeably squeezed Boris's hand. She forgave everything, but she cried. Boris kissed her hair again, and he went to the diva anew. He heard Dora crying for a long time. She went to the bed and lay down without undressing. Boris heard nothing more, fell asleep, falling into a bottomless black pit of sleep. He dreamed nothing. Neither did Dora, who fell asleep in a strange, twisted, uncomfortable position. 19. The gypsies had long ago tied Kalyaev's brown mare to a wide sledge crossbar and were leading her far from Moscow along with other horses. The horses trotted behind the sledge, harnessed to a spotted white mare with a sagging back. When unfamiliar horses bit and kicked him on the run, the old gypsy would shout something wild, which made the horses calm down, and they would run quietly after the sledge. But the boy was still hobbling around Moscow. Instead of the usual garnets, he was now getting to. At dawn, he chewed for a long time with his eaten teeth, releasing grain mixed with saliva into the feeding trough, and then picking it up again with his warm lips, like a fly swatter. He could be seen in the Kremlin. He dozed by the Tsar cannon, closing his old eyes. The owner was more and more kind to him. Scratching the old croup with a scraper, he would say, "You, boy, are a fine fellow, you know your business." Boy squinted with a watery eye. As if to thank him, he immediately took off at a jumping trot from the cab yard. Boy, standing, slept in Bolshoi-Cherkasky Lane. He did not know that today was February 2nd and why the gentleman in beavers, who had slipped on the icy sidewalk, approached the sleigh. 20. A few hours ago, Savinkov called Dora on the phone at the Slavic Bazaar, saying, "The weather is fine, I think we will go today." "As you wish, James," answered Dora, and excitedly went to her room. Dora locked herself in it. Quickly opening the closet, with difficulty she pulled out a suitcase with dynamite. Stopping from excitement, repeating "pull yourself together, pull yourself together," she began preparing bombs for Sergei. Sometimes Dora thought that someone was knocking. She shuddered, paused. It was a deception, self-hypnosis. In a large porcelain bowl with blue flowers, she stirred the potassium chlorate, poured in sugar. She filled glass tubes with cylinders at the ends with sulfuric acid, tied a lead weight to them with thin wire, inserted a tube with sulfuric acid into a mercury fulminate cartridge, put a cork circle on its outer end. Dora knew that when the lead weight fell, it would break the glass tubes. The mixture of potassium chlorate and sugar would flare up, ignite the mercury fulminate, the dynamite would explode and the Governor General would die. Taking the big phone, Dora remembered Pakhatilov. "Be strong, Dora. Pull yourself together, pull yourself together." By 4 o'clock everything in the room was tidied up and swept. Wrapped in a blanket lay 2 10-pound bombs. Dora was sitting in a chair. As always, the dynamite smelled of bitter almonds and her head began to ache. To keep from falling asleep, she opened the window. White, frosty steam billowed into the room. Dora soon felt cold. She put on her fur coat. In her fur coat, she sat down in a chair with a book in her hands, waiting for the knock, which was supposed to be exactly at 6. And so it came, the desired knock. 2 short knocks. Savinkov entered, snow-covered from the ride and the cold, pale. Without taking off his fur coat and hat, he asked, "Is it ready?" "That's it. This." He pointed. "Yes. Why is it so cold here?" "I opened the window. It smelled. I was afraid to fall asleep." "Are you very tired?" Savinkov spoke sympathetically, taking her hand. "How we torment you, Dora. Why are you tormenting me? I don't understand. Will you take it or should I?" "I'd rather." "What have you read?" "Poetry." Dora was embarrassed. "Okay, let's go quickly, he's waiting." The boy was standing by the hotel. Jumping up and down, he drove them to Bogoyavlensky. During the ride, Savinkov carefully untied the blanket, putting the bombs in the briefcase. "It will be better this way," he said, holding the briefcase on his knees. Walking along Ilinka, they saw how the Prasol, in a jerkin, cap, and high, oiled boots, separated from the wall and followed them. Prasol caught up with them, drew level, took off his hat, and began to talk to the master. It was already evening, the winter brownish twilight was creeping in. Prasol took the heavy bundle from the master, holding it tightly, trying not to slip on the ice, and went to Voskresenskaya Square, through which at 7:30 the Grand Duke Sergei was supposed to go to the opera, to see Boris Godunov with Chalyapin. 21. Near the building of the city council, Kalyaev walked with a bundle. He was completely in the power of a burning lightness that filled his body. He knew that in half an hour, maybe in an hour, the moment would come after which nothing would happen. There would be the happiness of the revolution and Ivan Kalyaev. It was becoming difficult to think. He thought about how not to slip, not to fall in the dark with the bundle. The pavement was icy. Kalyaev stepped carefully. He did not feel the frost, it even seemed hot. Suddenly, from the Nikolsky gates, either a dream or reality, powerful lanterns flashed for a moment. Kalyaev recognized the acetylene lanterns not with his eyes, but with his whole being. Forgetting about the slipperiness, he almost ran towards them, maneuvering between the carriages driving along the square. Sergei's carriage was not moving quickly. There were 200 steps left between it and Kalyaev. Kalyaev rounded the last carriage. Now nothing separated them. Only time. Gasping for breath, swallowing the cold wind, Kalyaev ran to intercept the carriage. But, blinding everything in its path, the carriage rushed past with a clatter of wheels. Clutching the bundle, swaying, Kalyaev walked slowly from the square. His body was sweaty, his legs were shaking. At the Nikolsky gate, Savinkov grabbed his hand. What? He whispered in a choking whisper. "I couldn't, children," Kalyaev said quietly. And at that very second, Kalyaev realized what a crime he had committed against the party. They walked silently to the Alexander Garden. Kalyaev sank helplessly onto the first frozen, snow-covered bench. Boris, he said, did I do the right thing or not? Savinkov was silent. But you can't, children. Savinkov squeezed Kalyaev's hand. Right, Yannick. The children are innocent. But you weren't mistaken, were there really children? I was 2 steps away. A boy and a girl. But I'll try when he leaves the theater. If he's alone, I'll kill him. They sat in the Alexander Garden for a long time. They got up, left, came back again. Finally, the theater's departure began and footmen began to rush about at the entrance to the Bolshoi Theater, calling out for carriages. Cabbies waved their sleeves, shouted, calling out for passengers. A crowd of fur coats, boas, muffs poured out of the doors, excited by Mussorgsky's music. Kalyaev, mixed in with the crowd, did not take his eyes off the acetylene lanterns of the carriage. The girl and the boy walked hand in hand with their furry legs. An elderly woman walked behind them. Kalyaev recognized the Grand Duchess Elizabeth. The tall Governor-General followed, his red-lined overcoat flying as he went. Kalyaev watched him leave the theater square. 22. Dora waited in a blind alley in Zamoskva-Reky. From afar, she recognized the hobbling boy. Savinkov took her into the sleigh and silently handed her the briefcase with the bombs. Didn't meet him. He met him. But he couldn't, there were children. Dora was silent, adjusting the briefcase on her knees. Dora, are you justifying the poet? He did what he had to do. But now you will again be taking out the fuses, unloading, loading. There may be a failure. You are risking your life and the whole business again. We are not murderers, Boris, Dora said quietly. The poet is right. I'll unload and reload without a mistake. She raised the collar of her fur coat with her free hand, the frost nipped at her ears. They were driving along Sofiaka. Savinkov got out. He spent the rest of the night until the blue dawn in the Alpine Rose restaurant. 23. On February 4th, Savinkov and Dora were waiting for Moisenko, standing behind the curtain of the window. He's here, Dora. Get dressed, Savinkov said. He was just as pale and tired. His sunken cheeks, like those of a seriously ill person, were pulled tight over his cheekbones. His eyes were surrounded by dark circles, becoming even narrower. When he took the briefcase, this time with one bomb, Dora noticed how his hands were shaking. She hurriedly put on her fur coat and hat. Hasn't he passed by yet? Savinkov asked anxiously, getting into the sleigh. Not until 12, Moisenko answered. Then we'll have time. Now he'll leave at 3. Where are we going to take him? To Yushkov Lane. Savinkov said irritably. Hurry up, whip him. The boy, having received 2 blows, jumped into a gallop. From a gallop he switched to the fastest, nastiest trot possible. At such a wobbly trot, breathing heavily, he ran into Yushkov Lane. Here, near the gloomy house, Moisenko stopped. Dora climbed out, tangling in the hollow of the sleigh. You are waiting at Siu, on Kuznetsky, right, Dora? Yes, she said, without looking back, walking. At the next corner, Kalyaev got into the sleigh, dressed in parasol, in a jerkin, a cap, and greased boots. They went to Red Square. Yannick, Savinkov said, we must decide right now, either today, or we must postpone the matter. I am afraid that one thrower is not enough. Maybe we should stand together. But today we have 1 projectile. What are you saying? Kalyaev said excitedly. No need for a second thrower. The day before yesterday I was alone too. Well, and if it weren't for the children, I would have finished. Savinkov was silent, depressed, broken. You insist on today and you're alone. Yes. We can't expose Dora to danger for the 3rd time. I'll take everything upon myself. As you wish. Then we need to get out, I think, Savinkov said, looking around, as if they were driving through a completely unfamiliar place. What is it, Red? He asked. Red, sir, Moisenko answered from the box. Yannick, for the last time. Well, what if it fails? Then the business is lost. Kalyaev's face was irritated. There can't be a failure. If he even starts driving, I'll kill him, do you understand? Moisenko stopped the boy. We've arrived, sir, he said, unfastening the pocket. Kalyaev got out with a bundle. Savinkov got out after him with an empty briefcase and threw some light-colored change into the cabbie's palm. I'm going to the Kremlin, Moisenko said quietly. Savinkov did not answer. They walked with Kalyaev along Red Square. The old clock on the Kremlin tower struck 2. 2 o'clock, said Kalyaev. Well, Savinkov said. Kalyaev smiled. Goodbye, Boris, he said and hugged him. They kissed each other on the lips. Paying no attention to anything, Savinkov watched as Kalyev walked away with an easy gait without looking back toward the Nikolsky gate. When he lost him, she muttered, "Where should I go now?" Mechanically, he went to the Spasskaya Tower. The cabbies crowded near the tower, unable to pass each other, and, exhausted, swore at their mother. Savinkov walked through the Spasskaya Tower into the Kremlin, and suddenly he shuddered. The Grand Duke's carriage was standing at the palace. The trotters were shaking their heads. Heel kill and joy filled his heart. He quickly walked from the Kremlin to Kuznetsky, to Siu, where Dora was waiting. 24. He was almost running along Kuznetsky. He himself did not know why he was hurrying to Siu. Should he warn Dora that the assassination attempt would succeed? Should he return with her to see? He bumped into people. His heart was beating. He heard a distant dull thud before he even got there. And he stopped at Dachiaro's shop, as if looking at postcards. Could it really be Yannick? But why so dull? Siu's was filled with idle Muscovites, unburdening themselves by buying trinkets on Kuznetsky most. The ladies were drinking coffee and eating pastries. Savinkov saw Dora in the back of the cafe. There was a cup in front of her. "Let's get out of here," he said, baring his teeth strangely, trying to make a smile. Dora stood up. Looking through the window, she saw people running along the street, some waving their hands, some tripping, falling, a heavy gentleman comically jumping over him, running away, some boys running like a whirlwind after him. "What's wrong?" asked Dora. The people from the cafe rushed to the exit. Savinkov stood pale. "Come on." "Excuse me, madam, madam, haven't paid." The footman ran up. "For what?" asked Dora. "For coffee and 2 cakes. "I didn't eat the cakes," said Dora, absent-mindedly rummaging in her purse. "Who? What? Killed? Who?" they shouted in the cafe. Kuznetsky most was flooded with runners. Everyone was running towards the Kremlin. Savinkov squeezed Dora's hand, dragging her through the crowd. From the Nikolsky gate the square was filled with people. Everyone was silently trying to get somewhere. The crowd, through which it was impossible to get through, seemed disgusting to Savinkov. "Here, sir, is the cabbie." 5 steps away, by the sidewalk stood the boy. Dora was white, her lips were blue. She was whispering something. "Let's go in the cab," said Savinkov. Dora did not resist, quietly whispering, "Yannick, Yannick." The boy slowly made his way through the crowded crowd. When they were driving along Strastnoy Boulevard, Moisenko held back the boy and turned. "Did you hear?" "No. I was standing nearby. The Grand Duke has been killed." He kissed, jerked the reins, and lashed the boy with his whip. The boy jerked the sleigh. Savinkov and Dora swayed. But it was not from the push that Dora fell onto Savinkov's shoulder. Dora was sobbing with muffled sobs. Lord, Savinkov heard, leaning towards her. "It was us, we killed him." "Who?" Savinkov asked quietly. "Him, the Grand Duke, Sergei." Dora was sobbing, her thin body shaking. Savinkov smiled and hugged her tighter. 25. At this time, 4 gendarmes, having twisted Kalyev's legs and arms, were taking him to the Yakimanskunets detention house. He tried to shout, "Long live freedom!" His face was hideously blue. He was half lying in the sleigh, covered in blood. What had happened was vaguely rushing through his mind, like a picture he had seen and long forgotten. Kalyev could smell the smoke that was blowing in his face. A black carriage with yellow spokes was still floating past, 4 steps away. Clumps of the Grand Ducal clothing and pieces of naked flesh were still lying on the pavement. Then the crowd pressed on, and the Grand Duchess was rushing about, shouting, "Aren't you ashamed? What are you looking at here?" The crowd wanted to look at pieces of her husband's flesh, and they pressed on. Near the detention house, Kalyev lost consciousness. The gendarmes dragged him in by his arms and legs. 26. In the evening, Kalyev came to his senses. He said nothing during the interrogation, smiling weakly. Then he was taken to Butyrskaya prison, to the Pugachev Tower. At that time, an express train was leaving Nikolaevsky station. In a first-class compartment, a thin gentleman was sitting with a newspaper. Savinkov, bowing halfway in a secular manner to the old lady sitting opposite him, asked, "Will I disturb you if I smoke?" "Please." The gentleman lit up with pleasure. Chapter 8. 1. After the assassination of Grand Duke Sergei by the Moscow BO group, the St. Petersburg group was hastily preparing the assassination of Grand Duke Vladimir, the culprit of the shooting of workers on January 9. Maximilian Schweitzer lived not far from the Winter Palace, in the Bristol Hotel, on the corner of Morskaya and Voznesensky. He had enough dynamite at his disposal. and the will of 6 comrades was like dynamite. But someone's hand was in the way. The detectives scared off the surveillance. The militant Sasha Belostotsky escaped. The militants Markov and Basov were captured. But Schweitzer still worked at night in the Bristol hotel preparing bombs. But suddenly passers-by, caught on the corner of Morskaya and Voznesensky, rushed screaming to the sides of the Bristol hotel. The cab horses caught up. Glass, stones, boards flew from the 4 floors of the Bristol. Broken furniture fell out of the collapsed walls onto the street. Bricks mixed with pink dust fell in a heap. Opposite, at Old Isaac's, the explosion knocked down the Veronican grate. A body was found near the main wall. The man was lying on his back, terribly. His head was thrown back, his face turned to the street. The chest was torn apart, there was nothing in the left half. The spine was wide open. Hands without wrists and parts of the forearm were lying nearby. Pieces of meat, muscles and a heart lay in the rubble and debris. 2. A crowd of idle people milled about at the site of the explosion. Pale Vera ran into the crowd from Potomskaya. There was only one corpse, and Vera immediately recognized that it was not Savinkov. Returning to her place on Shredny, Vera was broken, exhausted. She looked at her watch. It was 12. Vera realized that she was expecting children. And when the nanny's feet began to shuffle in the hallway, and then funny thumps were heard in the corridor as they approached the room, Vera stood up with a smile that lit up her haggard face, picked up Vitya, covering his cheeks, pink from the party, with kisses, not listening to what Vitya was telling him funny. 3. In the compartment of the train to Geneva, Savinkov read about the murder of Grand Duke Sergei. The English wrote in the Daily Telegraph. Again the red star of tyrannicide shone darkly in the dark Russian sky. Sergei was carried off in an instant by one of those fatal bombs that Russian conspirators know how to prepare so well and throw so well. You cannot drive the people to fury with impunity or deny them the elementary rights of free citizens without causing tyrannicide. Sergei was a tyrant in the old sense of the word, one that history and tragedy paint in the darkest colors. The great saying of St. Augustine is true to this day. When justice is cast aside, supreme power is robbery. The Germans wrote without sayings, in a businesslike manner. Die Zeit wrote, the murder of Sergei did not cause any surprise or horror in the world. It was foreseen, expected, and when it was carried out, it produced the impression of necessity. If there were no conspiracies in Russia, one would have to ask oneself, how is it that there is no effect when the cause is present? The Russian autocracy preaches the inviolability of its foundations through volleys and receives dynamite bombs in response. Anyone who plays such a bloody role in history as Sergei must always be prepared for a bloody end. Tsarism should not be surprised that its catastrophes do not arouse sympathy in anyone. The Frenchman Francis Pressens wrote in El Humanite, it must be admitted that the mysterious judges pronounce their sentences on tyranny without error. Who would dare to defend Plev? Who would dare to grieve over the fate of Sergei? The Grand Dukes have withdrawn themselves from the action of humanity. They behave like beasts of prey in a flock of sheep. Satiety has led them to satisfy their sensuality at any price. Their private life is full of crimes, revelries. And among all these criminals, Sergei was the worst. The Swiss also wrote in Peuple de Genève. The ignorant, unarmed crowd, who wanted to beg for their needs on their knees, the Tsar, yielding to the persistent advice of his relatives and confidants, rewarded with a rain of lead. By this act, the Tsar placed himself outside the laws. He is a monster similar to those who gave him advice. The people respond to the Tsar's bullets with dynamite. Savinkov threw the newspapers out the window of the flying train. He was possessed by a strange but pleasant feeling. The whole world is writing about the death of Sergei Romanov, and he, Boris Savinkov, killed him. Savinkov knew how he would be greeted in Geneva. 4. Gotz's apartment was overcrowded. It was difficult to talk in the room. Everyone was shouting. Old, young, Chernov, Rudenberg, Rubinovich, Rakitnikov, Avksentiev, Pyuchev, Natanson, Breshkovskaya, Beck, Shishko, Zilberberg. There was a crowd of people. Azef was the most silent. He sat in the corner like a swollen carcass, smiling only occasionally when his comrades surrounded him and shook his hand. He was the leader of the party. Grandmother Breshkovskaya bowed to him in the Russian way when Azef entered, to the ground. Chernov hugged him and kissed him. Vanya, the world without a village elder is like a sheaf without a sling, and so are we without you. No, comrades, his tenor covered everyone. We will not have the same conversation with the Social Democrats. Not the same, sir, breadwinners. Much smoke and little heat. But here, as they say, bye. Buy and say a word. The peasants will follow us, the workers will follow us. They will go like a mountain. And the power over the revolution will be ours, the Socialist Revolutionary Power. And Russia will be ours, the Socialist Revolutionary Russia. And the Socialist Democrats down the drain, comrades. Long live B.O. Long live the Central Committee of the party. Do you have any water? Azef asked Gotz's wife in a dull, hissing voice. Azef drank in short, animal-like gulps. He was excited. Sergei's murder was unexpected. Azef thought that Savinkov, exhausted from surveillance, would give up. That's why he asked for a second glass. He was so thirsty from nervousness. What are you drinking so much for? Chernov hugged him. Everyone looked at Azef happily. Not water, my dear, you need to drink. Champagne. We'll give you champagne to drink, Vanya. That's it. Okay, give it up, Azef said nasal, smiling with his thick, turned-out lips. 5. On the Mont Blanc embankment, by the Mont Blanc bridge, the CAF National still shone with lights all year round. Azef and Savinkov walked slowly across the bridge. Azef held Savinkov's arm. Savinkov loved Azef now. Savinkov felt that they had taken the same line in life and understood each other. He knew deep down that Azef was stronger, but he didn't like to admit it even to himself. Savinkov walked first through the brightly lit hall of the National. Azef walked behind him between the tables, not looking at anyone. Savinkov was dandy and elegant. Let's go to the corner, said Azef, when Savinkov stopped at a table by the window. Savinkov followed Azef. He walked around the table and heavily pressed himself into a soft chair. I'm so hungry, muttered Azef. Let's have a proper snack. Having their heads bent close over a gold-printed map with the hotel coat of arms, they spent a long time choosing the menu. How about kidneys in Madeira? No problem, let's do it. What about Barsac? Azef winced. I don't like French. Better than Ryan. Do you like Liebfrauenmilch? Savinkov turned his head halfway toward the footman, not looking at him, and ordered. The footman wrote everything down in a notebook with unusual speed and, bowing, ran off. Well, now tell me, Azef began, only in detail, everything. Savinkov ran both hands over his face, from top to bottom, as if he were washing his face. Well, what's there to tell? He drawled. Azef's fat face, as if filled with yellow wax, smiled affectionately with its turned-out, sticky lips. You, Borya, don't be lazy, he said softly in a nasal voice. The footman ran up, swinging a silver tray with foggy, cold glasses and smoking buds in Madeira. I'll do it myself. Savinkov stopped the footman who was laying out the dishes. The footman ran off. Savinkov began to lay out the dishes. How did the poet behave? Was he calm? Absolutely. You know, Savinkov held the decanter of vodka in his hand, looking at Azef. We don't have and haven't had anyone like this in B.O. If there were more of them, we could have killed the entire royal house in 2 weeks. Azef grinned. You're exaggerating, and Jaeger, too. Azef was already eating kidneys, often wiping his mustache, stained with sauce, with a napkin. And Dora was probably worried. She wanted to. Where is she? Now in St. Petersburg. Of course she was worried, and, smiling slightly, Savinkov told about the hysteria in the cab after the murder. Azef burst out laughing. The distant guests looked around. Azef didn't look at them. Women are always women. They don't have the guts, he said. The footman came up and started clearing away the dirty dishes, cruets, and glasses. Savinkov talked about business, about Petersburg, about the assassination attempts, about what he had learned from Schweitzer, about Lentyev, about Barikov, Ivanovskaya, about the combat group in Moscow. Azef, while eating, seemed not to listen. He asked questions occasionally. He needed an equivalent. He was looking for one. And during dinner, Azef figured out what to give the police in exchange for Sergei, who had been given to the party. In his mathematically precise brain, over the transparent Liebfrauenmilch which they both drank in small, cool sips, Azef had a clear picture of who it would be safe to give to Ratev. When everything became clear, he sprawled in his chair, stretching his legs out pleasantly under the table, and, straightening the folds on his waistcoat, said nasal, Yes, brother, things are in the bag. As if. And not even as if. Now Azef was moving on to something else. Did you hear that you were co-opted into the Central Committee? He smiled with thick lips. I insisted. Chernov was against it. Oh, so. Rybolov was against it. Savinkov grinned, recalling the red-haired figure of the theorist, who was unpleasant to him. Nonsense. Azef waved his hand. Victor has some oddities. That's not what I'm talking about. You should definitely come to the first meeting. An interesting question. Remember, I told you in Petersburg. Azef narrowed his dark olive eyes. His face became sly. If we manage to finish off Plev, there will be money, and if we add Sergei, then even more. Well then. A proposal came from a member of the Finnish Party of Active Resistance, Koni Ziliakis. Through him they want to give big money for terror. I checked. That's right, they are giving. And a lot. Enough. Who? Either the Americans or the Japanese. Not bad at all. There is a difference between the Americans and the Japanese. What do you mean? Azef frowned. The Japanese are currently beating the Russian people at war. If they give money, it is probably not because of sympathy for the Russian Revolution, but to facilitate the beating of the Russian people at the front with blows from the rear. Azef darkened, sticking out his wet lips. So what? What does sympathy have to do with it? We need money. We take it. And who gives it? Does it matter? The Japanese. That's inconvenient. There will be an outcry. We can be compromised. The whole society will turn away from us. Society. Azef turned and spat into the spittoon, letting out a long saliva. Society. We need money. We'll take it. If we do the job, society and the rest of the scum will run after us. And if we do nothing, they will trample us. Without money, what will you do? Would you kill Sergei without money? After all, I gave you the money. How do you know where it came from? Don't shrug your shoulders. Azef said furiously, this is an important question. I insisted on your co-optation to the Central Committee. We need to get this done. There may be objections. The money is given by the BO, not the Central Committee, and we must take it at all costs. Azef rumbled, leaning low over the table. Don't you understand? After all, the money for terror. Therefore, you and I hold the Central Committee and the entire party in our hands. Savinkov smiled at Azef's twisted lips. Not because Azef was excited, even hoarse, but because, really, why did he decide to breed these sugary theories? After all, really, does it matter from whom? Did he suddenly feel sorry, you see, for some lousy soldiers, whom the Tsar is ripping up like sheep, driving them either to Japanese shimozas or to suppress peasant revolts? Azef understood his long smile. Well, he said nasal, to take or not to take, and stretched his thick lips in a smile. To take, Ivan, to take everything. Azef laughed. Oh, Your Excellency, you kill people, but you still want to walk around in white gloves. Surely Gotz is calling you a Stradivarius violin. All reflections, questions, all sorts of decadence, like this. Oh, close your pale legs. And Azef burst into a long nasal laugh. 6. Having telegraphed Rotev about the militants in Moscow, Azef, after Schweitzer's death, decided to leave the Petersburgers for now. In the morning, going to Chernov to feel out how the theorist thinks about either American or Japanese money, Azef handed over a heavy letter to Rotev about general party trifles. Finally, I got around to writing to you. The thing is that I didn't want to write until I felt something substantial. I just learned from Chernov that now the Tsar is next in line. His words that Russia will not stop the war until one more soldier is alive and there is 1 ruble in the treasury will make the Tsar very unpopular in Russia and Europe, and the assassination attempt will probably be met with the same sympathy as it was for Plev. The letter, it seems to me, was written from Baden by Selyuk. You understood its contents correctly. As for a number of names that I had to talk about with you, I managed to find out the following. Yeremy is St. Nick Sletov. Natalia is Maria Selyuk, known in Kiev as Natalia Ignatievna. Veniamin has been living abroad since last year, occasionally writes for R on revolutionary topics. He wrote an article in issue No. 44 of R. Without address, signed former Social Democrat. They say he lives permanently in Freiburg, undoubtedly a terrorist who traveled to Russia, I assume, on terrorist matters. Veniamin is no longer here. I did not find him. They consider him very talented. Pavel Ivanovich is a young man, black mustache, 28 years old, recently arrived from St. Petersburg. I saw him several times. It is difficult to orientate myself in his role, but in any case he is a big shot. With Iv. The description you gave of Savinkov does not quite match him. Send a card to establish this. I am trying to get closer. Also with Prince Kilkov, although the latter, having an aristocratic upbringing, is not easy to get close to. Polite, and that's all. I managed to discover Kudryavtsev here. He lives in Geneva under the name of Meshkovsky. Tall, with a light beard, glasses, dressed with pretensions to chilled herald, in a raincoat with a black, wide bow. Ava was sent to Odessa to work in a printing house, and an important person and not very dangerous, although illegal. Masha, I don't know who, but not to Markina, who lives with Avksentiev. Nothing has been heard here about Leopold and no one has mentioned such a name. The money Miner receives from Gav is from Gavronsky, who lives in Moscow and is married to Miner's sister. Pays 100 rubles a month. Sasha, who writes to Varagots, this is Sasha Angel, a transport worker. We agreed that you would send the money as soon as you receive my address, which I sent. Another address was designated for postcards. In any case, the money will be transferred through a bank in Volga and send a registered check immediately. Post restant, since I am sitting without money. Send me 500 rubles in expenses and 500 in salary for this month. I shake your hand, Ivan. 7. The successes of B.O. sent dozens of brave party members, ready to die for the revolution, into terror every day. Azef and Savinkov were never so busy. They did not part all day. They were seen together everywhere. The uninitiated were surprised. What is common between this young man and a fat, black, animal-like huge freak? The initiated knew what connected Pavel Ivanovich with Ivan Nikolaevich. Blood. They merged in the party into a strong, one-armed force. But it was not easy to enter the BO now. Savinkov interrogated those entering. The eyes of the Mongolian cut were not X-rays. Savinkov did not know how to recognize people. He was dry, asking arrogantly, "Why do you want to work in the BO? I do not recommend rushing to decide to go into terrorism. Those who do not have the psychological ability to participate in peaceful work should go here. But if you insist, talk to Ivan Nikolaevich." Azef did not offer his hand. He was stingy with words. He could barely spit through his averted lips. But his eyes were X-rays. Looking sideways, Azef could see through a person. "Hello, do you want a job? What kind of job do you want? Well, what about you? In our business, you have to prepare for the rope, right?" Azef rumbled nasal, swiping his short throat with his plumped hand. 8. In those days in Geneva, Savinkov read a lot, thought a lot. Life seemed to him a creeping glacier, ruled by emptiness. "On nothing, that's what I built my business on," he liked to repeat Max Stirner. Before the Central Committee meeting, Savinkov wrote a poem. It was beating somewhere inside. It gave him pleasure. But he had to go to the meeting and not be late. Azef asked. The issue of Ziliakis American-Japanese money was important. Savinkov was a little late. He wrote the poem without any corrections. He bowed very low to me. I turned around. I saw close his gray hair, his wrinkles, his toothless mouth. I was surprised. After all, he was killed. In an oak coffin. The stern old man has been lying there for a long time. He smiled. I ran, returned home and stepped back. He was waiting for me. Again gray hair, again wrinkles, toothless mouth, again a smile, again a bow, or a mistake. Or not he. He was so close. I hurriedly stepped aside. Very politely I gave him a low bow. Yes, it was he. After all, life is a dream. Not a terrible dream. Having put the sheet with the poem under the press PAPI, so as not to be blown away by the wind, Savinkov went to the meeting of the Central Committee. 9. The meeting of the Central Committee was stormy. Not because news of the revolution was coming from Russia and through a high-ranking official they received information about the government's fear and confusion. The acceptance of money from Kony Ziliakis did not cause a storm either. The meeting became stormy because those present suddenly felt the party is in the hands of a provocateur. It began like this. The tired chairman Gotz, wrapped in a warm blanket in his armchair, hurried from excitement, said, "Comrades, information has just been received. On March 16, members of the BO were arrested in Moscow, Boris Moisenko, Dulbov and Podvitsky. On March 17, comrades Praskovia Simonovna Ivanovskaya, Barikov, Zagrodny, Nadezdina, Lentyeva, Barikova, Shnirov, Novomaisky, Shurgov, Efrosy and Katz were arrested in St. Petersburg. In addition, Borishansky was captured with dynamite at the Petersburg-Warsaw railway station. Dynamite was also found in Petersburg at Tatyana Lentyeva's. Comrades," said Gotz. His hands were shaking. "In a few days we have lost our most precious, most devoted workers. The fighting organization in Russia has been destroyed. Comrades, this is terrible, but there are things even more terrible than this defeat inflicted on us. There are terrible facts, comrades, that require immediate investigation. I am not afraid to say, and I will not be mistaken. In the center of our party is a provocateur." A terrible silence fell in the room, overcrowded with people. Everyone looked at Gotz. Azef sat plumply opposite him. "Comrades," Gott's soft voice trembled, replete with intonations. It is not only the failure of the fighting in Petersburg and Moscow that forces us to treat this issue with the utmost attention. There are irrefutable facts confirming the presence of a major provocateur among us. First, I will say, Comrade Nikolai Sergeyevich Tyutchev, who has just arrived here, tells a fact that clearly leads to sad thoughts. An elderly, silver-gray man of lordly appearance, dressed modestly but elegantly, with a wedge beard, with an intelligent, energetic face, said from the corner, "May I, Mikhail Raphaelovich?" "Please, Nikolai Sergeyevich." Gotts sadly leaned back in the medical chair. 2 days before, on the eve of the arrests in St. Petersburg, Tyutchev began to speak measuredly, calmly. "They called me at the editorial office of Russkoye Bogatstvo on the phone, and a voice, unrecognizable to me, said, 'Warn, all the rooms are infected.'" The silence in the room did not break. Azef awkwardly turned in his chair. He leaned on his hand and stared at Tyutchev. His low forehead was wrinkled, his brows were knitted. Tyutchev did not look at him. He looked around at his comrades, stopping most of all at Gotts's agitated, exhausted face. I asked, "Can't we talk in person?" Apparently my question was unexpected. There was a delay with the answer. It even seemed to me as if my interlocutor was talking to someone and then asked, as if hesitantly, this question. "But it's already late, and where?" I answered, "Here." The answer was, "No, it's inconvenient," and the receiver was hung up. Tyutchev fell silent. It seemed that beating hearts could be heard in the room. The silence began to explode with short conversations. "Quiet, comrades." Gotts knocked with his knuckles. "A question for Nikolai Sergeyevich." Azef extended his hand. "Please, Ivan." Azef turned his whole body toward Tyutchev, obese and awkward, because his neck couldn't turn. "Nikolai Sergeyevich, so you didn't recognize the speaker by his voice?" "No. But I must say, I've heard that voice somewhere. It reminded me of a very characteristic timbre that I haven't heard for years." 10. "Excuse me, Nikolai Sergeyevich, was the voice female or male?" Everyone turned to Chernov. "Well, you know, Viktor Mikhailovich," Tyutchev said smiling, "it doesn't seem that important to me. After all, we don't know who called, and we probably won't find out. What's the point of reading coffee grounds?" The voice was male. Chernov made an indefinite gesture. "Comrades, we are going into too much detail about this case," said Gotts. "Now is not the place and not the time. And what of it? You can't suck anything out of your finger." Nikolai Sergeyevich did not recognize the voice. "I only wanted to inform you of this fact. But we have even more compelling data in our hands, this time factual." Azef looked with dark, persistent, calm eyes at Gotts's darting face. Savinkov pushed Azef, leaning over. "Do you believe it?" "Possibly," muttered Azef. "We received the following letter at the address of Revolutionary Russia. I will read it, and then we will comment." Raising his voice, vibrating with excitement, Gotts read. "Dear comrades, the police department has information about the following socialist revolutionaries. 1. Herman has a passport in the name of Boris Dmitrievich Neradov, lived in Switzerland, now in Russia, illegally, moved probably not with Neradov's passport. 2. Mikhail Ivanovich Sokolov, lived in Switzerland with the passport of German citizen Ludwig Kane, must go to Russia. 3. Sokolov will be followed to Russia by A. Grisha, called Chernov, Vasnitsov, Bergenko. B. Prince Dmitry Alexandrovich Kilkov, 2 weeks later, and C. 2 months later, former student Mikhail Alexandrovich Vedenyapin will leave Switzerland illegally. With comradely greetings." Azef muttered to one side, to Savinkov. "No signature. Is there a signature?" Savinkov asked loudly. "Yes, I won't name it," Gotts answered excitedly, holding a quarter of a sheet of paper on the table with his hand. "Comrades, it is absolutely clear that only a provocateur could have given this information. I have thought about it for a long time. The situation is very serious. We must stand on the only revolutionary point of view. There must be no reserved names and authorities. The whole party is in danger. Let us proceed from the extreme situation. Let us assume that each of us is under suspicion. Let the comrades speak out. Maybe someone suspects someone specifically." A terrible silence fell. Those sitting next to each other did not look at each other. "I do not want to hide my suspicions, comrades," Gotts said quietly into the silence. "Perhaps I am committing a crime, but let the court decide. I must say that I have reason to suspect one member of the party." A deathly silence fell. "I suspect Tatarov." The silence deepened. Gotts understood. The suspicions are shared by the comrades. Firstly, according to my calculations, Tatarov spent more than 5,000 rubles on his publishing house in 6 weeks. Where did he get this money? He has neither party nor personal funds. He should have informed the Central Committee about the donation. I asked where he got this money from. He says that it was given by the well-known public figure Charnalisky. I will not hide the fact that I am beginning to doubt this. I propose sending someone to Petersburg to find out from Charnalisky whether he gave money and how much. Besides, Tatarov is coming to Geneva in a few days. We need to put him under surveillance here. I repeat, if Tatarov told the truth about the source of the money and the comrades' surveillance does not establish anything, I renounce my suspicions. But, comrades, I cannot help but share my doubts. That's right, Misha, shouted Chernov. That's very likely, rumbled Azef to Savinkov. Who will take over surveillance of Tatarov in Geneva, comrades? We ask Savinkov, shouted Azef. Savinkov. The voices supported. We need 3. Sukhamlin. Alexander Gurevich. So, Comrade Savinkov, Sukhamlin and Gurevich must take on this difficult, but necessary in the interests of the party duty. I suggest that Comrade Argonov go to St. Petersburg to see Charnalisky. We ask. Argonov, who had recently escaped from exile, stood up and wanted to say something. But it was clear that he was not protesting. And Gotz, raising his voice, shouted, "No objections. Comrade Argonov is therefore being sent to St. Petersburg." The agenda was exhausted. 10. At night, Azef walked alone along the Boulevard of Philosophers, a dark, hunched figure. Smoking a cigarette, he went through everything that his memory brought back. He had spent time with the St. Petersburg militants. There was no doubt. The party was being betrayed, except for him. His soles creaking on the gravel, Azef understood with an unerring sense of smell. Tatarov. Azef could not sleep that night. He turned towards the English garden. Sitting on a bench, smoking, he muttered hoarsely. In the chilling wind rushing from Lehman, he decided Tatarov's death. But the fear that Tatarov would have time to inform on him and expose him did not go away. Azef heard his teeth chattering from the cold. Sometimes his thick lips in the darkness spread into something resembling a smile. He muttered to himself. The wind was getting colder. In the darkness of the lake, pleasure boats with tourists were returning. Music flowed from the boats, lights sparkled. Azef felt cold. He walked, swaying his heavy body, along the path of the English garden to the hotel. But Azef did not lie down in the hotel either. In addition to Tatarov, another blow from an unknown person was looming. And this blow also had to be deflected. Azef sat down to write. First he cited the document quoted by Gotz with the signature with Comrade Greetings VL. Kosovsky, then, snorting, began to string together the blurry lines. This document can show you, Leonid Alexandrovich, how unsatisfactory everything is in your DP, and how careful you need to be when giving new information. Here in Geneva, in the SR group, this letter has led everyone to the idea that there is a provocateur who is very close to all the affairs. Is it really impossible to arrange matters so that the DP circulars do not fall into the hands of the revolutionary organizations? The consequence of this will be that Prince Kilkov, who is still in England in London visiting his family, will not go, since he was immediately informed about this document. The same will happen with Vedenyapin. I am truly surprised that the department cannot arrange its affairs secretly. I did not receive the money and the letter. Send the money immediately. For God's sake, be careful. One careless step and my failure. I shake your hand, yours Ivan. The dawn was absolute over Lake Geneva. Fishermen's boats were sailing away across the lake into the distant reddish blue. Without undressing, in a black suit, Azef slept on the sofa, groaning, grinding his teeth, screaming, as if he wanted to tell something and could not. 11. In the morning Savinkov was told that Tatarov had arrived. Tatarov is a tall Russian, with a square, thick beard, short legs, dark hair falling to the sides. Tatarov is bony, broad, walked noisily, spoke loudly, reminiscent of a defrocked deacon. Savinkov had known him since childhood. They played Lapta and Ryuki together. Having learned that Savinkov was in Geneva, Tatarov immediately came to him. Now they would not recognize each other. Savinkov is a European, too elegant for a revolutionary. Although Tatarov liked to tie a fashionable tie and wear a trendy suit, he was a priest, a peasant. Stamping his shoes and shouting loudly, Tatarov felt great. It's been a long time, Boris Viktorovich, we haven't seen each other. So tell me, how are we? Where are you from now? From Moscow. From Kyiv. What do you mean from Kiev? They told me from Moscow. Maybe from Moscow. Ha ha ha. You always have secrets and secrets. You've hidden yourself to the ears. You're not talking tea with a provocateur, but with a comrade who has more experience than you. It's not my fault. The bosses fears, Nikolai Yuryevich. Who are the bosses? I bet they have a seal on my lips too. The main thing is that I know everything myself. Abroad, Mishka Gots. In Russia, the militants themselves are the bosses. You're pulling my leg too. Oh well. Tatarov walked loudly, crumpling a wide-brimmed light hat in his hands, the kind that bad artists often wear. Tatarov was unintelligent and insensitive. While chatting, he didn't even look at Savinkov. I'll kill this big man for being a bastard, for being stupid, for ineptly twirling a colorful tie. I'll kill him like a bull. But what a huge one. He'll make a noise when he falls, Savinkov thought. I'm terribly glad to see you, Tatarov said. Pyotchev is here. We lived together in exile in Siberia. In general, wherever you go in Geneva, our people are there. I just wanted to see Boska. Don't you know where she is? And who is this Boska? Yes, Yakimov. Oh, I heard. I don't know. And tell me, Nikolai Yuryevich, I think you're going to have a publishing house now. Of course, it will. What? Do you have anything for publication? You write, I think. I have something. Let's do it. With pleasure. I'll kill you, Savinkov thought. If you allow me, I'll give it to you in a few days. Memoirs. Not quite. Almost. Very interesting. Very. You see, Boris Viktorovich, my comrades are gathering for dinner on Sunday, and I'm leaving soon. Come and take the manuscript with you. Okay. Here, said Savinkov, hitting Tatarov's palm with his palm and shaking it more firmly than usual. 12. Tatarov gave a dinner for 15 people in the Angleterre restaurant. Azef sent an apology. There were 14 people from the party leadership at the table. Gray-haired Pyotchev sat with Breshkovskaya. Chernov left, his red hair fluttering, his thick neck supported by a new collar. There were Savinkov, Old Miner, Rakitnikov, Bach, Natanson, Avksentiev, Potapov. Only 3, Pyotchev, Savinkov, Chernov, already knew that the dinner was being given by a provocateur. The table was set colorfully, beautifully, with silver, flowers, wines, delicacies. Tatarov recalled how 8 years ago he founded the Rabochye group. His comrades reminded him at dinner how he declared a hunger strike in the Peter and Paul fortress, having gone hungry for 22 days. Tatarov just waved it off, saying, "What's there, 22?" Others were hungrier, and raising his glass, he stood up. "Comrades, let's drink to the revolution, which is near, whose steps we hear. Let's drink to the party, the leader of the revolution, and first of all to the comrades fighters, horror." The narrow glasses rang with different ringing sounds, clinked, and the glasses were filled differently. Having clinked with the last one, Chernov, Tatarov drank his glass in one gulp, feeling a pleasant intoxicating warmth. Someone quickly raised a toast in response, and waving a glass shouted, "To the happy departure of Nikolai Yuryevich. To the success of his work in Russia, horror." After dinner, when everyone was noisy, cheerful, lively, Chernov approached Tatarov, smiling, twirling a large button on his jacket, and said, "When are you leaving, Nikolai Yuryevich?" Taking Chernov by the biceps and pulling him toward himself, Tatarov said, "This evening, 11:30, Viktor Mikhailovich." "Impossible." "Why?" "The Central Committee has business with you." "I have to go." "What business?" Chernov said, smiling. "I have been authorized by the Central Committee to ask you to stay for a day." "Well, okay," Tatarov shrugged. "If it's business, I'll stay. Until tomorrow." "Until tomorrow," Chernov said simply, heartfeltly. Passing by Savinkov, he said, "It's staying. Keep an eye on it." 13. Straightening his beard, crumpled by the wind, Tatarov entered cheerfully. "Hello," he spoke freshly, full-bloodedly, moving from Pyotchev to Savinkov, from Savinkov to Bach. He saw a chill under Pyotchev's eyebrows. "He's always like this." Tatarov calmed down and stood next to Savinkov at the table. On the table in a golden frame was a photo of a plump brunette. Both looked at it, although the brunettes did not know. "What's the matter?" "Well, we're waiting for Chernov. He's the chairman." At that moment the door opened, and Viktor Mikhailovich entered smiling. "Advice and love," he said from the threshold. "The weather, breadwinners, is Pushkin-like. Transparency, clarity." He walked along Rue de Carriage, not air, Zephyr. "Ah, Nikolai Yuryevich, hello. I thought it was a sin. Didn't wait, probably left." "Well, great. So what, comrades, were you just waiting for me?" Don't complain. Viktor Mikhailovich rolled up a comfortable chair with large arms. Savinkov, Pyuchev, Bach, Tatarov sat down. Miner scattered decrepit bones on the chair. But by the way they sat down, Tatarov already sensed something was wrong. Why didn't you leave? He thought. But without showing it, he said, stroking his beard. What question, Viktor Mikhailovich? And he was quite pleased with his voice. It sounded without excitement. 1 second, Nikolai Yuryevich, said Chernov, quickly writing in round letters, question. Putting down his pen, Chernov raised one eye to Tatarov and cast the other somewhere to the side. You see, very serious, that is, not so very serious, but the Central Committee is now busy revising party affairs, and so on behalf of the Central Committee I asked you to stay so that with your help we could clarify the financial and censorship side of the publishing house you have undertaken. You will, of course, understand the desire of the Central Committee to take the publishing house under its management. Tatarov looked at his hand lying on the table. It was clear. They suspect. The main thing is to remain absolutely calm, he said to himself internally when Chernov said. But before we move on, Nikolai Yuryevich, to this question, I would like, that is, not I, but the entire commission, to clarify some details. Tatarov tried to understand. About what? He drew his eyebrows tightly together above his gypsy eyes. He straightened his beard with his hand, but he hadn't guessed. I ask you to answer the first point, so to speak. Chernov's eyes widened even more. Who gave you the money for the publishing house? Only, Nikolai Yuryevich, Chernov said sincerely. You know the folk wisdom. Whoever doesn't tell the truth will tie up a lot. Cut us the truth. Breadwinner, I beg you. Of course, Viktor Mikhailovich. Tatarov laughed. You're probably just not informed. I told Gotts. Charnalysky gave me 15,000 rubles, and Charnalysky and Citron, an Odessa publisher, promised further assistance. Tatarov added. It was only a moment. Chernov's cloudy eye froze somewhere under the ceiling. Shaking his red hair and smoothing it, Chernov drawled. Well, you see, I didn't know this, for example, but tell me. He suddenly rushed at Tatarov and there was a sharpness in his voice. Are you staying at the Hotel de Voyager under the name of Plevinsky? Tatarov should have burst out laughing, slammed his fist on the table, and shouted, what an outrage. But Tatarov saw that his comrade's eyes were cutting. Failure flashed through his mind, and he felt his heart turn over twice and seemed to fall on the sole of his boot. Under the name of Plevinsky, and the room number. I think it's 28. Chernov's face floated very close. It was smiling, distorted. The words rang out, minting up syllables. It's not true. We checked. Plevinsky was not in room 28 or at all in the Hotel de Voyager. Someone's breathing was heard. Miner creaked and crossed his legs. I don't remember the name. Maybe it's not the Hotel de Voyager. Tatarov understood that he was speaking stupidly, that he was drowning himself, but he was already heading for some terrible abyss. It seemed that they would kill him now, like they killed Sudakin. Savinkov was drawing a woman's curly-haired profile on a piece of paper. Remember, Chernov said. Boris Viktorovich, write it down in the protocol. He doesn't remember the name of the hotel, the street, or the room number. Savinkov's pen squeaked on the paper. We are not children, Tatarov said. I lied about the hotel because I live with a woman and I'm protecting her this way. Oh, really? If you want, I will name the woman. No, what are you saying, Nikolai Yuryevich? No need, breadwinner. You should have said so right away, then we will simply leave it. Forgive me, what an oddball you are. Excuse me. Let's get down to business. Tell me, Nikolai Yuryevich, how is your publishing house provided with censorship? Tatarov wanted to interrupt, to shout, but he realized that it would not work. One of the people in power promised me patronage, and heard how the intersecting voice betrayed him. Who exactly? Chernov's voice now struck dryly, like nails hammered into something completely soft, and they sank to the head. One prince. What prince? Why, I said, prince. That's enough. According to the decree of the Central Committee, I suggest you give your last name. Okay, it's a Count, Tatarov said quietly. Count. It doesn't matter, Count or Prince, what's the point of a last name? The Central Committee orders you. Tatarov winced, running his hand over his forehead. Count Kutazov, he said quietly. Kutazov. Chernov stood up. Have you communicated with him? And do you know that the party was preparing an assassination attempt on Count Kutazov? Tatarov's head dropped, his hands convulsively clutched the edge of the table. You lied, he heard Chernov's voice approaching, hiding your address. You lied about the source of the money. Charnalysky didn't give it to you. We checked it. You don't even know Citron. You heard his last name for the first time 3 days ago from Miner. Do you confirm this? Tatarov shuddered, raised his head. The last of his strength flared up. Leave, run away, flashed through his mind. He shouted, "What are you accusing me of? What does this mean?" "Of treason," Tchotchев shouted, unable to restrain himself. A long, terrible silence followed. "It would be better if you confess. You will save us the trouble of incriminating you," said Chernov. "Conditions were set for Dagayev. Do you want us to set conditions for you?" said Bach. Savinkov was drawing something like a daisy on the protocol. The door opened and everyone saw Azef standing on the threshold. He was angry, frowning. Anyone who knew him could have guessed that Azef was agitated. "Forgive me, comrades, I'm late," he rumbled quietly. "We are finishing." "Ivan, sit down," said Chernov. A slippery glance at Tatarov said everything. Azef walked past, heavily pressing his body into a chair in the corner of the room. In a swaying voice that could break into sobs at any moment, Tatarov said, "You can kill me. You can make me kill you. I'm not afraid of that. But I'm not guilty. I promise you, I'm a revolutionary." Chernov leaned toward Tchotchев. He shook his silver, short cropped head. Chernov began to write. Then the paper went to Tchotchев. Savinkov, back. Tatarov looked at his boots. It seemed to him that the laces were tied tightly and uncomfortably. Chernov stood up, and turning to Tatarov, he read, "In view of the fact that N.U. Tatarov lied to his comrades on the case and about the case, in view of the fact that he had personal communication with Count Kutuzov and did not use it for revolutionary purposes and did not even bring it to the attention of the Central Committee of the party, due to the fact that Tatarov could not find out the source of his significant funds, the Commission decides to remove Tatarov from all party institutions and committees and to continue the investigation." Tatarov did not raise his head. "You are free for today. But the Central Committee forbids you to leave Geneva without its permission. Your departure will be considered an escape." Without saying goodbye, Tatarov left with his head down. In the hallway, he felt himself shivering. It was raining outside. Tatarov did not notice it, although he raised his collar. 14. But he has been exposed. They shouted in the room. "Comrades have died. Kill, but on what grounds? Provocateurs were killed with less grounds." Azef screamed furiously. "And they released him. They released him. He should have been crushed right now, like a vermin." Azef's face was distorted with anger, the likes of which no one had ever seen before. "But understand, not here in Osip Solomonovich's apartment." Chernov shouted. "Soft-bodied crows. Whiners. Clean freaks. You can't do that here. And he can send us to the gallows. Do you know that he hanged his comrades? Or is it like water off a duck's back for you?" Azef shouted, and with quick steps, without saying goodbye to anyone, he left, slamming the door. 15. In the morning there was a knock on Tatarov's room. Tatarov was sitting unwashed, his shirt cut by suspenders. Chernov entered. Without offering his hand, he sat down in the armchair. Tatarov was overcome with anxiety. "You won't even offer your hand," he said. "Nikolai Yuryevich, we won't offer you our hand until you wash away suspicions," Chernov began. "Tell me," he said sincerely, "why did you lie? Why all this story with Kutuzov, with Charnalysky, with the hotel? What does it all mean?" Tatarov's thoughts were racing and confused. "Viktor Mikhailovich, do you understand what I'm going through?" His voice trembled. "That was good. I, who spent years in prison, in exile, who lived 8 years of painful revolutionary work, as if by agreement, are being charged with an inhumanly heavy accusation." Tatarov's jaw was trembling. He could have cried. "I can't do it in court, it's too hard. But I have something to say. Everyone is talking about the failures in St. Petersburg, in Moscow, about the provocation. But don't I feel myself that there is a provocation?" Tatarov said. "I know that there is. And I see that I was wrong not to inform my comrades about it. After all, I have been conducting an investigation at my own risk and peril for a long time, as best I can, and now I have managed to find out the provocateur. Yes, his last name." Chernov moved closer to him excitedly. "Viktor Mikhailovich, you won't believe it, but it's a fact. It's a fact." Tatarov hit himself in the chest. "Azef is betraying the party." "What?" Chernov screamed, jumping up. "Insult Azef, the leader of the party. Don't just wave it off like that. I came for a sincere confession, and your role is now clear. Please come and give new testimony." "But it's true, I assure you, Viktor Mikhailovich, that it's true." Tatarov shouted, advancing on Chernov. "I'll get you the facts." Scoundrel. Chernov clenched his fists and ran out of the room. Tatarov hurriedly packed his suitcases. Death, yes, 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 death. He rushed around the locked room. And when they were waiting for him to give testimony, Tatarov was already near Munich, on his way to Russia. 16. The spring was warm and blue. Petersburg smelled of the wine from the Neva. The islands were in bloom. Happy people walked along Nevsky. Bird cherry trees were spreading out in white in the quiet suburban gardens. Singing could be heard in the streets at night. The short-sighted, brown-haired man in a gold pince-nez, assistant prosecutor of the St. Petersburg court chamber, Fedorov, did not feel the spring that day. He was soft. Having received an order to go to Shlisselburg to be present at the execution of the terrorist Kalyaev, he felt ill. Fedorov did not even know how to get there, to Shlisselburg. They explained that he had to get on a police boat at the Peter and Paul fortress. And Fedorov, nervously, rowed in the boat for 5 hours. It was a quiet twilight. The Neva rolled on, darkened. A waning moon floated above it. In the moonlight, the walls and towers of Shlisselburg appeared whitish to Fedorov. Shivering from the cold and from nerves, accompanied by gendarmes, Fedorov walked through the gates with a black double-headed eagle and the inscription Sovereigns. The white houses and green gardens of the fortress seemed strange. Accompanied by gendarmes, he went to the commandant's house. To the right, in the twilight, he saw a white church with a darkened cross. The church stood quietly, as if it were in a village and not in a fortress. "I am the prosecutor's assistant," Fedorov said, greeting the commandant. "Very nice to meet you," said the commandant, but he was obviously bored. "I would like to go to the prisoner right away." "There is still time," the commandant said boredly. "However, it is your business." "Kornichek," he shouted. "Take the prosecutor to the riding hall." 17. Kalyaev, in a black threadbare frock coat, was sitting on the bed. His neck was bare and thin. There was a table, a chair, and a bed in the cell. Kalyaev seemed small and frail. He turned around at the sound of the door opening. "Hello," said Fedorov, entering with the gendarme. "I am the assistant prosecutor of the court chamber." Fedorov imagined terrorists as giants with fiery eyes. The gentle Kalyaev struck him. His gentle eyes were strange. These were not the eyes of a terrorist. "I knew you would come." "Sit down," said Kalyaev. "Excuse me," said Fedorov, his voice trembling. "I, Mr. Kalyaev, do not know whether you are aware that if you submit a petition for clemency to the highest name, then death will be replaced by another punishment." Kalyaev's strange eyes stopped on Fedorov, as if not understanding him. "I will ask," Kalyaev said, smiling, "but not the Tsar, but you, and only for one thing. Please inform the government and society that I am going to my death quite calmly. I did not ask for clemency when the Grand Duchess Elizabeth tried to persuade me, and I will not ask now." Kalyaev saw. Fedorov was agitated, his lips were trembling. "I want to talk to you," Kalyaev said and smiled softly. "How can I say this? The execution will be in a few hours, as the last person I see on earth. Just try to understand me and fulfill my request. I am not a criminal and not a murderer. I am a belligerent side, now the weakest, in captivity of the enemy. He can do with me what he wants. But he cannot take away my soul, my convictions, my idea. Do you understand, Mr. Kalyaev? I am a man of different convictions," said Fedorov. A strange, almost mocking smile appeared on Kalyaev's face. Fedorov was confused. He wanted to do something nice for this small, puny man, before his death. "Perhaps you want to talk to me alone. Go out," he said to the gendarme. The gendarme stumbled, catching his spur on his spur, rang and went out. But when the door locked, Kalyaev thought it was in vain, that there was nothing to talk about. Fedorov wiped his pince-nez with a handkerchief. "It's strange, looking at the floor," Kalyaev said slowly. "Maybe you and I were at the same university." "I graduated in Moscow," said Fedorov, putting on his pince-nez. "I started there," said Kalyaev, but suddenly jumped up nervously and began pacing the cell. If you only knew how worried I am. Understand, I want my comrades to know that I am going to my death completely calmly and am not asking for any pardon." After a pause, Fyodorov said, "Maybe you want to write about this. I will invite the captain, he will testify and it will be a document. I will pass it on to the ward. But is that possible?" Yes, let everyone know that I am dying peacefully. After all, this is necessary, understand, in the interests of the cause. A peaceful death is a powerful act of revolutionary propaganda. It is more than murder." Fyodorov thought, "My God, do they really have many like that?" Fyodorov stood up. Wait, I will bring the paper, he said, and throwing open the door, he hit the gendarme who was trying to knock on the keyhole. What a nasty thing, Fyodorov muttered. I'm sorry, Your Honor, said the gendarme. 18. They were building a gallows between the fortress wall and the barn. Silhouettes of people flickered in the darkness. Fedorov turned away. He was struck by the people gathered in the commandant's house. Representatives of the social classes stood there, 3 ordinary people from small tradesmen. A priest stood leaning his back against the windowsill, stroking his beard. The officers of the garrison noisily surrounded General Baron Medem, who had been sent to be present at the execution of Kalyaev by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Knives, hammers, and scissors lay on the table in front of the general. They make wonderful things, Your Excellency. You wouldn't think they were capable of it, the commandant said, showing them. Charming, said the general, holding a hammer. The shine of the buttons, the uniforms, and the conversations made Fedorov feel sick. He ran out onto the porch into the darkness. He threw up. Running his hand over his forehead, sweating from the strain, Fedorov went to the arena. Kalyaev, smiling, said, "Well, it's good that you came, and they already told me." Fedorov leaned against the wall. Kalyaev was writing. But suddenly he turned around and jumped up. "Where's the hat?" he said. "Where's my hat?" It was here. He rummaged around on the bed. "Ah, here it is," and grabbing the hat, he took a step toward Fedorov. "I wrote. What are we waiting for? Let's go, the sooner the better." Kalyaev squeezed Fedorov's arm, but looked past him, at the lamplight. "Maybe I should tell you something." "Tell," Kalyaev said, as if in a daze. "I don't know what to tell you. I've done no harm to anyone. I love people. I'm dying for them. What should I tell you? The main thing is, don't forget that I didn't humiliate myself by asking for mercy. No, however, that would be indelicate. Better. Remained strong and didn't ask for mercy." Kalyaev smiled with shining eyes. "But you have a mother. I'll pass it on." "Will you pass it on?" Kalyaev muttered. "Right now." He wrote, tore, through. He covered his face with his hands, sat like that for a few seconds, then tore himself away and began writing again. "My dear unforgettable mother. So I am dying. I am happy for myself that I can approach my end with complete self-control. Let your grief, my dears, all, mother, brothers, sisters, drown in the rays of that radiance with which the triumph of my spirit shines. Farewell, greetings from me to all who knew and remember. I bequeath to you. Keep my father's name pure. Do not grieve, do not cry. Farewell again, I am always with you. Ivan Kalyaev." After blotting with dirty blotting paper several times, Kalyaev handed over the letter. "Now I am calm, let's go quickly." The door opened to greet him. A thin captain entered with 2 soldiers. "Get ready," said the thin captain. Smiling strangely, Kalyaev looked at the captain, and, turning around, he said to Fedorov, "Goodbye, thank you." 19. There was a noise in the commandant's dining room, lit by lamps and candelabra. In the darkness of the courtyard, Fedorov sat down on a bench under the linden trees. Straight ahead, in the distance, the ready gallows loomed darkly. Fedorov vaguely remembered General Medem leaving the house, officers, a priest, and representatives of the estates walking in a semicircle. The door of the riding school opened. Under a strong escort with drawn sabers, in a square of gendarmes, a small man in a shabby frock coat walked with his head uncovered. His neck was bare. It was dawn. It smelled of linden trees. Fedorov walked with difficulty to the gallows, and it seemed to him that it was precisely because the smell of linden trees was too strong. He heard how they read the sentence. The priest approached. Kalyaev removed the cross. "Go away, father, the accounts with life are finished. I am dying peacefully." And then the executioner Filipyev approached, putting a shroud on Kalyaev. "Go up the step," Filipyev said hoarsely. A slightly strangled but calm voice came from the sack. "But how can I go up? There is a sack on my head, I can't see anything." Fedorov turned away, covering his face with his hands, and took 3 steps. He was surprised to hear footsteps almost immediately. General Baron Medem, officers, representatives of the estates, and a priest were walking. Fyodorov turned from the gate. A figure in a shroud, seemingly very small, was swinging on the gallows. Chapter 9. 1. Gotz sat in the armchair, pale as always, wrapped in something woolen. Azef sat next to him, smoking a cigarette. It was obvious that they had been talking for a long time. Chernov entered. Gotz immediately handed him the Journal de Genève. "Read it first," he said. "Well, what do you say?" Gotz asked, watching Chernov's face. "What do you mean, what?" Chernov said, moving away, taking a chair, and sitting closer. A new step, a rather large concession. They're maneuvering. A trap. A woman has to squirm if she has nowhere else to go. Well, I didn't expect that from you, Victor, Azef muttered, puffing on his cigarette. Miner was just here, he kept shouting. We are naive people. The manifesto of October 17 is supposedly to lure us emigrants to Russia. You see, if we reveal ourselves, they will scoop us up and that will be the end of it. And you think they turned Russia upside down for our sake? They exchanged autocracy for a constitutional system. You value it highly, Victor. Yes, the dual nature of the manifesto is striking. Of course, a maneuver. Divide et impera. That's what. Calm the opposition, crush the revolution. You are wrong, Victor, said Gotz. I do not attach any importance to the first words of the manifesto. It is a facade, an attempt to preserve the prestige of power. Of course, the government will flounder for a long time, offering society services to suppress extremes. But it is clear, the old regime is finished. This is the end of absolutism, a constitution, a new era. And there is no need to talk about traps. Just as the question of the liberation of the peasants was decided after the Crimean campaign, so after the Japanese campaign, the constitution. Of course, this greatly changes our tactics of struggle. Savinkov entered, greeted them, and Gotz spoke. Take, for example, Ivan Nikolaevich and Pavel Ivanovich. All they have to say is now let us go. Terror is over. Maybe you have a different opinion. Yes, Chernov spoke very quickly, even indistinctly. You are right about that. We must refrain from terror. That is true. That is, not that it is completely over. He noticed Savinkov's dismissive smile, but we must keep them under arms, so that we can move again at any moment. Pickle them, so to speak, for future use, Savinkov said. Well, you understand, with or without dill, but, of course, we will have to add a little salt. Shishko, Avksentiev, Sukhamlin, Fundaminsky, Rakitnikov, Tyuchev, Natanson, a group of militants entered, excited, apparently having just been arguing. As soon as they entered, they began to talk. Savinkov sat down in the far corner of the room. Shishko was the first to speak, passionately, like a young man, lisping slightly. He shouted that it was necessary to throw the party to the masses now, to conduct an offensive on a broad front. Wait, Leonid, what about terror? Terror. Shishko stopped. What about terror? Terror is, of course, impossible for now. Right. Keep them under arms, but do not take action. Permission. Savinkov shouted. They turned to him. Savinkov put one hand behind the wide lapel of his jacket. The other was in his pocket. He had a defiant look, disdain in his figure. Without changing his pose, he said that it was necessary to beat the government in the streets, in buildings, in squares, in palaces, and then a real Macedonia would flare up, which the hanged Kalyaev dreamed of. He was passionate and beautiful in his speech. You have to understand what a terrorist is. You have to know that the prestige of the party is raised by terror. You have to be able to not be afraid of the glory of terror, the glory of the death of our comrades. Only by striking with a knife, a revolver and a bomb will we win genuine contact with the masses and raise an all-Russian revolution. I hear speeches about keeping the fighting under arms, salting. As a militant, I protest against such an insulting formulation of the question. We cannot be salted for future use. We are not cucumbers, we are revolutionaries. Such a formulation of the question is psychologically impossible for us. We gave the party glory, we gave the party resources, so why, blinded by some constitutions, cast us aside like useless trash for the party? We gave our lives to terror and, if I am not mistaken, we are a terrorist party. We dare not lower our banner at the moment when it must be unfurled wide over Russia as a red banner and raise the wind of revolution. We terrorist fighters think like that. We will not allow ourselves to be thrown overboard at the most critical moment and thus ruin the acquired glory of the party, sanctified by the names of Sazonov, Kalyaev and other comrades. No, I do not believe that the banner of terror is being rolled up. On the contrary, we must give, in the hymn of the music of the revolution that has begun, a mighty crescendo. Let them give the task of committing the boldest, most desperate act. We will take it. Let them tell us to burst into the Winter Palace with belts filled with dynamite. We will do it, in the name of the revolution, in the name of the glory of terror. And this will cause a greater explosion in the country than the newspaper unification with the masses. It is blood that unites with the masses, not printing ink. I do not know what the Central Committee will decide, but I think that I express the opinion of all the militants and speak on their behalf. We will not lower the banner of terror, which we soaked in the blood of comrades, which is sacred to us. We want victims and we will go to them in the name of the All-Russian Revolution. Savinkov felt the excitement from the enthusiasm that had seized him. The speech was successful. He read delight on the faces of the militants. He did not see the face of Azef. Azef was sitting asleep, and why? There's no need to be clever about the revolution, young people. Let me put it this way. Old Miner stood up, shaking his beard. You can't force anything on the revolution from the outside. You can't order anything. There's no need to prescribe saving recipes for it. It's coming. It's here. And Pavel Ivanovich's pathetic speeches are artistically good, but they're not appropriate at the moment. What's the point of revolver shots here? Savinkov stood pale. He was waiting for Azef to speak. Fundaminsky stood up, took off his pince-nez, and began to speak smoothly. The party's urgent task at the moment is the agrarian question, the resolution of which will be the party's historical mission. The terrorist struggle has had its day, taking away people and resources. It weakens the party, and will prevent the resolution of the main economic task. Savinkov was waiting for Azef to speak. Gotz spoke, agreeing with Fundaminsky. Sukhomlin, agreeing with Gotz. Natanson, agreeing with Sukhomlin. Avksentiev, agreeing with Natanson. Azef was the last to stand up. Everyone listened to him attentively. He stood, his fat body contorted, his hand on the chair. I will be brief, he rumbled confidently and firmly. I consider interference in the course of the social masses elemental forces to be ruin. We helped the revolution emerge from its death banks. It is spilling over. We must take care not to be pushed aside by it. I walked with the party, giving my life. Now it is time to reconsider much of the programmatic and tactical baggage. I say that once the Constitution is achieved, I will become a consistent legalist. As for keeping BO under arms, these are just words. It is impossible to keep BO under arms. I listened to the members of the Central Committee, and I take responsibility. The combat organization has been dissolved. Azef sat down heavily and took an unsmoked cigarette from the ashtray. 2. When the meeting was over, Savinkov, extremely agitated, approached Azef. What do you mean, you dissolved BO? And you haven't heard all this talk? How can we continue the business? Azef smiled kindly, patting Savinkov on the shoulder. Don't worry, sir, we'll find work. Chernov approached them. Ivan, let's go have a bite at Libert. Let's go, Pavel Ivanovich, let's drink to the repose of BO. Azef said nasal. Chernov, Savinkov and Azef were sitting in the reddish restaurant Libert. It was reddish from the red lamps, from the floor covered with red cloth. The table was far away. There were no people in the restaurant, except for a woman and a man kissing in a semi-dark booth. What a manifesto. We chatted all day, didn't even notice that we hadn't eaten. I tell you, this is a manifesto. A real one. Viktor Mikhailovich was saying. Azef ate without listening. Yes, interesting times. I'll go to Russia myself. I'll see for myself how it's going. The news is good, but my eye is a level. If there is a real constitution, we won't have to work. Azef croaked, spitting out his veins onto his plate. Why are you so pessimistic, Vanya? Who's going to work? Huh? The cadets. They'll push us out. You're acting crazy, fat man. You're acting crazy, Chernov said. Although you know, some of the comrades have already called you a cadet with a bomb. You'll see. No, what a monstrous mistake the Central Committee is making. You will understand this in 6 months, in a year, I assure you. But then it will be too late, said the pale, agitated Savinkov. And you are still talking about your own. Each about what? The blacksmith about coals. You are exaggerating, Pavel Ivanovich. You are exaggerating, my dear. No mistake was made. The right thing was done. Reasonably, coolly, although of course, without aesthetics. Chernov smiled. It is not a matter of aesthetics, Viktor Mikhailovich, but of sound policy. You abandon terror when it is most needed. And if you want to talk about aesthetics, then I will tell you that combat must be understood. Now a combat force has been created, but in a year you may not be able to create it. People have gotten along, worked together, trust each other. And finally, people have given themselves over to terror. And now what? Will you make clerks? We have this attitude towards a terrorist. Savinkov laughed painfully. If you are needed, go, hit, blow up, offer your forehead. The need is over. To hell with you. They don't take you into account, and the fact that you may have thrown away your soul with bombs doesn't count. There is no change. Oh, soul. The soul may be good, but when it lives slowly, the breadwinner, Boris Viktorovich. I see that your business here is not so much revolutionary party as personal, my dear fellow. Well, of course, there are all sorts of personal dramas. Well, you fell in love with a bum and it's a pity to part, laughed Chernov, but to part, even if it is temporary, but necessary, nothing can be done about it. The thing is too clear. Autocracy, struggle, poetry, romanticism of sacrifice, awakening the masses with heroism, all this, father, we understand. It's not a bad thing and also a beautiful thing. I'm telling you frankly, it's a beautiful thing. That's why you wear the halo of hero. They say, the halo is not given for free either. But new horizons have opened up, and you give in. It's a pity to throw away the bomb. It's a pity to part with it and with the halo. You'll forgive me out of friendship. The halo is also an attractive thing. What can I say? We are all people. Everyone is human. We probably painted a beautiful death. Death for Russia. Like Jaeger. Like Ivan. Yes, no, nothing can be done about it. And as for invading the Winter Palace, blowing ourselves up with dynamite belts, that's such desperate romanticism. It's horrible. I understand, of course, that you want to pronounce some kind of dynamite crescendo. Without it, it seems, a blot will come out, but it's all to no avail. An empty sentence, a personal drama, personal. After a hearty meal, Azef picked his teeth with a toothpick. It was hard to tell whether he was listening or not. Azef stared at one point on the seat of an empty chair. Well, at least it is personal, Savinkov said. I understand that the Central Committee cannot take into account all personal dramas. But the thing is that a personal drama, as you say, is a drama of all the militants, and there are about 50 of them available, quite determined people, I suppose, people who do not want to abandon terrorism. Tell me, what should I and my comrades do now? Kill Dernovo. You forbid it. Kill Witt. You forbid it. Kill Nikolai. It also turns out to be inappropriate. So what? Savinkov spread his hands. Maybe you won't forbid me one thing. To go up to some gendarme Tutushkin on the street and put the last bullet into him. I hope this won't upset the cards in your game, won't it? And after all, it's grist to the mill of the revolution. Tutushkin is not Dernovo, not Witt, not the Tsar of all Russia. He will pass unnoticed, but for me at least it won't be a betrayal of the whole past. Well, I won't take it upon myself to answer that. It's up to you. The owner, Chernov, burst into laughter and demanded a glass of Benedictine. Let's go, Azef said, yawning like a hippopotamus. Wait, fat man, I'll have a drink and then we'll go. 3. Geneva was asleep. The streets were quiet, sleepy. Ruverden, along which Azef and Chernov were walking, was gradually fading. A black cyclist was riding. Reaching a lamppost, he raised his pole. The block of the street was plunging into darkness. The black man rolled on. He passed Chernov and Azef without paying attention. They were walking in complete darkness. All these Tutushkins, the Winter Palace, of course, are nonsense, Azef rumbled. We must end the terror, that's true, but there's still one thing left. It would make sense, logically completing the struggle, and politically it wouldn't hurt. What are you talking about? Blow up the security. Huh. The street was empty, dark. The blind slammed. Everything froze. What do you think, Victor? It's a worthwhile thing, right? Who can object? The security is a living symbol of everything base and vile in autocracy. And understand, it's easy to do. Under the guise of a carriage with prisoners, bring 5 pounds of dynamite into the courtyard. RRR. It's a necessary thing. Think about it. They were standing on the corner. The blue dawn was already spreading. The city was cut through the fog. The fog was moving towards the sky. The buildings were exposed. People were appearing in a hurry. No, Ivan, I don't know. Perhaps it's not necessary. No, it's important, Victor, very important. I'll come back to this plan. Think about it. 4. Except for Gotz, who was confined to his chair, all the socialist revolutionaries were leaving for revolutionary turbulent Russia. They were leaving with excitement and hope. Azef was leaving, Savinkov was leaving. At the Majestic Hotel, Azef's suitcases were already packed. He was rereading a letter from the singer of the Chateau de Fleurs, Hedi de Hero. Of course, Hedi was not de Hero. She was simply Hedwig Emmler from the Saxon village of Friedrichsdorf. But among the cocottes of the St. Petersburg chantants, Hedwig thundered like La Bella Hedi de Hero, and, having become the girlfriend of Grand Duke Kirill Vladimirovich, she even went with him to the war with Japan. Good morning, Henshin. 7 o'clock, now you get up and yawn because it is still very early. After tea, you walk in the beautiful park. I asked you how you are. I think you are fine. Your health is better than it was last time in Petersburg. Well, now I get up. It's after lunch. I lie down on the table on the balcony. I see light clouds. I see the Eisenbahn. I am sad that I cannot come to you. But I know we will see each other and I am very happy about it. I remember that you do not like chocolate, but I know that you like hot tea and I will brew it for you. I am very happy to receive your letter that you have improved your health well. I want to give you a wonderful kissin. I know that you really need to lie down with this kissin. Please write to me in German. Hetty. Azef took out a postcard, an ordinary carte postale, with an image of a low-cut gorgeous brunette. In her hair is esprit. Her teeth are exposed in an upturned smile. Hetty is very plump, but beautifully shaped. Even looking at the postcard, Azef felt excited. His mouth parted with a stretch of pleasant memories. He knew the thrown-back neck, arms, legs, lips. They met Hetty at the aquarium, before Plev's murder. They ate pineapple. Azef loved Hetty, and he sat down to write a reply. Mean Suez Pipel. Do you understand and know how I dream of you? Here in front of me now is your postcard, which I kiss. Oh, how I would like you to be with me, how nicely we would spend time. I don't care about money, but I still found you a beautiful mink coat, the kind you wanted to have. Mean Suez Pipel. You must furnish our apartment comfortably, just as you and I love. I will send you money, I will have money. Before my arrival, I will then send you a telegram. Buy the furniture that was deposited with Podyachev on Zvrinskaya when you get the money. We will have a wonderful time in Petersburg. I will relax with you, we will not part. How I dream of spending those nights with you again, like before. I imagine you, I kiss you in my mind often. And you, how are you behaving? Look, I don't like your old acquaintances, and please don't meet with them. It's time to be solid and stay endig. I was unlucky here once. I wanted to win for you at the casino. I played for your happiness, so that we would have even more fun in Petersburg. Surprisingly, everyone is happy, but Daddy never. On the second go they ripped me off. You understand how angry I was. Well, I will write to you soon. Remember and think about your mushy pushy. All my lives Pipel. Daddy tickles with his rough mustache. Your arms are empty. Azef, smiling, sealed the letter, licking it with his thick tongue, and slightly rolling his eyes. 5. Savinkov wrote, Dear Vera, I write to you dear, but I don't know myself. Are you dear to me or not? No, of course, you are dear to me, and therefore dear. Sometimes I think that now, when we meet, you will not understand me. You will not find the one you knew and loved. Perhaps you will stop loving the new one. Life makes people. Sometimes I don't know, are you alive? Right now I see autumn mud in Petersburg. The morning is gloomy. The waves on the Neva are leaden. Beyond the Neva a foggy shadow, a sharp spire, a fortress. I know, you live in this city. Sometimes I see nothing. People for whom life is glass are heavy. I left recently. I was at night on the shore of a lake. The waves sighed sleepily, crawled onto the shore, washed the sand. There was fog. The edges melted in the whitish mournful haze. The waves merged with the sky, the sand merged with the water. The wet and the watery embraced me. I didn't know where the end, the beginning, the sea, the land were. No stars, no light, gloom. This is our life. Faith. I don't know what the law of this gloom is. They say you need to love a person. But what if there is no love? Without love, you can't love. They talk about sin. I don't know what sin is. It's hard for me sometimes. Because everything in the world has become alien. I can't write to you about many things. The last few days have become harder. I remember I was in the north, then, in Norway, when I fled from Vologda. I remember coming to the first Norwegian fishing village. Not a tree, not a bush, not a grass. Bare rocks, gray sky, gray gloomy ocean. Fishermen in leather pull wet nets. It smells of fish and blubber. And everything around, fishermen, fish, ocean, are alien to me. But then I wasn't afraid. I had mine, somewhere. Now I know. There is nothing of mine in life. It even seems that there is no life. Although I see children, I see love. It seems that there is only death and time. I don't know what I could do in a peaceful life. I don't need a peaceful life. I need it. If I do, then not a peaceful one. I don't want a peaceful one for myself or for anyone. I often think about Yannick. I envy his faith. He is holy in his death, like a child. He believed. Therefore, there was truth in his torment. But I don't have this. It seems to me that I will not die like him. People are different. Holiness is inaccessible. I will die perhaps at the same post, but a dark death. For in bitter waters, wormwood, there are ships with a broken stern and without a final destination. I don't believe in heaven on earth or heaven in heaven. But I want a fight. I need a fight. And so I fight for nothing. I fight for myself. In the name of the fact that I want to fight. But I'm bored of loneliness, of glass walls. I'll probably come in about 2 weeks. I want you to live near me. Do I love you? I don't know what love is. It seems to me that there is no love. But I want you to be near me. I'll feel calmer. Maybe this is love. Last Tuesday I sent you and a friend 200 rubles. Yours Boris Savinkov. Chapter 10. 1. In Petersburg, Savinkov settled, like Leon Road, on Ligovka in the furnished rooms of the Dagmar, colloquially called the Pipishkin rooms. In the morning he went to Srednya Podyacheskaya to the editorial office of Synod Chestva. There, the party bishops, in the tobacco smoke, decided how to give the land to the peasants with or without redemption. They shouted about wit the revolution, the manifesto of October 17. The militants gathered in the side room. Azef usually sat on the massive sofa, smoking cigarettes in the incense. It would seem to beat the two Tushkins. But Savinkov was overcome by melancholy. He walked around Petersburg, not looking back at the detectives, drank, had little money, a lot of sadness. Azef's plans. The explosion of the security, the arrest of wit, the explosion of telephone and lighting wires. He listened indifferently. What are you saying, Pavel Ivanovich? Azef rumbled discontentedly. Either two Tushkin dynamite belts, or you can't squeeze out a word. It's all nonsense, Ivan. We need to revive the fighting force. What's the point of all this? Is this really necessary now? Savinkov said as he left the meeting. Of course not, Azef groaned. So you think the fighting force will revive? Bent over from the rainy, dank St. Petersburg wine blowing in from the Neva, Azef muttered indistinctly. It doesn't depend on the Central Committee, but on wit. In my opinion, the old man will work for our mill. Azef coughed, drooling onto the sidewalk as he coughed. Having cleared his throat, he caught up with Savinkov. The sounds of violins were flying out of the Carmen restaurant. On the 16th line, the Carmen seemed cozy in this Petersburg frivolity. Azef entered the restaurant, filling the door with himself, brushing against the door frames. Savinkov followed him. What's wrong? They looked at the map when the footman babbled with a child's toothless jaw about how there were no more rams and no more pigs either. Me, my dear fellow, an omelette. My stomach is upset. Azef laughed loudly. That's why we need to revive the fighting. That's not the point, Ivan. There is no money. There will be money. Where will you find it? Don't be afraid. I will not become a provocateur. The point is that I believe in nothing but terror. I gave my strength to the cause, and now when I need to show wit, terror. Suddenly lay down arms because of some tactics. It's treason. Don't be a sir. The time will come. Do you want some money? Azef pulled a crumpled 100-ruble note out of his vest. You're a sir. No mix-up, Borya. Azef laughed slyly from under his brows. You've taken to impersonating the English, so you can't really put him to any job. It's boring and prose, or bombs, or verses. Azef shook his belly laughing. You're so polished. It's not for nothing that they call you a cavalry guard. I don't like democratic snot and lousy hair, Savinkov muttered. He ate his scrambled eggs with gusto. Once, he suddenly smiled. You know, I remember it as if it were yesterday. A comrade runs up to Tyutchev, and in my presence she just starts barking. Nikolai Sergeyevich, imagine, she says, I'm walking along Nevsky Prospect right now. Savinkov imagined the breathless woman. I see, she says, Azef in a reckless cab, in broad daylight, arm in arm, with a lady of easy virtue. Well, and Tyutchev? Azef rumbled. He spread his arms. So, he says, it's necessary for business. And another time someone protested because he saw you in a box at the Alexandrinsky Theater, sitting, he says, Azef with a lady on the dress circle, in full view of everyone in a tuxedo, with a huge diamond on his finger. Ha ha ha. By the way, I don't understand, Ivan, why do women love you? Huh. Your mug, frankly, is not apostolic, and they don't love you. Women are sensitive, Azef said with a smile. They sense the soft bone in you. That's why they don't go for you. He laughed with a rattling laugh. The restaurant was filled with the smells of beer, vodka, and cooking. But they didn't want to go out. They were sitting in the corner. You could see through the window how the light rain was lashing down on the street and the haze was rushing, covering the street. Azef was puffing and smoking. Tell me, Ivan, only honestly, do you have faith or not at all? Savinkov said. What faith? Well, in our cause, in socialism. In socialism. Azef rumbled, his dark eyes laughingly examining Savinkov. Everything in the world, sir, ist ein Messer, unkable fridge. Well, of course, it is necessary for the youth, for the workers, but not for you and me. It's funny. And may I ask you, Comrade Savinkov said, squinting with the coals of his Mongolian eyes, I think you are the head of the combat committee preparing an armed uprising in the fight for socialism. They both laughed. Let's go, Borya Azef said, and stood up noisily. 2. A sharp, swirling wind engulfed them in the street. The sheet metal on the roof rattled. A wet, shiny horse-drawn tram passed. After it, it became dark outside. The military has a lot to do, Azef said in the surging wind, pulling his bowler hat down tightly. With the secret police, and now with Dulbov. What's wrong with Dulbov? Savinkov said, turning away in the wind. Quiet insanity, he's gone mad. The gendarmes transferred him to the St. Nicholas Hospital, where he writes notes. The notes are nonsense, complete gibberish, but he calls them by the right names. Our doctor is reporting it now, and the gendarmes will sniff it out. That's bad. It's a pity about Pyotr, but nothing can be done. He needs to be neutralized, Azef said, turning up the collar of his coat. Pyotr, holding the bowler hat, Azef, turning his body to Savinkov, said, well, of course, Peter. He won't live long anyway, and he can cause enormous harm. Kill. Well, yes. What are you saying? He's crazy. A black, wet wind blew at them. Both of them turned over from it, backed away a few steps. And did you forget Tatarov? Azef muttered in the darkness, that's also a thing. On the corner, huddled under leather jackets, the cabbies dozed. Azef and Savinkov embraced, kissed each other and parted until tomorrow. 3. 2 days before the signal for an armed uprising in Moscow, the new Governor-General Dubasov arrived there from Kursk and Yevno Azef from Petersburg. The uprising was suppressed, and when Presnya was still smoking with blood, having fled from Moscow and St. Petersburg, the Central Committee of the Socialist Revolutionary Party opened a congress at the Imatra waterfall, in the Turasin Hotel. Azef sat gloomy at the congress sessions. Oh, Ivan Nikolaevich, I wish we hadn't given Moscow to the Semenovites. What can you do? He spread his fin like palms. That's how things turned out. Azef didn't give speeches. After Moscow, he knew his strength. He waited for requests. The requests came. The new combat team included women. Maria Benovskaya, Rachel Lurie, Alexandra Savastyanova, Ksenia Zilberberg, Valentina Popova, Pavla Levinson, men, Savinkov, the Vnorovsky brothers, Moisenko, Shilrov, Zilberberg, Voynikov, Gorisin, Abramgotz, Mikhail's brother, Zenzanov, Kudryavtsev, Kalashnikov, Samoilov, Nazarov, Pavlov, Piskarev, Zatsazanov, Yeager's brother, Trigubov, Yakovlev and worker Semyon Semenovich. Azef made Finland the base for manufacturing shells, and the first acts, murders, were Dubasov, General Min, P.I., Rakovsky, Minister Dernovo, Admiral Chuknin. 4. At the safe house on Fershtadskaya, Savinkov, having arrived with Maria Benovskaya, found Azef gloomy and upset, and he himself was worried, having not found Ivan Nikolaevich anywhere for 4 days. How worried I was! Ivan Savinkov shook Azef's hand with both hands. The fragile blonde Maria Benovskaya also shyly shook Azef's hand. We were so worried, Ivan Nikolaevich, she said and blushed. Azef frowned. He didn't even look at Benovskaya, he puffed. They were chasing me like a hare. You are careless, Ivan. Yes, Ivan Nikolaevich, and on your part it is a crime. Benovskaya is beautiful, slender, with an aristocratic manner, and a good upbringing. Azef pierced her with his right eye. A crime, he muttered, smiling. It's good that it ended this way. You, relying on your non-revolutionary appearance, neglect the primitive rules of conspiracy, Ivan. You can't do that, my dear fellow. You have to be more careful. What is it, an accident, or were they chasing you as the head of the BO? What do you think? How should I know? Azef muttered reluctantly. The fact is there, and how they hang me, as the head of the BO, or as a member of the Central Committee, it's not so important. Why did Benovskaya look at Ivan Nikolaevich with love? Before joining the BO. She was a Tolstoyan Christian, recognizing the fight against evil by violence. Now, without parting with the gospel, she has become a terrorist. The comrades did not understand how this strict girl came to them. She loved Ivan Nikolaevich as the head of the terror, which she had faced fearlessly, fighting for the happiness of Russia and humanity. Stop joking, Ivan. Don't you have any suspicions? Azef had been waiting for this question for an hour. What kind? What are you talking about? About provocation. About provocation. Azef raised his dark eyes to Savinkov and broke into an ironic smile. Ha ha ha. Of course there are no suspicions, because it is clear even to a child. The party exposed the provocateur, leaving him free. So what do you think? The provocateur, a fly, a fragile schoolgirl who faints from fear. Do you think, Azef said, frowning and distorting himself, that Tatarov is not working, that he abandoned his business, got scared and sat down in the best? I'll bet my head off that it was his hand. He will send us all to the gallows. But what if the Central Committee wants it? Let's go to the gallows, too. Azef puffed on his cigarette. But has he been exposed? Benovskaya asked excitedly. An absolute provocateur, Savinkov snapped. And after thinking, he said, Ivan, if we have followed the orders of the Central Committee several times, then now that the blow has been swung over BO, we have nothing to be ashamed of. With your arrest, all the planned acts will be thwarted. We must protect ourselves. What do you mean? What do you think? Azef asked reluctantly. Kill Tatarov, that's how, Savinkov said, staring intently into the convex, dark Azef's eyes. What was needed had been said. Azef was silent. He puffed, finishing his cigarette. Then, throwing it on the floor, crushed it with his boot, and lit another. I think you will understand, Boris, that it is inconvenient for me to raise this question myself. Tatarov, in order to save himself, accused me in front of Chernov. So what? I will put myself in an ambiguous position. They may say that I am removing from the path a man who accused me of treason. What nonsense. Benovskaya's pale face suddenly turned pink. Her eyelashes occasionally trembled, as if she wanted to say something and could not utter it. No, it is not nonsense, Azef spoke slowly, lazily. I am scrupulous. I cannot conduct this case. Then you yourself understand that Tatarov is not a general, not a governor. He is a comrade, a former one, but still, he has a name, a biography. Killing him is not so easy. Let's drop all this psychology. Savinkov waved his hand. All this is true. Tatarov is not a general, a former revolutionary, great. But he is a traitor. With the surveillance of you, a blow has been struck against BO. He must be diverted. So, Tatarov must be killed. It is clear as arithmetic. I finally don't understand why it is easy to kill a general and not so easy to kill a provocateur. These are people of the same bank. Well, psychologically it may be somewhat more difficult to kill a provocateur, that's all. The murder of Tatarov is more important now than the murder of Dubasov. Azef did not look at Savinkov. He waited. If, as you say, it is inconvenient for you to stage the murder of Tatarov, let me take it upon myself. Azef was silent. I don't know, he answered. Complications with the Central Committee may arise. We don't give a damn about complications. BO is under threat of the gallows, and we will still have to think about incoming and outgoing ones. If you are sure that it is necessary, take it. Azef threw the smoking cigarette butt out of the mouthpiece and crushed it again with his boot. But what do you think? Is it necessary or not? Savinkov said irritably. I think it is necessary, Azef said, rising heavily from his chair. 5. Savinkov, Benovskaya, Moisenko, Kalashnikov, Voynikov and Nazarov went to Warsaw to kill the provocateur Tatarov. The plan was simple. Savinkov came up with it while walking along the streets in the yellow steam of the St. Petersburg winter. In Warsaw, Moisenko and Benovskaya rented an apartment on Chopin Street in the name of the Kramer spouses. Savinkov will invite Tatarov to testify, and they will kill Nazarov, Voynikov, Kalashnikov. Voynikov is a Moscow factory worker, strong, with high cheekbones. Nazarov is also a worker, taller than Voynikov, light and tall. Both are strong. But the first blow was given to the absent-minded student Kalashnikov. He insisted so much that the blow was given to him. 6. Savinkov walked past the monument to Jan Sobieski, twirling his cane. At the apartment with an iron plaque Archpriest Yuri Tatarov, he pressed the button for a long time. While waiting, he thought about nothing. Mother Avdiya Kryovna was in a hurry to put on her shoes. She couldn't get her right foot in. But she really didn't want her son to go out to open the door. He'll catch a cold, Lord, she whispered, and he's just gone to rest. And she almost ran, softly squelching her shoes. Excuse me, please, said the beautifully dressed gentleman, standing in front of Avdiya Kryovna. May I see Nikolai Yuryevich? Avdiya Kryovna liked the gentleman very much. Quietly, smiling like an old woman, she said. He lay down to rest, my son. Well, you still go into the hall, I'll tell him. Wiping his feet on the rug so as not to leave traces, Savinkov went into the hall. The hall was small, with ficuses, geraniums, cacti, with albums, plush tablecloths, screens, portraits of clergy. When the door creaked and Tatarov's solid figure stood on the threshold, Savinkov was looking at the portrait of a monk in a klobuk above the sofa. "Oh, is that you?" Tatarov said hesitantly, surprised, and Savinkov saw. He turned pale. "Hello, Nikolai Yuryevich," he said cheerfully, shaking his hand. "Sit down," Tatarov said. "I have business with you." "Please," Tatarov said, lowering his head. He looked at Savinkov's striped trousers and noticed that his boots were dirty. He goes without galoshes, Tatarov thought. "You see, Nikolai Yuryevich, the members of the investigative commission on your case, all except Beck," Savinkov suddenly but naturally lied, "are now in Warsaw. I believe that in order to rehabilitate you, it is necessary to arrange an interrogation so that you can defend yourself, and we, for our part, could clear up the matter. New information has been received that greatly changes the case in your favor. My comrades have instructed me to come to you and ask, do you want to give evidence?" "I can't add anything to the data already given," Tatarov said without raising his head. Savinkov looked at him, again as in Geneva, imagining how he would fall to the ground with a noise under the blows of his comrades. "But I am telling you, Nikolai Yuryevich, we have new information at our disposal. For example, you pointed to a provocateur in the party. We now have data that could, perhaps, finally exonerate you." "Yes, I spoke about a provocateur. And now I will tell you, the provocateur is Fat Azef. Where did you get this information?" "This information is reliable. I have it from the police. My sister is married to the bailiff Semenov. He is good with Rotev. I asked him, as a personal favor to me, to inquire about a secret agent in the party. He found out the provocateur is Fat Azef. Well, you see," Savinkov said, "if you could document this, although I will say frankly, I personally do not completely trust the police source." "I understand, but here, Boris Viktorovich." "I understand, Nikolai Yuryevich," Savinkov interrupted, "but the analysis of this material is a matter for the investigative commission in Korpor. I was instructed to invite you. Do you want to come?" He saw how Tatarov was worried, fiddling, and rumpled his beard. "Who will be there?" "Chernov, Pyuchev and me." "Who else?" "No one else." Tatarov was silent, thinking. "Okay," he said. "I'll come. What's the address?" 10 Chopin Street, Kramer's apartment. "Ask for Mrs. Kramer." "Okay. At 8. At 8. Avdotya Kryovna was looking through the crack in the hallway. "Tell me," Tatarov suddenly stopped Savinkov, saying quietly, "how is it that you suspect me and aren't afraid to come to my apartment? After all, if I'm a provocateur, I can give you away, right? But did I tell you that we suspect you? I don't believe it for a minute, Nikolai Yuryevich. That's why the commission came, to find out once and for all." "Well, goodbye," said Tatarov. "Goodbye, until tomorrow. Only, please, don't be late." Savinkov walked lightly down the stairs, where the janitor was lighting a kerosene lamp. On the street, Savinkov was overcome by a feeling of a job well done. Tatarov will be in Kramer's apartment at 8:07. In the house No. 10 on Chopin Street. The excitement began at 5. And at 6, Benovskaya sat down in the living room in an armchair. She was pale. Probably the night had not fallen. Kalashnikov walked around the office, then whistled something, then went out into the corridor. In the far, empty room, Savinkov was bent over the table, writing something. Nazarov and Voynikov were drinking tea. They had been friends since their youth, when their fathers brought them from the village and sent them to Sarumovsky as boys. "No, Shurka, there is no truth in the world." Nazarov bit off the sugar with his strong teeth. "During the uprising, how many people were killed? Now little children are wandering around the world. They should all be bombed, that's what." Fedya, Voynikov shook his head. "That's all well and good, but still, brother, don't approach such a matter lightly. Such a matter must be approached in a clean shirt. Maybe even I am not yet worthy, for example, to serve the revolution, like Kalyaev." "Stop chatting, Shurka." Nazarov frowned. "In a shirt, not in a shirt. Need to kill. Need to. So, cover your tracks and go around like a candy bobber." Nazarov finished his drink, turned his cup upside down out of habit, wiped his face, and said, "Well, I'm leaving the yard." Having finished his tea, Voynikov sighed and said something like ee, and began to make noise with occasional kicks of his boots towards the window onto the street. "So, Maria Arkadyevna, you go out to him and take him to the living room, then he's cut off. I'll leave the office. Comrade Kalashnikov, tell me, are you sure that he's a traitor?" "Yes." "What about it?" "I'm afraid it's a mistake. It's terrible." "What a weirdo you are, Maria Arkadyevna." He betrayed his comrades, sent them to the gallows. No, I know, they need to be killed. There was a soft knock on the back door. Panovskaya and Kalashnikov shuddered. It can't be, it's too early, Kalashnikov said and rushed into the corridor. Panovskaya saw him clutching his pocket. She knew he had a Finnish knife in his pocket. Someone came in through the back door. What a shaky one. Panovskaya heard Nazarov's voice and laughter. You're late, damn it, you don't know the city. You got a fool of a cab driver, Moisenko was saying. Everything is fine, Comrade Moisenko, Kalashnikov said. Voynikov whistled quietly at the window. Everyone became wary. On the opposite side of the street, hiding his head in his collar, bent over, Tatarov was walking quickly. Panovskaya went up to the mirror and for some reason with a quick feminine movement fixed her hair. Tearing himself away from the manuscript, Savinkov listened to the whistle, waiting for the bell. He should ring now. But there was no bell. Nazarov froze to the glass in the yard, looking like a cat. Tatarov was standing right in front of the window, asking the janitor about something. Nazarov didn't realize it. Tatarov waved to the janitor and very quickly went to the gate. Everyone froze, waiting for the bell. Nazarov jumped off the stool like a cat, rushing into the living room. He's leaving, he shouted. What are you gaping at? Everyone rushed to the windows after Nazarov and saw Tatarov leaving. Ooh, bastard, Nazarov muttered. Kalashnikov stood there confused. Panovskaya looked at everyone strangely. She was unhappy. Savinkov came in at the noise. Gone, he said. Now he'll screw everyone over. We need to abandon the apartment right now. And if we catch up, what are you doing on the street? What, there's room on the street too. Drop it, Fedya, Savinkov said irritably. Let's abandon the apartment right now. He'll screw us all over. 8. The door to Tatarov's apartment did not open for a single ring. Nikolai Yuryevich returned pale. Without hiding his condition, he barely made it to the bed and fell. He could not stand it and said to Avdotya Kryovna, who was leaning over in alarm, Mom, they want to kill me, don't open the door. Kolya, leave me alone, Tatarov said, pushing them away with his hand. Avdotya Kryovna burst into tears and left, covering herself with her calloused fingers, stiff from old age. Tatarov lay with his eyes closed. His beard was unkempt and disheveled. Thoughts were beating monstrously, and not keeping up with one another. They collided, causing unbearable pain. Tatarov would like not to think. But what did the janitor say? That the husband and wife took off their clothes. That a young man came first, well dressed. All this could have happened. Then two people passed by, like workers in caps. Everything became clear. Savinkov was luring. The elegant Savinkov, calling him Nikolai Yuryevich, offering his hand, speaking intelligently, politely, was terrible. Tatarov felt sweat on his forehead, and as if a heavy hammer was hitting his head from the inside. It seemed that he could hear some noise rushing past, as if life itself was already rushing past Nikolai Yuryevich Tatarov. In order to free himself, he tried to get up. But his head began to spin and Tatarov fell on his elbow. 9. Savinkov and Nazarov were walking along Ogradova Street. But you say it's necessary. It's necessary. Then I'll kill you. With what? With a knife. At home. Otherwise where? And if you don't leave, Fedya, give it up. If yes, if you don't want to send me, go yourself. But you probably won't be able to. Nazarov laughed, revealing strong, yellowish, unclean teeth. Okay, Savinkov said, go ahead. But it's hard with a knife, don't miss. I'll see what I'll play with. I've got the whole tool with me. The bastard has gotten away. Huh. How many revolutionary people has he killed? How many comrades has he killed? Well, he won't get away from us either. Well, farewell, Fedya, Savinkov said, stopping. He was hurrying after his comrades to the Moscow train. Farewell. Oh, yes, Savinkov remembered, reaching for his pocket. Nazarov turned around. I didn't give you any money. What money? Yes, I need money. I have money. I don't need your money. Nazarov waved his hand angrily. Yes, take it. You're crazy with your money, Nazarov muttered as he walked. Savinkov stood there, looked after them, and smiling, went to the cabbie. 10. In Moscow, in the newspaper Rusko Slovo, Savinkov read a telegram. On March 22, an unknown man came to the apartment of Archpriest Yuri Tatarov and killed Tatarov's son. While fleeing, the killer seriously wounded the mother of the murdered man with a knife. So far, they have not been able to detain the killer. Chapter 11. 1. Azef had never been so cheerful as this spring in St. Petersburg. Ivan Nikolaevich's brain was mathematical. The calculations came together. They paid off with money. He lived with Kitty, and everything was joyful. He gave dynamite workshops in Saperny and Svechny to P.I. Ratkovsky. True, the relationship broke down. Ratkovsky even became careless in paying wages, not answering letters. But Azef was not worried, playing with his left hand. Azef rumbled to Pavel Ivanovich, who came to Kedya's apartment. A cozy atmosphere, Borya, huh. I like the bourgeoisie, Borya. The bourgeoisie. But I don't like the bourgeoisie. How can you like the bourgeoisie? You are a gentleman, an Englishman. Ivan Nikolaevich was very cheerful in those days, too. But the office of the head of the St. Petersburg Security Department, General A.V. Gerasimov, was interesting to the historian, psychologist and generally lover of the mysteries of the human soul. There are many interesting things in the general's office. Only no one enters the office. Even the gardist in St. George's crosses and medals, sweeps the floor, but General Gerasimov himself. Breakfast is not brought in, and when leaving, the general takes it from the chair. A.V. Gerasimov is stocky, tall, military style, with a wedged beard, with an upturned mustache. Eyes, grayish steel. There was also a habit. The general twitched his nose. The general came to the Moika, to the security office, in a well-tailored civilian suit. When, lost in thought, he sat at the office table, he looked like a large, whitish, but very cunning fish. 3. Azef got up early that morning. He went out in an excellent mood, humming Three Creatures of Heaven. He knew that there were 60,000 in the lion credit, that in the general confusion that had engulfed the crumbling empire, it was possible to issue acts that would take the breath away all of Europe. But what was so strange? Azef was going on business for B.O. at the corner of Gorokova and Gogol Street like an old, seasoned wolf. He felt something exciting, something unkind behind him. Azef couldn't turn his head. His neck was too short. So he quickly, as if biting off a blow, turned his whole body. 2 detectives were close on his heels. What the hell? Taking a wide step over a puddle, Azef walked down Gogol Street. The detectives were walking 20 steps away. Azef walked faster. He had to get to Nevsky on business. But he turned toward the Moika. Nonsense, they'll leave me alone, he muttered. But the detectives were on his heels. Azef turned toward Nevsky again. On Nevsky, he stopped at the music store Julius Shenrik Zimmerman, looking at the detectives through the window. The detectives stopped at the sausage shop. Azef moved. They moved too. Azef saw clearly. One red-haired, huge, probably one of the janitors. The other one was short, very broad in the shoulders, with crooked legs. What the hell? Azef muttered, feeling his back covered in sweat, and he was getting tired from walking and excitement. Cursing Ratkovsky with all sorts of curses, he walked with large strides, hastily swinging his pot-bellied body on thin legs. No one would have believed that this awkward, bulky, ugly businessman could walk with such ease. Azef knew that there were daredevils around the corner. He only glanced at the next one, realized that the black old man could still make a run for it in Petersburg, and jumping into the cab, muttered, "To Nikolaevsky Station." At that very moment, the detectives emerged and began to dart about. But the black mastodon, swinging his old frame from side to side, had already stretched his drunken legs and was racing Azef along Nevsky. "Bastard," Azef muttered. This was in reference to Ratkovsky. 4. Neither the next day nor the third day could Azef summon the actual state councillor P.I. Ratkovsky. A vein was swelling on Azef's forehead, a sign of excitement. Azef loved clarity. He noticed his preoccupation, absent-mindedness. He could not even be affectionate. He often went to the window. His eyes were faithful, covered with spies. "Do you want to tell me? Do you want to tell me?" The plump Petey pressed herself against Azef, kissing him firmly on the lips, just the way he liked. "Oh, weißt du, ich bin bisschen erkältet, ich weiß selber nicht, was mit mir los ist, ich fühl mich nicht wohl. Weißt du, ich bleib partage im Bett." He wanted to take care of me, and my little Piper wanted to take care of me. My arms are babies, my mushy pushy, my daddy Hetty kissed him. She put him to bed, and took Azef's letters to the post office. The worst thing was that Azef didn't understand anything. When he got up, he immediately went to the window. There was no one on the opposite side. He went to the toilet. The house was on the corner. There were no filers here either. Azef realized. There had been a mistake in the department, now it was clear. Singing "We Walked Along the Streets of Madrid," he went to Hetty and they laughed, fooled around, and caressed each other all morning. In a top hat, in a black coat that hugged his ugly figure, Azef left the house, shaved, perfumed. There was no surveillance. Near the restaurant Empire on Nevsky, where he wanted to go in order to call Savinkov, Azef was grabbed by the arms from both sides by detectives and gendarmes. Tearing away with all his weight, Azef shouted, "What does this mean? How dare you? I am Engineer Cherkasov. Do not resist," barked the captain with a brush of black mustache, and two gendarmes dragged Azef to the droshky. Azef glanced from the cab at those gathered at the sidewalk. It seemed that there were no acquaintances. Azef knew this road better than the gendarmes. They were taking him to the security office on the Moika, to the very house where Pushkin died. Azef knew this too. But he thought about the fact that sweat had appeared under the top hat and it was impossible to wipe it off. The gendarmes were holding him by the arms. 5. The top hat lay on a wooden table, cut with knives. The coat was hanging on a nail. Azef, in a blue suit, was lying on a bunk in a solitary cell. The gripping rage did not subside. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, General Gerasimov appeared on the threshold, in civilian clothes. Azef did not get up. Gerasimov sat down at the table and smiled, slightly twitching his nose. "I am the head of the security department, General Gerasimov. Please stand up and state your name," he said. The words fell like drops on the tin, without any expression. Azef jumped up from the bunk, his face distorted with anger. His eyes were turned far to the side, so that the iris disappeared. There were only yellow whites and this white light cut across his face. "I am Engineer Cherkasov. I live on Fershtadskaya. I demand an immediate explanation of why I am under arrest. And if you do not release me right now, I will complain to the minister." Well, Gerasimov shouted, hitting the table so hard that the mug jumped on it. "Not really. Stop bothering. And take the trouble to answer the questions." Azef stared at Gerasimov with his dark, shining, convex olives. In them, in Azef's everted lips, Gerasimov clearly saw laughter. Azef laughed nasal, rolling, unpleasantly. It was laughter at General Gerasimov. "I won't answer you, in any case," Azef said sharply in a nasal voice. "And be so kind as to send me the actual state councillor Ratkovsky. Pyotr Ivanovich. Will you give him evidence?" "I will," muttered Azef, pacing the cell. "Excellent," Gerasimov grinned. 6. It was a bit dark in the cell. Azef turned around abruptly at the sound of the door opening. Gerasimov and Ratkovsky were entering. "What does this mean, Pyotr Ivanovich? What kind of situation are you putting me in?" Azef shouted. "First of all, don't shout." Ratkovsky extended his hand. "There is no situation here. For you. It's not you who are walking under the gallows." Azef shouted, distorting himself, drooling on his twisted lips. "Let's say, unfortunately, I am too. You are guilty. You didn't answer. You abandoned me. With your stupid surveillance you put me in God knows what kind of situation in front of the revolutionaries. Don't worry, Evgeny Filipovich, everything will work out. Things were worse here than you and me." "Better," Azef muttered angrily. "Well, of course," Ratkovsky drawled calmly. "I'm up to my neck in work, so I didn't answer." Gerasimov, chuckling, looked at Ratkovsky and Azef. "Because of my busy schedule, I'll be communicating with you now. Here, Alexander Vasilievich, personally, so to speak," Ratkovsky said in a friendly but spiteful tone. "So, Alexander Vasilievich, I certify that the arrested man is an employee. The arrest was obviously made due to a misunderstanding." Ratkovsky smiled maliciously. "We need to train people so that they don't let their own down in vain. And now, what am I supposed to do here? You'll come to an agreement yourselves, won't you? I'll tell you one thing, he's an extremely valuable employee." Ratkovsky laughed hoarsely. Gerasimov was silent. Azef thought he saw something unpleasant cross the general's fish-like face. "And you, sir, don't be angry. Don't forget the old friendship." Ratkovsky shook Azef's hand. "You're boiling water, Filipovich, and how can a calm person get so worked up? It's not good, sir. In our work, nerves are the most important thing." Azef tried to free his small hand from Ratkovsky's sinewy, lifeless hand. He, for some reason, laughed again and left. "First of all, allow me to apologize for taking you for a revolutionary," Gerasimov said, sitting down at the table. "I fully understand your indignation. People are to blame. Pure chance. We must hope that in this best of all possible worlds everything happens, perhaps, for the best." Azef examined the general. His pipka was agitated. It seemed that his pipka was jumping from cheek to cheek during the conversation. "So, I will work with you. The principles of work are short. Few words, much action. I will, of course, release you today. I will give you the address. We will talk some evening." But I warn you, the general suddenly hit his palm in time with his words. You were playing with two hands, do not object. He raised his voice, I know. From this hour on, put a cross on the double game. Understood. I will not allow it. This is a lie and an intrigue, Azef said calmly. I did not conduct any other work. Conducted? No, I did not. Gerasimov looked at Azef. Azef at Gerasimov. A minute passed. Okay, Gerasimov interrupted, smiling with steel eyes. In any case, either serve only me, or... And Gerasimov swiped his hand across his neck in the same way as Azef swiped at the militant's reception. Understood, he said, not taking his steel slits off Azef's fleshy face. Azef tried his best to hide his excitement. He would have hidden it if it hadn't been for the sweat that had broken out. That's a lie. I've never worked for revolutionaries. Evgeny Filipovich, I keep my word. I know your information has always been valuable. I won't skimp on paying for my work. How much have you been getting paid lately? Very little. 500 rubles. Well, let's say that's not little. Many people get much less. Have you received bonuses for certain cases? Isn't that right? I don't have much money at my disposal. But, appreciating you, I'll increase it to 800 a month. Not much, Azef croaked hoarsely. I bet my head, it's not for 800 rubles. Gerasimov, smiling, saw that Azef agreed. Ha ha ha. Don't pull the wool over your eyes. After all, you live and will live on the party account, and it's bigger than ours. Ours will go to the Lion credit in cash. In a year, my dear fellow, 10,000 in salary alone. For 3, buy a factory, tie up your sorrows with ropes. You will be released at night. It is more convenient that way, said Gerasimov, getting up. Here is the address. Payite Limonovskaya 9, apt. 6, ask for daddy. Better by nightfall. I will check with other employees. Good deeds, good money. The slightest lie, please don't hold it against me. I will have to. Well, all the best, Evgeny Filipovich. And, in a straightforward military manner, General Gerasimov left the cell. 7. In a black coat, holding a top hat in his hands, Azef stood in solitary confinement. Without changing his gaze fixed on the floor, he muttered something to himself, waiting for release. From the dark gates of the security, the cabbie set off at a good pace. The way from the Moika to Stremyana, to Kitty's apartment, was long. It was late at night. Warm, melting snow was flying on the sidewalk. From the street lamps, the light from the windows, it seemed yellow. The dampness was continuous, heavy. In this fog of the capital it was impossible to breathe. In the sticky wind, wetness was flying. Huddled people in bowlers, hats ran with the gait of strange, imaginary silhouettes. And Azef, with his top hat and raised collar, seemed like a headless carcass in a fast cabbie. So he rushed to Stremyana. The cabbie, sharply reining in his horse, flew past Kitty's house. The horse slipped on the sidewalk and fell slipperily, rolling its legs, crunching its horseshoes on the stones. Ooh, damn it, Azef muttered, jumping out of the carriage. He couldn't figure out why the horse's fall was unpleasant. And she had already jumped up, shaking her back and stretching out, coughing. Azef glanced. There was a reddish light in the window. He began to climb the stairs with difficulty. But suddenly, at the second turn, he felt weak, his heart was pounding, and he stopped, catching his breath. Hetty, with her legs tucked up, in a warm dressing gown and soft slippers, was reading Hamsun's Victoria on the sofa. She couldn't read in the strongest places, and lowering the book, she whispered, "We Swiss." Azef's 3 calls caught her in this state. Hetty quickly rushed to the door. "Henshin I papaken. Gott's willin'," she screamed, hugging Azef, who had not yet had time to take off his top hat and catch his breath. "Last doc, less," Azef suddenly said rudely. He himself did not expect to greet Hetty like this. He sat down on a chair. A sharp cutting pain cut through his kidneys. He grabbed his lower back. Gott's willin'. Was ist los mit der? Oh, mein Gott. Hetty screamed in fear. Wincing in pain, Azef tried to smile. Say nicht bos, muschi, papaken hat schlecht gesagt, stretching his thick lips into a semblance of a smile, Azef said. And standing up, he kissed Hetty hard. 8. The police safe house on Panteleimonovskaya Street was furnished excellently. The general loved mahogany, Alexandrov wood, and he kept the furnishings in style. A dark man opened the door for Azef in the dark. "Is daddy home?" "Home." Azef recognized the voice and figure of the exposed provocateur of the Social Democrats, Nikolai. Gold glasses. "You are welcome, Yevgeny Filipovich." The general smiled, as if they had been friends for 20 years. Azef answered in exactly the same way. I barely found you, Alexander Vasilievich. Gerasimov was wearing gray camel slippers, a velvet jacket with Brandenburgs. His appearance exuded coziness. "Let's go, my dear fellow," he said, leading Azef through a suite of rooms. One was filled with cages on the walls, tables on the floor. "What is this you have there?" Azef muttered. "Birds," said the general. "Don't you like birds?" "Birds," Azef muttered. "I've had a passion for them since the real school. I was in the Kharkov real school for canaries. I'm relaxing. I just don't have the time," said General Gerasimov, leading him into a spacious office with low armchairs and portraits of emperors in heavy gold frames. "And aren't you interested in photography?" he asked, rolling a chair up to Azef. "No," Azef rumbled. "And I'm interested in photography too. I'm taking pictures." "Sit down, Yevgeny Filipovich. Make yourself comfortable, right here, my dear fellow." The armchairs, made according to the general's drawing, were magnificent, soothing. Drowning in black Morocco, Azef spread his legs across the carpet, rumbled. "You have a nice apartment, Alexander Vasilievich." "Nothing, I'm not complaining," Gerasimov replied, rummaging through the table. "And here's my work, I'm enlarging it. Are you unfamiliar?" And he threw the photograph, laughing. Azef was examining Savinkov's 13x18 portrait. "Have you seen this half-length portrait?" The general threw to the laughing Chernov, holding an album in his hand. "See, you immediately treated me to acquaintances." Gerasimov laughed, sitting down in an armchair, moving a smoking set between them. Azef lit the offered cigarette. "Well, I'll tell you straight out, Evgeny Filipovich, you gave me a hard time. In the heat of the moment I promised you mountains in the security service, but when I went to our excellencies, they were on me with both hands and feet. He says they've gone mad, that's almost a minister's salary. But conversations with me are short. I had to put the question point blank. Either I work with you, or not at all." Azef looked askance at the general, clearly seeing the little pip on his right cheek. "They, our excellencies, have, forgive the expression, the brains of sheep. But they know for sure that without General Gerasimov they will instantly become celebrities of the revolution. Ha ha ha. Without a transfer they will go to the best of all possible worlds. Well, so, they agreed to your remuneration in the end, but, of course, with great lamentations. It wasn't easy." "Alexander Vasilievich," Azef rumbled quietly, squinting in the blue smoke of his cigarette, "what do you want from me?" "First of all, Yevgeny Filipovich, let's get acquainted." The general smiled, catching Azef with his steely eyes. "This is the first thing. We are alone here. We can talk heart to heart, and for business, you know, to get along with a person, this is the first thing. I'll tell you straight. General Gerasimov is not an incredible blockhead like Rotev, and not a hardened scoundrel like your former boss, the deeply respected Pyotr Ivanovich Ratkovsky. Remember, it will come in handy. However, you will see for yourself, I have frankness and human relations in principle. Almost Marcus Aurelius said, in directness there is beauty. So that's it. Working with me is easy, and mere trifles are required of you. First, categorically, Gerasimov raised his finger. I forbid you to delve into other areas of party work, except for combat, the cornerstone. Even I am not obliged to report on the non-combat work of the party. Understood? Why? Azef rumbled. This, my dear fellow, is being covered without you, and it doesn't interest me. My work with you is combat-oriented, exclusively. After all, it's more convenient for you. Why are you so stubborn, huh? As you wish, Azef said, turning away from Gerasimov's eyes. That's what I want. The second thing is this. I know you from the best side. I'll tell you straight out, I consider you a man of great intelligence, enormous will, and most importantly, Evgeny Filipovich, a most amazing organizer. If you had, say, 10 people like you in the party, maybe they would have wrung our necks long ago. But it's too small, sir, too small, ha ha ha, more like calf-like delights and kicks. So that's it. And I'll say that I have a good opinion of myself. I don't consider myself a mediocrity. Besides, there is a point of application of forces. And that, you know, is always important. If we go hand in hand, Evgeny Filipovich, who knows, maybe we'll leave our names in Russian history. Not very interesting. Azef grinned with his sticky lips. How can I say? Is there really no vanity? What are you saying, my dear fellow? We're all weak in this place. Azef was tired of this probing. He spoke. Well, what exactly do you want? Specifically, Evgeny Filipovich, the following. From today on I will be absolutely aware of the battle plans. Absolutely. But don't worry, it won't be a bast paper. I know that you already have a career in the party. With my help you'll advance even further. I won't make an arrest without your consent. I won't lay a finger on anyone you need. I know that you have some damn nepotism there, worse than in our department. Your friend Chernov, for example, can walk around and chat as much as he wants. I won't touch Savinkov either. But I'll take and hang those who can be taken without loss. I'll even hang them with pleasure, Evgeny Filipovich. That's how we'll hatch the revolution. We'll buy some, we'll hang some. Not stupidly, but wisely. On my part, there will be the following conditions, Azef said, as if not listening to the general, that no one from the security service knows anything about me, so that there is no failure, and that the arrests of the militants I'll name are made before the assassination attempt, so that there are fewer gallows. I confirm the first. The second is already a detail. But I'll say it myself, I'm against unnecessary bloodshed and I agree with you even here, although of course I won't have to. And now, you see, Alexander Vasilievich Azef smiled an embarrassed smile, not looking at Gerasimov. You're putting me forward, fine, but aren't you putting yourself forward by this too? So I'm making a career for you, too. Of course, you have to pay for that. You're taking a monopoly on my information. You're putting me in certain danger. What do you mean? You said it yourself, to husk. Ah, ta. That's where you went, ta. Gerasimov laughed. You're probably talking about successful assassination attempts, right? Sir, where did you go? Ha. I'm glad I complimented you so much in advance. I'm glad. This way, without a change of pace, you'll probably make me a revolutionary. Ha. By the way, I was told, I certainly don't believe, that you, Evgeny Filipovich, met Pyotr Ivanovich in Warsaw, something like that, before. Gerasimov's eyes narrowed at Azef. Before the death of Vyacheslav Konstantinovich. Who do you take me for? Azef said frowningly. I never saw Ratkovsky in Warsaw. I was abroad. Ratev can confirm. It's all stupid chatter. Of course, Evgeny Filipovich. I was joking. People have no bones in their tongues. What won't they say? Although, of course, a search is such a delicate thing that if a person of bad moral principles is conducting it, he will always cross this fine line, you understand. And tell me, propose, the military is preparing something according to my information. Who is your, so to speak, of us next? There is nothing concrete, Azef said reluctantly. They are talking about Dubasov. About Dubasov, Gerasimov said slowly, thoughtfully. I am afraid. Have you forgotten my conditions, Evgeny Filipovich? Azef glanced at Gerasimov. He was running his finger along his collar. I repeat, Alexander Vasilievich, that this is a lie. Azef muttered. I will not work with such intimidation. I am not a boy. If you want to quarrel, let's quarrel. Now, I'm joking. Don't get excited. And if I agree to your conditions, then you can't feed a nightingale with fables either, Azef muttered. You like frankness, I say. I need money. What kind, Evgeny Filipovich? I won't do less than 2,000. A lot. For business or personally? For business. 1,000 at most. I'm going to Finland tomorrow, setting up workshops. What workshops? Dynamite workshops. How much? 2. And money. I say. 2,000. No, my dear, it's too expensive. Put one on the party account, so be it. On one, Gerasimov laughed, and standing up, unlocked the secretary with enticing clangs. I won't manage for less than 1,500, Azef rumbled. If you want, count it towards my salary. Oh, you're such an intractable person. Well, just for the beginning, just so you know, don't put any more pressure on me. And most importantly, don't forget anything. The general turned around, holding up the papers with the image of Peter the Great. And as he led Azef through the rooms, he said on the go, we've had a lot of trouble. I swear I've never had so much trouble with anyone, but I think it's not for nothing. Just don't get it into your heads that I'm a fool. You'll ruin the whole thing, my dear fellow. Azef groaned slightly from the thickness, putting on his coat. If by telegram, to the security, report here. If anything, drop by in the evening on a family note. If he's not home, check with the doorman at the Bear. Ask for Ivan Vasilievich's office. And right at the threshold, squeezing Azef's hand, Gerasimov said, last Friday, they were playing on the Severodonetsk and Maltsevs, on the stock exchange. I saw it with my own eyes. That's where I liked you. I immediately decided that I could do business with you. Well, you're a secretive person. Oh, I have to be careful with you, otherwise you'll blow me up. And Gerasimov, hugging Azef, patted him on the backside to make sure there was no revolver. Drop me a line from Finland. Okay, Azef muttered, leaving. Azef held on to General Gerasimov. But when he went outside, he felt a nervous breakdown, weakness. He understood that his plans were ruined. 9. Savinkov, with the Vnorovsky brothers and Shilrov, staged an assassination attempt on Dubasov in Moscow. In a tiny, ochre-colored house, squeezed into the greenery of the pines, Azef lived in Helsinki. The house was cozy. The air was sharp and fragrant. But Azef was worried. He imagined the general's pipka, a rope, the devil knows what. Savinkov rode up on a Finnish horse, mincing with its shaggy hooves on the silver, snowy crust. I was waiting for you, waiting, Azef rumbled, hugging and kissing Savinkov tightly. Azef led him into a small, sunny room. Outside the windows, pines, snow, a garden. Savinkov washed his hands. Azef, making tea, asked, "Who killed Tatarov?" "Voynikov." Fedya, Savinkov said, wiping his hands with a towel. "So, and I thought Voynikov. Like in Moscow." The sun flooded Savinkov through the window. Azef poured tea, offered Savinkov lemon and bread. "I'm living here as a bachelor, poorly. In Moscow, I don't understand the reasons, but it's bad, Ivan. We can't establish a regular departure. We're exhausted, worn out. I came to consult with you. In my opinion, the only way an assassination attempt could be accidental." "Nonsense," Azef frowned, his head sunk into his shoulders. "So they're not watching well if they can't establish it. And an accidental attempt is nonsense. I can't risk people for the sake of your impressions." "Impressions? You don't let and you don't know. The departures have become so irregular, surrounded by such secrecy, as if he knows that we are here. And with an accidental departure, success may be possible. We need to take someone from the workshop, let him prepare the shells. We'll wait for Dubasov to return from Petersburg." Azef puffed, his chest heaving with heavy breathing. He turned his whole body in the chair and muttered, "In general, nothing will work out for us now, I am sure of it." "Why?" Azef, stony, gloomy, winced, waved his hand. "I can't work anymore, I'm tired. I am convinced nothing will work out. Cigarette sellers, cabbies, surveillance, the same old red tape, nonsense. Everyone knows it. I decided to quit work, understand? Since Gershuni I have been in terror. I finally have the right to rest. I can't do it anymore. You can handle it alone. If you are tired, then of course it is your right to quit, but I will not work without you." Azef looked him in the face. "Why?" "Because neither I nor anyone else feels able to take responsibility for leading the Central Terror. You were appointed by the Central Committee. The comrades will not agree to work without you." Azef was silent. Savinkov spoke with conviction, proving that Azef's refusal meant the death of terror, and therefore of the party. Azef occasionally raised his bull-like head on a short neck and glanced at him. When he finished, Azef sat silently, snorting. "Okay," he finally said, lazily dropping the words, "have it your way, but in my opinion, nothing will come of it. If you want to abandon regular surveillance and count on Dubasov's chance trip, fine, go. Take Valentina from the workshop, she will go with you. Prepare the bombs. But in my opinion this is irrational, the organization is fragmenting. In any case, first of all, notify me by telegram. I will come myself and check everything." 10. That same evening Savinkov was driving from Helsinki to Terajoki. At the dacha, by the seashore, there was a dynamite workshop set up by Azef. Having dozed off at the station over a cup of tea, Savinkov set off for the seashore at dawn. He was carrying a wakeboard along a snowy road. The sleds rolled along the sharp turns. Not a soul in front, not behind. Forest, snow, sky, and skiers running past. The Finn knew the way. He quickly turned off the wooded road onto a little traveled snow strip. He stopped at a dacha with trimmed snow-covered bushes. Savinkov walked along a narrow path that the locals had trampled. It was quiet. A woodpecker was knocking in the garden. The pines were ringing in the light wind. The steps of the stairs creaked under his feet. Savinkov knocked on the glass door with a short knock. A woman who looked like a nun came out to meet them. Her face was yellowish and haggard. Her dark eyes were sunken. Her movements were calm. Looking at Savinkov, the terrorist Sasha Savastyanova said, "Come in, everyone is home." Savinkov found the owner of the dacha, Lev Zilberberg, in the spacious, bright dining room. "What a surprise! And we are like recluses here. What joy!" said the graceful, fragile Zilberberg. Their voices brought out Rachel Lurie, a thin, sharp brunette about 20 years old, and the laughing Valentina Popova. But Popova seemed pregnant to Savinkov, judging by her lips and plump figure. Everyone surrounded Pavel Ivanovich, greeting him and laughing. How young! What voices! How cheerful! What laughter! Sasha Savastyanova, working as a servant, was throwing a tablecloth on the table, bustling about, preparing an appetizer, putting on a samovar from the cold for a guest who had arrived. How are we living, huh? Savinkov patted Zilberberg. Yes, we are cooking. Zilberberg laughed. Tell me, what's going on outside? We've been here for a whole month without newspapers, haven't seen anything. Maybe we don't even have a czar there. Have they overthrown him? Zilberberg laughed. No, he's still sitting there. Show me the entire workshop, then we'll decide how long he'll sit there. And Savinkov and Zilberberg left the dining room, where Sasha Savastyanova was bustling about like a silent nun. The dacha had 9 rooms with a separate kitchen, 3 summer rooms upstairs. The ground floor was furnished for the winter. A rich dacha, with Karelian birch furniture, paintings, armchairs. So nice that many of the militants were even embarrassed. The master lives here, that is, me. The lady lives here, that is, Rachel. And this is the workshop. Not much, but you can work here. Zilberberg led Savinkov into a spacious square room, almost without furniture, with tightly drawn white curtains. Savinkov smelled the familiar smell of bitter almonds, which always gave him a headache. On 2 tables there were spirit lamps, primus stoves, copper hammers, files, tin snips, pipettes, glass tubes, sandpaper, and in bottles, neatly like in a pharmacy, there was sulfuric acid. In the corner were supplies of dynamite. And nearby, lined with paraffin paper in the form of candy boxes, tin cans, shell casings. Bitter almonds reminded Dora of her number in the Slavic bazaar. Kalyev, A Winter Day, Sergei's death, The Joy of Murder and Melancholy. Savinkov knew. Kalyev was hanged. Dora went mad in the casemate of the Peter and Paul fortress. Doesn't it give you a headache? He asked, pointing to the dynamite. It's a habit. Valentina has severe headaches. Me too, Savinkov said, remembering Dora, the night he came to her, and how, as they say, she asked for poison in prison and went mad, raped by the guards. Where is your wife? Savinkov asked, coming out of his reverie. Wife? Zilberberg asked again. She's abroad. I even have a 2-month-old baby. They write he's already smiling. I haven't seen him yet. Yes. Savinkov muttered. They entered a room that looked like a living room. In addition to the yellow furniture, there was a bed covered with a flannel blanket in the middle. Popova and Rachel Lurie were walking towards them. Popova shouted cheerfully, Pavel Ivanovich, come and dine. But you are used to refinement, and we have it simple. Sasha is even embarrassed, by God. Valentina, Sasha said angrily and laughed herself. They sat down at the large round table noisily. Savinkov had grown younger. He was almost a student, running beyond the Nevskaya Zastava to work meetings. Sasha was carrying a frying pan with sizzling fried eggs. Excuse me, comrades, something is not going well today, it seems. Popova was putting wooden coasters under them. How bad? It is not a matter of luck, but of quantity, Comrade Savastyanova. Hungry as a wolf. How about some wine? You don't have it. You won't need it in your work. Too bad. And we've become corrupted. We've gotten used to drinking too much, Savinkov said, laughing. Everyone laughed. They ate scrambled eggs, potatoes, meat that Sasha had overcooked in his excitement. And after dinner, putting his arm around Valentina's shoulders, looking at her laughing face with parted lips, behind which small white teeth were visible, Savinkov said, Comrade Valentina, I'll take you away. Do you want to? For business? Well, of course. Otherwise, what for? Savinkov briefly described their plan. Do you agree? What are you asking about? Why am I here? Just one question. Are you pregnant? The color flooded her cheeks, her forehead, as if it had even appeared through Valentina's eyebrows. It doesn't concern you, it's my business. You are wrong to think so. It concerns me very much, both as a person and as a revolutionary. Firstly, if you die, you will kill a living child. Besides, you may weaken and not be able to cope. It will be difficult. I vouch for myself. No, since you confirm it, I cannot take this upon myself. I also cannot change it. It is Ivan Nikolaevich's business. I will come tomorrow. But I am telling you frankly, do not be offended. I will insist that someone else go instead of you. If Ivan Nikolaevich appointed me, I will go. You have no right, Valentina said hotly. You are offending me as a member of the BO. I say that I am capable of the work. I can't. Valentina, let's not argue. In her room, restrained, stern Rachel Lurie was crying. The appointment should have belonged to her, and Pavel Ivanovich called Popova. 11. Azef was going to see General Gerasimov when Savinkov suddenly walked in. Savinkov realized from his slumped head, wrinkled forehead, and clouded eyes that Azef was in a bad mood. "Why did you come?" Azef asked abruptly. "Wait, don't come to me, I have a woman. Let's go here." They entered the kitchen. Azef leaned against the table and listened to Savinkov. "What nonsense," he muttered. "We don't care whether Valentina is pregnant or not. I can't conduct medical examinations. Since she has accepted responsibility, we must trust her. I am responsible for the entire case. Every detail is important to me. I cannot count on success if I doubt Valentina. I know Valentina, she will do everything. I repeat, I will not take a pregnant woman into the case." Azef burst out laughing. When he finished laughing, he said, "Take Valentina and go to Moscow right now. It's too late to change. Save your sentiments for others. That's too general-like, Ivan." Savinkov cried. "Here's my last word. Either I leave the organization or Rachel goes instead of Valentina." Azef stopped at the door. He looked at her mockingly, like a big gorilla. "Go to Moscow today. Got it," he said, and without saying goodbye, he went out. 12. 8 times, in the blue uniform of a Sumy hussar with a box of chocolates, Boris Vnohorovsky came out to meet Dubasov's carriage. Vnohorovsky's hair had turned gray, but Dubasov's carriage was slipping away. Savinkov, the Vnohorovskys, Shilrov, and Valentina Popova were exhausted, and then Azef arrived from Finland to Moscow to kill Dubasov. He scheduled the murder for the Empress's name day, so that when the orchestras would sound on the occasion of the name day, the bass trombones, cornets, and kettledrums would sparkle in the spring sun, the distinct infantry would set off, and, dispersing in a smooth trot, the horses would waltz under the cavalrymen. Then in the midst of the parade the bombers would close the paths from the Kremlin and Dubasov would ride to the bomb on a spring day. Gray-haired, even more handsome, Boris Vnohorovsky dressed in the uniform of a naval lieutenant. Azef handed him an 8-pound projectile so that Vnohorovsky would close Tverskaya from the Nikolsky gate. Azef gave Shilrov, dressed as a man in a hat with a briefcase, a projectile so that he would close the Borovitsky gate. And on the third track along Vozdvizhunka stood Vladimir Vnohorovsky, dressed as a commoner, waiting for Azef to bring a shell. The sounds of military marches flying in the spring air and shouts of hurrah filled Moscow. Vnohorovsky was worried. He did not understand how one could be careless. He clenched his sweaty hands. Spinning around, looking out over the crowd, Vnohorovsky could even seem suspicious. But suddenly the crowd recoiled. A platoon of coastal dragons in canary yellow peakless caps emerged. Dubasov's carriage was smoothly moving 2 steps from Vnohorovsky. Dubasov raised his hand to his cap. The adjutant turned to someone, smiling. But the closing platoon of dragons was already rushing along. And only then, not far away, in a cab, did Vnohorovsky see a plump, ugly man in a black coat and top hat with a cigarette in his teeth. Ivan Nikolaevich's cabbie disappeared. But suddenly a dull, underground rumble was heard. It was the gray-haired lieutenant who, seeing Dubasov's carriage leaving Chnishevsky Lane for Tverskaya Square, ready to disappear through the palace gates, rushed to intercept it, throwing a box of chocolates under the springs. Breathing heavily, not knowing how much he had given the cabbie, Azef sank down exhausted and frightened at a table in Filipov's cafe on Tverskaya. People were shouting around him, "The Governor-General! Killed! Dubasov!" At the ends of the square near the palace, near the dead trotters, Dubasov's adjutant Count Konovnitsin lay torn to pieces. In the distance, with a grey head, the bloody corpse of a young lieutenant strangely spread his arms. The wounded Dubasov was led by the arms into the palace chambers. 13. At 8:30 General Gerasimov was waiting for Azef. The general was walking around the parquet hall, in military attire. His spurs jingled abruptly, reaching all 6 rooms. Judging by his hands clasped behind his back and the spurs jingling too quickly, the general was agitated and impatient. When the bell rang in the hall, the general half angrily drawled, "I'm late," Azef said hoarsely, shaking raindrops off his top hat. "I've been waiting for you for half an hour." Azef, groaning, took off his coat, groaningly hung it on a hanger, rubbing his face with his hands, and followed Gerasimov. He seemed calm. The general, on the other hand, walked in front of him, preparing cruel words. Would you be so kind as to tell me where you were during the assassination attempt, Yevgeny Filipovich? Gerasimov said, when a smoking set stood between their chairs. In Moscow, Azef said, taking matches out of his pocket. He was even arrested in Filipov's coffee shop, which is not particularly witty. I left to seize the case. And you didn't make it. Gerasimov laughed angrily. Dubasov was saved by a miracle. Konovnitsyn was killed in front of the entire guard. Do you understand or not what they'll tell me at the ministry? Well, I know, Azef said lazily, but what do you want from me? I'm not God. I didn't give you my word that revolutionaries would never kill anyone. It's inevitable. Don't faint. Gerasimov shouted furiously. Are you forgetting? Smoke clouded Azef's face. It turned stony. Gerasimov fell silent, trying to suppress his rage. Evgeny Filipovich, he said quietly, in our work everything is built on trust. Today in the department Rakovsky said that the Moscow case is yours. Tell me straight. Did you have information that the assassination attempt was scheduled for the parade? And the gray steel eyes did not leave Azef's black eyes. Either you believe me or not, Azef said lazily. I wanted to seize the whole case. Dubasov himself is to blame. I indicated the route, told them to leave for Tverskaya from Bryasovsky as a precaution, and they left from Chnyshevsky. Gerasimov cracked his fingers, looking at the floor. Who set up the case? I don't know. But I know that Savinkov. Gerasimov shouted. Maybe Azef shrugged. I'll find out in the next few days, I'm sure. But do you understand what's happening or not? You asked not to take Savinkov because you need him. I didn't. And now, we are going through a complicated mess and Savinkov is killing in front of all of Moscow. So we won't get anything out of it except ourselves. Rakovsky, rest assured, he'll hint to whoever needs to know. That would be a deliberate lie on his part. But if you believe it, then arrest me. And Azef shook the ashes into the nickel ashtray on the cutlery. There was a long pause in the room. In Moscow, I learned that in Petersburg they wanted to cook at Durnovo. 3 cabbies were keeping watch. Gerasimov went up to the desk. One lives on Ligovka. I don't know the street. Dark-haired, Jewish, but not very typical. Leaves for the corner of Gorokova at 3 o'clock. Another one is a newspaperman, shaggy, Russian, in torn rags belted with rope, almost like a beggar, at Tverskoy Selo station. Durnovo should not ride in a carriage, let him walk. And take precautions on the way, otherwise it will be bad. Azef sat quietly, crossing his legs. A pink sock was visible. A sharp, patent leather boot with a high heel. Do you have more? The day after tomorrow I will give you exact data. You can take it. Gerasimov's excitement seemed to have passed. He knew what to say at the ministry, and folding the notebook, inserted a pencil into it. Can you guarantee that Dubasov's story will not be repeated with Durnovo? Let's hope so, Azef shrugged. But suddenly he saw that the general was smiling and the little pipka on his cheek began to dangle. I have patience, but not as much as you think, and more intelligence than it seems. In this case, my conditions are short. Hand over all the fighters in Durnovo. If at least one attempt is successful and your role is as unclear as in Dubasov, I will not spare you. We will write Dubasov down as a revolutionary account. There will be no more like him, not a single one. Savinkov has had enough of this. I will not allow him to wander around Russia and kill whoever he likes. I will take him no later than this month. Your job is to keep things quiet. Okay, said Azef, but we must not take him here. Send him away. You said you wanted to bet on Chuknin. Then send him away. We will send people from here. Azef felt as if the general was kicking the stool out from under him and he was hanging in the noose. I'll think about it, he said, but I don't understand your attitude. Intimidation. I'm not a boy. If you don't want to, I won't work, I promised you. Sir, fools are fed with promises. Azef took out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead. You can't work like that, he muttered. You need trust. He was breathing heavily. Obesity. I haven't received my salary for last month yet, Azef said hoarsely. Good luck, Evgeny Filipovich. The wine blew from the Neva. Stinging drops flew from the wet darkness. Azef looked around on the sidewalk. The dark distance of Petersburg spread out in the direction of the summer garden. He walked along the Fontanka to the French embankment. On the Neva, barges glittered with multicolored lights. Opening his umbrella, Azef went to the Trinity Bridge. 14. Before the convocation of the State Duma, the militants gathered for a meeting in Azef's Ochre house, agitated by tobacco smoke. The room was filled with smoke. There were bottles of beer on the table. Azef sat heavily, leaning his elbows on the table, like an ugly statue. Abram Gotz was developing a plan to blow up the house of the Minister of Internal Affairs Durnovo. He looked like his brother, but he was younger and stronger. There was intelligence and energy in his face and movements. Sensing opposition to the plan, he got excited. If we can't kill Durnovo on the street, if our surveillance methods are outdated, and Durnovo has taken on 10 times the security, we have to go for broke. We'll burst into Durnovo's place in dynamite armor. Ivan Nikolaevich, how are you? Savinkov said. Azef slowly dropped the words. Well, the plan is good, I agree. Only in open attacks should the leader go ahead. I agree if I go first. A sudden excitement was born. I don't understand, Ivan. Savinkov shouted, waving his cigarette. Whatever the plan, we can't risk the head of the organization. It's impossible, Ivan Nikolaevich. I have to go. And I will go, Azef muttered. In the smoke, in the shouts, in the smell of beer, everyone understood that the will of the head of the BO does not break like straw. And when the fighters, broken by the fruitlessness of the meeting, left, Azef detained Savinkov. We need to talk, he rumbled, and went to let the rest of his comrades out of the ochre house. 15. Left alone in the room, Savinkov opened the window. The silhouettes of the trees turned black. Instead of smoke, the room began to fill with the resinous smell of pine trees. Azef returned affectionate. He lay down on the sofa. Savinkov stood by the window. A minute passed. What a wonderful night, Savinkov said, leaning out. And his voice was heard louder in the garden than in the room. Azef came up, hugged him, and also leaned out the window. But he said quickly, okay, stop being so lyrical. The window closed, the curtain was drawn. I'm very tired, Boris Azef said. I'm waiting for the chance to lay everything down. I can't take it anymore. And I'm not tired. We're all tired. You're a different matter. You don't have that kind of responsibility. Azef yawned, rubbed his eyes, and stretched. But be that as it may, at least 2 acts need to be delivered before the Duma session, otherwise it's nonsense. It's a pity that Durnovo isn't being given. I don't understand why the surveillance began. Everything was going well, and now it's some kind of nonsense. In my opinion, they should all be taken down. What do you think? Judging by everything, surveillance is pointless. I think so too. We'll take them down. Azef seemed to think for a moment, then spoke with unexpected excitement. What then of our work? Dubasov is half-hearted. Durnovo is failing. Akimov is failing. Riman is unclear. So, are we paralyzed? The Central Committee can throw a reproach at us and will be absolutely right. We spent the money and nothing. Pennies remain. We must ask, and then they will say, what have you done? It's not our fault. This is not a question of whose fault it is. The important thing is, I'm thinking of sending someone directly to Min or Riman for an appointment. Yakovlev, for example, is a dashing guy, suitable. But in St. Petersburg, in general, you know, things are bad. What do you think about the provinces? We can do it in the provinces. Zenzanov says that Chuknin will be killed. But I don't believe it. They won't kill him. But Chuknin needs to be killed. That will rouse the sailors. Savinkov was silent. What do you think? It would be necessary. Someone needs to be sent. But who? Savinkov sat casually sprawled in his chair. His face was long and thin, his chest was sunken, his shoulders were narrow. Azef looked at him affectionately. You know what, Ivan, Savinkov said smiling. How about I go to Chuknin? I love Crimea, the weather is wonderful. You. Azef thought, but what about me without you? Well, what about it? Why don't you have people without me? They're all not the same, Azef winced. So it's all not the same anymore. Savinkov laughed, affectionately hitting Azef on the shoulder. What? Do you want to go to Crimea? Why not? I say, I love Crimea. I would take Voynikov, Nazarov. I don't know. No, Boris, I'll completely fall apart here without you. However, if you want. Chapter 12. 1. In a solitary confinement cell in the Sevastopol guardhouse, Boris Savinkov stood on a stool and, resting his hands on the high, narrow windowsill, looked at a square piece of blue sky. Even from Kharkov, he had imagined surveillance. But Nazarov and Voynikov disabused him. In Sevastopol, at the Wetzel Hotel, where he stayed under the name of retired Second Lieutenant Saadin, the pockmarked doorman was suspicious. But he considered it his own suspiciousness. And indeed, on the day of the coronation, everything happened incredibly stupidly. The day was hot. Savinkov went to the sea. He lay on the shore, looking at the convex, silvery line of the horizon. The waves crawled like dark lions, rustling foam on the soft yellow sand. Sailboats ran. In the distance, a small ship appeared, like a toy. Savinkov lay there for a long time. Then, on the way to the hotel, he heard a blow. The gun is firing, he thought, and he entered the lobby of the Wetzel. But on the stairs someone shouted, "I'll shoot you like a dog, don't move." And the landing filled with soldiers. They grabbed Savinkov tightly by the arms. The lieutenant's face with a faded mustache was very close. The lieutenant was holding a black revolver point blank. Savinkov saw a detective with protruding ears and bleary eyes. But the lieutenant pushed the detective away because he had stepped on the lieutenant's foot in the scuffle. "Take him in for a search," the lieutenant shouted, and Savinkov was dragged into the room and began to undress. 2. The realization that it was he, and no one else, who would be hanged in a day turned everything upside down in his soul. Standing by the window, looking into the latticed, blue square, Savinkov felt completely cut off from everything. Everything became alien, completely unnecessary. The most necessary thing was this window. I'll be dangling like an elongated reptile, and this reptile will look like Savinkov, like a failed photograph. Savinkov got off the stool, walked around the cell, and noticed that the peephole in the door was darting around. "They're spying," he stopped, and it became funny. "I'm in a blue robe, in stupid wooden shoes, what's there to spy on?" And, cutting through his consciousness, a thought suddenly passed. It doesn't matter. All that's left is to behave in court so that everyone knows how Savinkov died. Disgusting, he thought, they'll hang me. He remembered how long ago workers had hanged a dog on the estate. The dog writhed as they dragged him, twisted like a snake in a noose, then stretched out, sticking out its tongue. The worker came up, tugged at his legs, and something crunched in the dog. A tendon snapped or something. The footsteps of scalded feet were heard in the corridor. Rifles clanked, their butts hitting the stone floor. "They're coming." Footsteps and voices stamped near the door. The key spun. Savinkov saw the guard officer on the threshold. "Get ready to meet your mother." An old woman entered among the curiously looking soldiers with rifles, not in a hat as Savinkov had imagined her, but in a kerchief, with grey temples. And suddenly, the old woman, his mother, swayed. Savinkov rushed to her, knocking her shoes on the floor. Sofia Alexandrovna Savinkova fell into his arms and screamed sharply, strangely, high-pitched, "Mom, don't cry, our mothers don't cry." The soldiers at the door looked woodenly. The huge fellow even smiled. "Whatever the verdict, know that I have nothing to do with this matter. I am not afraid of death, I am ready for it." My God, how thin he is," thought Sofia Alexandrovna. "Borya, the case has been postponed, the lawyers have arrived. Vera will be here tomorrow, I received a telegram. The meeting is over." Feeling his mother's wrinkled cheeks, moistened with tears, on his lips, he released her from his arms. Sofia Alexandrovna quietly left, surrounded by soldiers. 3. Half an hour later, Savinkov saw Dvoynikov in the restroom. The escorts were smoking, talking about the replacement of the Belostok regiment by the Lithuanian. And they needed and were interested in this replacement. And Savinkov said to Dvoynikov, who had grown a prickly beard, "Oh, sure, it's nothing that there's a deferment. Well, they'll hang me on the 19th, not the 17th. Hang me," Dvoynikov muttered, trembling. "Everyone. And Fedya. And Fedya. And you. And me." Nodding his head down, as if from a short blow, Dvoynikov said quietly, "I feel sorry for Fedya." After a pause he added, "They took the watch during the search. They won't give it back. The watch is no use now, sure." The escort spat and shouted, "Well, guys, let's go." 4. Everything was clear. The gallows. But everything got mixed up when Vera was brought into the cell. Her eyes seemed so frightened that Savinkov thought, "She won't be able to stand it, she'll fall." But throwing her arms around his neck, Vera whispered, "Nikolai Ivanovich has arrived," and, kissing him tightly, she began to sob. It was desperately unbelievable. If only I could ask again. Looking into the loving face, into the dark, frightened eyes, Savinkov realized that he had not misheard. Nikolai Ivanovich Lev Zilberberg, the head of the Tyryak workshop, who has a 2-month-old daughter. The date is over. But this is a second in which only the expression in the eyes is remembered. In Vera's eyes there are tears, despair and something else. Is it really hope? Savinkov thought, walking around the cell. Why Zilberberg? Maybe she got it wrong. Instead of Nikolai Ivanovich, Ivan Nikolaevich. Azef. With terrible force the desire for freedom and life cut through his whole body. Savinkov even groaned. 5. At the safe house of the Central Committee, in the traditional smoke, listening to Zilberberg's plan, Chernov was distracted. Azef was sullenly silent. Natanson, waving his hand, was talking with a peasant who had arrived from the province. Zilberberg was seething. "I demand it on behalf of the militants," Zilberberg shouted. But why did Lev Zilberberg come up with the crazy idea of freeing Savinkov from the fortress? He knew him less than others. Only once, at the Imatra conference of militants, at a festive dinner, Savinkov wrote 2 poems between the hot and sweet ones on a bat. And when he read, the most joyful of all was the militant Zilberberg, who was so talented. "I demand Chernogrin at Azef. We are all masters of demanding. Young and green, Ivan. How are you going to free him from the fortress? Comrades." Azef began to speak. "I am the head of terror and Boris's friend, but I must say, no matter how dear Boris is to me, I am against the liberation plan. We must know what a fortress is and what a fortress guard is. Emotions are no reason for us to lose crazy money. Besides, along with the money, we would also lose workers like Nikolai Ivanovich. We are not rich in them. Our only goal is revolution. We have no right to be sentimental, even towards Savinkov. Yes, I would be the first to go and save him, but we have no means of salvation now, so there is no point in building Spanish castles." And yet Zilberberg sewed money and secret addresses into his belt, hurrying to catch the train. 6. The gendarme officers at the table were in full dress uniform, with thick epaulettes, aiglettes, and medals. The meeting of beautifully dressed people seemed solemn. In a tailcoat with a white plastron, the clean-shaven lawyer's pince-nez lenses gleamed. He did not spoil the impression of solemnity. "The court is in session. Rise." The chairman, General Kardinalovsky, said in a low bass. "Bring in the defendants." The door swayed. Sabers flashed. Among the sabers, Boris Savinkov walked with a light gait, holding a rose in his hand. The guards were taller than him. Seeing Vera and his mother among the public, Savinkov smiled at them and nodded his head. Behind, Voynikov and Nazarov walked more heavily. Their eyebrows were pressed together, their faces drawn together. "Defendant, stand up. What is your rank, name, and patronymic?" "Hereditary nobleman of the St. Petersburg province Boris Viktorovich Savinkov." Vera did not hear the answers of the other defendants. She only saw them stand up and say, "Oh, my God," she whispered. Falev, the lawyer, stood up from the defense table in a tailcoat, his pince-nez gleaming. He spoke, not looking like a military man. "I dare to point out to the court that, based on the laws of martial law, this case was not transferred to the military court by General Kolbers in accordance with the law. It could only have been transferred by Admiral Chuknin. Thus, a complete irregularity is, from the point of view of law, a causation reason." In the opposite corner, the prosecutor stood up. Thin, yellow, black-eyed. His pince-nez also gleamed, but sarcastically. "This is a formal point in the proceedings, and we are absolutely indifferent to how the case got to the military court," the prosecutor said irritably, as if he wanted to kill Savinkov, Voynikov, Nazarov and Makarov, who had attempted to kill Admiral Neplyuov, a funny 16-year-old youth who was sitting on the bench and smiling at something. "The court is retiring to deliberate." Savinkov turned to his wife and mother. Vera was sitting with her face covered with a kerchief. "The court is in session," General Kardinalovsky said loudly in a bass voice. "The court has declared the case to be continued as a hearing." Vera saw Savinkov slightly hunched back and the back of his head. The tailcoat of lawyer L.N. Andronikov rose from behind the defense table. Andronikov's voice was sharper, his manners more pointed. "I dare to draw the court's attention to the violation of the rights of the accused Makarov. According to the law, the defendant had a 2-week period to file a response to the decision of the court chamber on his understanding, but only 4 days had passed. Therefore, I must consider the rights of the accused Makarov to be violated if the court does not recognize the case as a hearing before the expiration of the allotted time to postpone. The court is retiring to deliberate." "They will respect the audience," said, hardly. General Kardinalovsky walked straight into the courtroom. Complete silence fell. Vera heard the back of her chair creak. The general read, "Taking into account the article, taking into account the above, and also in confirmation of this, accepting paragraph, the court recognized the case as being heard postpone." The clanging of sabers, shouting, noise. The escort pushed back the fluttering tailcoats. The defendants were led away among the shining sabers, through the white door. 7. The most joyful of all was the thin, handsome brunette who ran out of the courtroom. He almost ran, hurrying to Korabelna, where he lived in the basement room of the family of the dock workers Vyagin. But as soon as Zilberberg, crouched in the entryway, stepped over the threshold of the basement. The frightened faces of Zvyagin, his wife and 9-year-old Nyushka rushed towards him, and behind them in the darkness a military uniform flashed and a tall figure moved. Zilberberg put his hand in his pocket for a revolver and stepped back. The door slammed shut. It became dark. "You, Nikolai Ivanovich," a voice said in the darkness. "Who are you and what do you want?" "I am a member of the Simferopol Party Committee, Solyatitsky. I want to talk about a matter that interests you." The voice was young, full of joy. In the last words Zilberberg almost heard laughter. "The devil take you," muttered Zilberberg. "I almost killed you." And when they opened the door, Solyatitsky saw that Zilberberg was hiding a Browning in his pocket. "A funny story," he muttered. "Where are we going?" "Let's go to my office," Zilberberg said, smiling. "And how are your masters? Are we safe?" "Oh, yes. Let's not waste time. I have to leave in an hour." "Your committee," said Zilberberg when they sat down in the basement closet, "informed that you will come tomorrow." "Tomorrow I can't. Tomorrow I'm on guard duty." "In the fortress?" "Yes. But excuse me, the guard is occupied by the Belostok regiment, and you are the Litovsky. We are relieving." "Don't worry, I know that we have established contact with the Belostok residents. The Lithuanians will be no worse." Solyatitsky is tall, strong, blond, with a large forehead and bright eyes. He inspired complete confidence in himself. "With you, I think, we will not perish," said Zilberberg, looking at the cheerful Solyatitsky. "You see, I have two plans. The first is an open attack on the fortress. What do you think?" Solyatitsky shook his head. "It won't work," he said. "We must free them with bribery and the risk of escaping directly from prison. That's the second plan. If you reject the first, we'll discuss the second." Sitting on a rumpled, spotted bed covered with a patchwork blanket, they began to discuss the second plan. 8. Savankovnu. The guardhouse was guarded by a company. The company was divided into 3 sections: the general, the officers, and the secret section, where they were kept. He studied the corridor with 20 cells in detail as he passed through to the toilet. On one side it ended in a blank wall with a barred window. On the other side, a forged iron door leading to the washroom. This door was always locked. The washroom had 4 sides: the room of the duty gendarme non-commissioned officer, the storeroom, the officers' department, and the guardhouse. And from the guardhouse, Savankovnu, there was only one exit to the gate. But in the secret corridor, 3 sentries were on duty. 2 at the door to the guardhouse, 2 more at the door to the washroom. Between the outer wall of the fortress and the guardhouse, countless posts stretched. Behind the outer wall, guards were again trampling about, and they were also standing outside, at the colorful, striped booths. Savankov learned this from a soldier of the Belostok regiment, Israel Khan, who was taking him to the toilet. Khan put him in touch with a soldier who was a member of the party, and was ready to help him escape, begging for one thing, that Savankov take him with him. Savankov thought, everything is getting better. But, getting up in the morning and coughing 3 times, he noticed that the peephole in the door did not open. And asking to go to the toilet, he saw unfamiliar soldiers. "What regiment?" he asked, walking with the escort. "Lithuanian," and from the cursing speech Savankov understood that the soldier was from Nizhny Novgorod. "They'll hang him," Savankov thought as he washed himself. "What are you blurting out?" The Nizhny Novgorod man, a healthy guy of about 22, said rudely. Savankov wanted to stick a bayonet into the stomach of this Nizhny Novgorod man, trample him, break out to his comrades. But instead, he went back to the cell with the Nizhny Novgorod man. And when the lock clicked, his strength dropped. Savankov lay down on the bunk. He lay there for several hours, not even noticing how the key turned in the lock and the door opened. A tall volunteer with laughing eyes stood on the threshold. "I am the guard," he said. Savankov thought he saw something strange in his face, in his laughing eyes. But Savankov did not get up from his bunk, but wrapped himself even more tightly in his robe. "I am from Nikolai Ivanovich," said the guard, approaching. "What?" said Savankov. "So that you do not consider me a provocateur," Solyatitsky said quickly, laughing. "Here is a note, read it and tell me, are you ready for this evening? Escape." Savankov whispered and the blood rushed to his head. Zilberberg wrote, "This evening. Everything is ready. Trust Vasily Mitrofanovich Solyatitsky in everything." His heart began to beat. Sitting on the bunk, Savankov said, "I am ready. But what about my comrades? We went to the gallows together." "I thought so. You will get a meeting with them. The gendarme has been bribed, asked to go to the toilet at exactly 12 o'clock. Nazarov and Voynikov will be there. Now we must go, and so on until 11 at night. When Savinkov was left alone, he was overcome by terrible excitement. Is it really evening? Are you free? It was hard to believe in Solyotitsky's appearance so quickly, in the gendarme's bribery, in the escape. But time was passing. The fortress chimes struck 12. Savinkov began knocking on the door. A Nizhny Novgorod resident answered the knock. To the toilet. The door opened. Savinkov went with the escort. At the door of the toilet, the red-nosed gendarme called out to the escort. They began to talk. Nazarov, Voynikov, and Makarov were standing in the toilet. Comrade Savinkov whispered quickly and quietly, "Today one of us can escape. We must decide who." There was a brief silence. "Who should run?" Nazarov said rudely. "You. There's nothing more to talk about. I can't without your consent." "You," Voynikov said. Makarov said quietly. "I don't know you." Nazarov leaned toward Makarov, whispering something in his ear. "Yes?" Makarov asked joyfully, and Savinkov realized from his gaze that Nazarov had whispered to him about Bo. Of course, you." Makarov's eyes filled with childish delight. Good for terror, Savinkov thought. "Well, comrades, is this your decision?" "Yes," all three said. They were silent for a second. "And how will you escape?" Voynikov said quietly. "There are guards here. How will you get through?" "They'll kill you. And hang you." Nazarov said in a bass voice. "All the same, it's easier with a bullet. Just run." He laughed, showing his careless, yellowish teeth. "And if you run away, say hello to your comrades." Footsteps were heard in the toilet. They dispersed to their toilet compartments. "Enough chatter," shouted the red-nosed, bribed gendarme. Savinkov left the compartment, buttoning his trousers for show. And with the Nizhny Novgorod man he went to the cell. 9. But evening did not want to come. Time floated languidly. Savinkov lay on the bunk. He saved his strength. He ate all the bread issued for the week. Sometimes it seemed that his heart would not bear it, it would burst. As soon as the sun set behind the sea, it immediately became dark in the cell. Lights came on in the corridor. Savinkov heard shouts. "The guard! The guard!" Apparently shouted the guard officer Lieutenant Korotkov. Then someone shouted, "The orderly! The guard at the cash box!" Then footsteps were heard. Rifle butts banged. Rifles clanked. When the peephole opened, Savinkov saw a circle of yellow light. Evening had already come. Savinkov was ready at any second. Now, these steps would stop at the door. Now Solyotitsky would come in and they would walk down the corridor. How? Savinkov could not imagine, probably not in a robe. He would have to change. Or maybe that same sentry, calmly yawning, slouching by the outer wall, will empty a clip into Savinkov's back and he will tumble onto the grass just like Tatarov on the floor of his house. Savinkov felt his heart beating unevenly, as if the entire left side of his chest was filled with the wing of a trembling large bird. The chimes played slowly, clearly indicating each beat. 11 at night. Nonsense. It didn't work out, Savinkov thought an hour later, getting up from his bunk. Another hour passed in anticipation. During it, the chimes played 4 times. A quarter, half an hour, 3/4, and finally, heavily and boomingly, an hour. It's over. It's light at 3. There's an hour and a half of darkness left. He promised at 11. If he doesn't come in half an hour, we have to go to bed. Savinkov got up from his bunk, went to the table, senselessly took a tin mug, looked at it. The mug seemed strange. At that moment I heard strong, firm steps stopped at the door. The key turned, perhaps even too loudly, and Solyotitsky entered the cell, perhaps too loudly. Savinkov understood. The escape was foiled. Standing in the middle of the cell, Solyotitsky lit a cigarette. Having lit it, he said, "Well, shall we run?" "What? Can I have another?" "Everything is ready." "I'll finish my smoke now," said Solyotitsky. He was calm. Only his eyes were dark now. "Listen, you are risking your life," said Savinkov, approaching him. "Absolutely right. I wanted to warn you about this too. And so take it." He held out the Browning. "What are we going to do if they stop us?" "Soldiers. Don't shoot at soldiers." "So back to the cell." "No, why to the cell? If an officer, shoot and run. If soldiers, you can't shoot. Shoot yourself." "Excellent. Now let's go," Solyotitsky suddenly said, throwing away his cigarette butt, and it seemed to Savinkov that he was not ready at all. But Solyotitsky had already left and Savinkov followed him into the corridor. The corridor was lit by the dim light of a kerosene lamp. The figures of the guards at the cells were sleepy. Savinkov saw that one was dozing, leaning against the wall. But there was no time to look. There was no need to think. He quickly followed Salyutitsky to the washroom. Seeing the guard straightened up, adjusting their belts and pouches. "Are you sleeping, Crow?" Salyutitsky said in the washroom. The soldier shuddered and did not realize that the prisoner was taken to wash not at 2, but at 5, and that it was a gendarme who was taking him. "He's going to wash, he's sick, he says," Salyutitsky said to another. And he didn't answer the guard, moving his lips. When they reached the iron door, Salyutitsky poked the Sao soldier in the stomach and shouted right into his ear, "You'll sleep later, mug. Open up." The soldier quickly opened the iron door. Savinkov entered the washroom and began to wash himself, lathering up a square piece of plain soap. Soldiers were standing to the right and to the left. He saw through the open door. The bribed gendarme on duty was snoring on a wooden yellow sofa, his head drooping on his chest, and the light bulb in his room was completely extinguished by the soot. Salyutitsky went out to the guardroom to see if everything was calm. Returning, leading Savinkov out, he thrust the scissors into his hand in the darkness of the corridor and quickly pointed to the storeroom. In the storeroom, Savinkov threw off his robe with extreme speed, put on his soldier's trousers, boots, and tunic. The belt buckle took forever to fasten. But only 4 seconds passed. Savinkov left. They went straight to the guardroom faster than before. Some of the soldiers who had been relieved were sleeping on the floor. The air was foul. Some of the soldiers were listening to the reading near the lamp. A 22-year-old Nizhny Novgorod resident was reading syllable by syllable. The State Duma in the last meeting. Someone looked. They turned away, seeing the guard. They walked along the guardroom and went out into the entryway. From the entryway Savinkov saw. In the guardroom, Lieutenant Korotkov was sitting with his back to them, in full gear, with belts over his shoulders, a saber, and a revolver holster at his side. But the outer door was 2 steps away. Savinkov felt the unusual smell of the pre-dawn air. His head spun, he swayed, brushing Salyutitsky's elbow. But they walked silently, very quickly. The sentry at the front moved to intercept them. Seeing the shoulder straps of the Lithuanian regiment, he stopped, turned back, and they could hear him yawning loudly and sweetly in the night. They walked along a long, narrow, stone alley. It was still impossible to run. They could notice S's, but they were almost running. In the darkness they could already see their graying sentry, the sailor Bozunko, posted by Zilberberg. Bozunko's jaws were shaking and his teeth were chattering from the cold of the night and the anticipation. "Get changed quickly. Take these," he muttered, holding out the basket with clothes. But Salyutitsky said, No, we have to run. Maybe they are already being chased." And the 3 of them, turning the corner, rushed to run in the direction of the city. They ran into the Sevastopol market, which was starting at dawn. The traders were setting out baskets with greens and fruit. Sailors in white trousers and shirts were wandering around. No one paid attention to the runners. Having passed the market, they rushed along a dark, but already graying alley. Zvyagin and Zilberberg heard the sleeping Nyushka muttering something in her sleep, on the stove. Both had revolvers in their hands. Now one, now the other, came out to the gate. Finally, Zvyagin was the first to hear the tramp of feet and, peering into the graying darkness, made out 3 dark figures rapidly growing larger. He ran into the apartment. "Nikolai Ivanovich, here." Zilberberg jumped up and rushed to the exit, clutching his revolver. But one after another, they were already running in the door. Savinkov, Salyutitsky, Bozunko. Zilberberg grabbed Savinkov. And since they were both with revolvers, they hugged each other tightly for a long time. "Quickly change your clothes. Bozunko will take you to his place. It's dangerous here." "What's dangerous? Let it be here, Nikolai Ivanovich." No, Pyotr Karpik, give it up. It needs to be done properly." In his haste, Savinkov missed the leg of his worn civilian 3-piece suit, the kind worn by Sevastopol workers. 10. A yellow light, hidden by the wind in the bushes, was shining in the shore house of the border guard. The fugitives reached the boat by water past the guard. And now Bozunko was pulling the sheet with his strong caluses and again heaving it. The boat commander, retired Naval Lieutenant Nikitenko, put his palms to his eyes and peered into the dark distance where the waves of the rebellious sea were jumping. The night was pitch black. The wind was tearing, black and desperate. Between the round, blunt hills, breaking off to the sea with loose slopes, the boat was leaving for the open sea along the Kacha. "Let go of the sheets," Nikitenko shouted in a bass voice. The sail was flapping in the darkness of the wind like a black flag. Bozunko was sitting on the sheets. The sheet of the second sail on the forecastle was held by student Shishmrev. Savinkov, Zilberberg, Solyatitsky were sitting on the benches. The sea was rough. Lights were flickering in the darkness of the distant horizon. "Squadron," said Nikitenko. "For shooting," answered Bozunko. But the wind had already come up, hit the sail and rocked the boat with Savinkov, Zilberberg, Solyatitsky further and further into the open sea. "Where are we heading?" "To Konstanta." "Will we get there?" "I can't vouch for that," said Nikitenko. The waves were tossing the boat, hitting the bottom on both sides, as if someone was beating it with wet palms. And again, the same slap, splash, rocking. And so in the darkness, all night. And when the sea-gray dawn came, turning to the north, Savinkov saw the barely visible outlines of Yala. A few hours later they, too, disappeared. The boat was engulfed by the open sea. The wind was freshening. The waves flew over, showering the spray and foam with salt. Lieutenant Nikitenko was becoming more restless. "Bozunko," he said, "do you see the smoke? Or is it just me?" Nikitenko spoke about everything only with the sailor. The civilians at sea were his guests. "Smoke," said Bozunko, peering to the north. Nikitenko put his binoculars to the table. The 6 men turned to the north with a sense of impending danger. But through the binoculars it was visible how the already approaching destroyer, putting the rudder to port, suddenly drew a quick arc and began to leave. And again, in a gust of wind, when it flew in with a bunch of foamy waves, Nikitenko shouted, "Let go of the sheets." Bozunko eased the sheet. The white sail flat in the wind. The passengers occasionally talked. On the second night, when the tired Zilberberg, leaning against Savinkov, slept, Nikitenko muttered, "As you wish, we can't reach Konstanta." "Where to?" asked Solyatitsky. "We need to go downwind to Salin." "And where can we go from Salin?" said Savinkov. "They'll cover us in Salin and give us out." The boat was torn apart, thrown to the sides. The waves rushed in round, foamy balls, jumping on each other. "I won't take you to Konstanta. Certain death," said Nikitenko. "A storm is starting. And from Salin you will somehow get through." And the boat jumped between the waves in the wind. By the evening of the third day, the lights of the lighthouses appeared. The boat carefully sailed between the shallows. The closer the shore turned black, the faster it glided in the wind. The sails had already softened and fallen. Bozunko and Shishmrev raised the oars in the darkness. Everyone was silent. Rustling along the sand, the boat jumped up and stopped. 3 dark figures jumped out onto the alien, sloping shore. The boat, gliding, disappeared into the darkness. 11. In the medieval romantic Heidelberg, the Russian revolutionary Mikhail Gotz was dying. Gotz could no longer even sit in a chair. He had been lying there for a long time, looking like a dried-up corpse. Only his eyes were shining, but they were weakening. My dear, how did I?" Gotz tried to get up, but Savinkov leaned towards him. "If you only knew how I suffered." "He's dying," Savinkov thought. He was indignant, "because you went without having the right. There was a resolution to temporarily stop the terror, did you know? I would have gone anyway, Mikhail Raphaelovich. After all, the military was in paralysis." It was Gotz smiled with his blue lips. "Now it's in complete paralysis. Nothing works. Ivan Nikolaevich is exhausted. Not a single thing. Everything fails. The Maximalists on Aptekarsky, the explosion, have you read it? It's pointless, terrible. Such brave, courageous people. But do you know the proclamation of our Central Committee condemning this act? Haven't you read it?" Gotz became agitated and leaned back helplessly, closing his eyes. "Apparently they already consider me buried," he said quietly. "I knew nothing about the proclamation. In it, abruptly, uncomradely, we distance ourselves from the Maximalists after their heroic act, after the victims, the deaths. But who wrote it? Unfortunately, Ivan Nikolaevich. Azef. I don't understand anything. He's probably tired. His failures have worn him out. I can't explain it any other way. It's a shame." Gotz winced from internal pain and groaned. Looking at him, Savinkov thought about the abandoned, forgotten, no longer needed comrade dying in a strange city, in an alien, measuredly flowing life. Chapter 13. 1. Everything was in disarray around Azef. No one knew that the head of the fighting force did not sleep at night. Who would have thought that this stone man was a coward and capable of giving in to despair? Azef fought his fear. But no matter how the clever head laid out the cards, no matter how the Robert was played, the inevitable exposure came out. But Azef was afraid not of exposure, but of death. So that they would not hang him like Gapan, or kill him like Tatarov. At night, imagining that led by the unexpectedly freed Savinkov, his comrades were dragging him to kill, Azef closed his eyes, sighing heavily with his huge belly, under the weight of which he lay in bed. Everything is going treacherously, he thought. Mortimer, the maximalist Riz, having become a fictitious provocateur, passed on information about me to the party. 2 letters about the same thing came to the party, probably from officials Gerasimov had bypassed. Be that as it may, mistrust will begin to take root. Azef cursed Gerasimov that, thinking about his career, he had grabbed him with a death grip and was not giving him a break. Fears led to seizures, with wheezing and painful hiccups. 2. Come on, Evgeny Filipovich, I thought you, sir, were braver. Yes, what will rise there? Facts, little facts are needed. But there are no facts. Yes, even if something did rise, Chernov and Savinkov would always protect you. The past vouches for everything. That case of Plev and Sergei Alexandrovich is not a pound of raisins for the party. Azef wrinkled his yellow fat face with displeasure. I have nothing to do with these matters. Stop joking, Alexander Vasilievich. Gerasimov just pats him on the fat knee and chuckles. The general's round little pipka bounces on his cheek. You're exaggerating everything, my dear. Do you hear how the new canary sings? Huh. It's a good thing, my dear, a good thing. A marvelous canary. Azef is disgusted by the general's bird room. That's not why he came. Why is General Gerasimov so cheerful? I, Evgeny Filipovich, think this, my dear. We need to strike at the roots of terror. Individual assurances do not give anything. Well, what, they gave away the Northern Flying Detachment? Well, I'll hang 10 extra scoundrels. That's not the point. We need to disband, officially disband, you understand. We are tired, let's say. You can't, you went abroad, you said yourself. Without you the business won't go. The money will be given, rest assured. Well, if only. Azef was lazily reclining in a chair. He seemed ill, he was so limp, fat, yellow. I came to you on business, he said, puffing out his cheeks with his breath. A big deal can be done, but I'm telling you, it must be paid for. After this, I really decided to go abroad. I need a rest. I'm telling you myself. Azef was silent. Then he raised his puffy eyes to Gerasimov and slowly said, Preparation of the Central Act is underway. Retired Naval Lieutenant Nikitenko, student Sinyovsky. To commit the act, Nikitenko entered into negotiations with the Cossack, the escort Radimov. Artyomov. The general asked again. Take the escort in your warm hands, the whole case is captured. You can conduct it as you wish, you will contact the organization through the escort. Life is built on such matters, Azef rumbled lazily. Spiritovich and Komisarov are hovering around this case, but they don't know a damn thing. Take Radimov tomorrow and the case is yours. Strong, cunning, robust, what a core. General Gerasimov has. He will live 100 years. God knows why he smiles slightly. Maybe he will soon mount a black trotter, racing through foggy Petersburg. After all, this is a personal report to the Tsar, saving the Tsar's life. Who is conducting the case? Evgeny Filipovich. The general said, and his steel gray eyes caught Azef's bulging, lazy eyes. I told you, Nikitenko, a retired lieutenant. Yes, you don't need anyone, take Radimov. His eyes did not leave Azef's. The general was thinking about which train he would take to Tversko tomorrow, how he would most conveniently take the palace commandant, General Didulin, so as not to give away the game. You say Spiritovich and Komisarov are hanging out, but they can't know about the matter. No. Oh, General Gerasimov has a lot of strength and strong nerves. When are you going abroad? Are you with your wife? That is, forgive me, if I'm not mistaken, your wife is a party member. And that's passion. Well, I appreciate, a magnificent woman. A colossal impression. If I'm not mistaken, La Bellahidi di Hero is from Chto de Fleurs. I know, how even Grand Duke Kirill Vladimirovich shared your passion, ha ha ha. I don't know, Azef muttered reluctantly. His kidneys atched. 3. Boris. Azef cried out, and everyone saw how Azef burst into tears, embracing Savinkov. 3 times a yellow, fat face flashed close to Savinkov's face when they kissed his wet, plump lips. Allow me to introduce you, Ivan Sulyatitsky, Vladimir Mitrofanovich, my savior from the gallows. Happy. The stone man's eyes lit up radiantly, softly. His face took on a gentle, almost feminine expression. We will never forget this, because Boris's salvation is for us. I have already thought up a nickname for him, Ivan. According to his height, Savinkov laughed. We will call him Little One. but the stone face is gloomier and his eyes have sunk under his eyebrows. Do you really want to work in terrorism? Yes. Savinkov knows this piercing look and distrustful drilling well. And why in terrorism? Why not just in the party? We need people. I want to work in terrorism. Well, we'll talk about that later, right? Ivan Nikolaevich smiles softly and talks about something else. Only occasionally does he catch a glimpse of Solyatitsky's piercing eyes. Ha ha ha. And you're still the same. You haven't changed a bit. Fortress has done you good, by God. Ha 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 ha. And a pile of yellow meat, dressed in a fashionable suit, shakes with high-pitched laughter. 4. The office of the Canton restaurant is softly lit by orange candelabra. A beautiful howl of guitars and violins comes from behind the wall. When they fall silent, a man's voice, drunk and full of feeling, begins to sing. Well, tell me, said Azef, pouring glasses. Savinkov, between food and wine, brilliantly and even humorously told about the fortress, about the escape by sea in a boat with Nikitenko. Azef interrupted impatiently. Well done, Zilberberg. Well done. I didn't hope, I even objected. It's terrible, terrible. Azef was gentle with Savinkov. That's how Savinkov knew him. But when it was Azef's turn to tell, he went limp, threw his already necklace head into his shoulders, frowned. I told you, it's really hard for me without you. The Central Committee criticizes inaction. But you should try it yourself. How am I to blame that external surveillance does nothing, that Stolypin is guarded so that they can't even see him? Almost all the comrades talk about surveillance. No, Boris, comrades like Kalyev and Jaeger are all small fry. I am sure that many are lying that they notice surveillance. Everyone began to notice something very quickly. I do not believe it. I am so tired of this. What do you think can be done to raise the prestige of BO? Azef looked at Savinkov directly, as he rarely looked at anyone. He knew Savinkov well. There was a rumble behind the wall, the groan of instruments, guttural cries. Someone was dancing. The rhythmic beats of fast feet could be heard. They are dancing a gypsy dance, Savinkov thought. What should we do? He said, playing with a filled glass. For example, Solyatitsky proposes regicide. He will enroll in the Pavlovsk military school with forged documents. The Tsar always comes to the factory. He will kill him. That's not bad, but they don't release cadets every week, do they? We have to wait God knows how long. That won't raise the fighting spirit now. And the Central Committee demands it. They put the question point blank. Either stop funding or the fighting spirit must reorganize. The violins and guitars squealed again with a languid squeal. Someone was tearing the guitar strings too much, shouting. The stagnant violins of the Russian private rooms. How Boris Savinkov loved them. He gave a lot of soul and money for one night with gypsies, Romanian violinists. And now he was worried about the tavern. Are they threatening to stop funding? Well, yes. They are right. If the organization doesn't work, what are we going to pay for? My dear, we don't take contracts. Well, yes, Azef muttered discontentedly. You better advise what to do. It's hard to come up with anything right away. Wait, Ivan, let me look around. For example, Minorlanets. Azef waved his hand, pouting. We can put it up, but it's nonsense. We need a primary act, so that Europe can start talking. Everything can be stirred up, that's what we need. Then there will be money. Savinkov poured champagne into narrow-necked glasses with gold rims. He nibbled on roasted almonds and listened to the distant music. We can't think of anything here. We need to look around. Azef raised his dark, bulging eyes to him. He sat leaning heavily on the table. Borya, I'm so tired, and you too, I think. Let's put the matter to the Central Committee like this. We can't do any more. We need a rest and we'll go abroad. Refuse completely. Why completely? To rest. After all, it's impossible. You understand everything in combat, and in combat, I'm not a butcher. I have nerves too. But then someone else will take it. Who? Chernov, or what? Azef laughed with a cracking laugh. Sletov can take it. Give it up. Will the comrades follow Sletov? Azef's face expressed contempt. I'm telling you, the militants won't follow anyone except me and you. Well, let the terror stop for a while. You see, nothing works anyway, only failures. We need to look for new means. I have a friend in Munich, an engineer named Butalo. He's building some kind of hot air balloon or something else. I think it could be useful to us. I've already entered into negotiations with him. Again a male voice sang behind the wall. Gypsy guitars began to whine. Actually, you're right, we need to rest. We are not made of iron. Let someone else try. Besides, our methods are really outdated. Look, the maximalists have moved on to new methods and fresh forces are leaving us for them. Our terror is tired. Azef was silent. The conversation had to end. He knew that at the Central Committee meeting Savinkov would make a statement about his resignation. He pressed the button of the bell, pretending to be a decadent woman. A soft-legged footman entered. "The same brand," said Azef. "Don't you drink enough?" "Am I the only one who drank?" "I can drink every day," smiled Azef, "and you probably weren't given champagne to drink in Crimea." The office doors opened. A dark, impudent-looking gypsy in a velvet suit with a guitar in multicolored silk ribbons and a gypsy woman in a motley camp costume appeared on the threshold. Walking towards Azef and Savinkov, she sang, "Will the rich gentleman allow it?" Azef only grinned with the sticky fleshiness of his lips, and the office was filled with a motley hubbub, squeals, and shouts. A haggard old man with a chrysanthemum head pounded the piano keys with his small, yellow hands. The gypsy woman asked for names. At 2 strokes, her eyes flashing, she led the way. "Ah, are you all in good health?" In the orange light of many candelabra, like on a Christmas tree, the gypsies burst into an old chant, addressing Savinkov. The wine flowed like a river. "He has come to visit us, our dear Pal Ivanovich." Each. The trembling, the clatter of feet in a separate room drowned out Savinkov's laughter. He drank a glass brought to him by a gypsy. The gypsies sang, the guitars whined with real field songs. Until dawn, the foggy Petersburg morning, a short, obese gypsy walked in separate rooms with a light dance. In time with the trembling, bony gypsy teenager, the bells of the guitars jingled, the multicolored ribbons fluttered. "Hello, Boris." "Huh. Life," said the tipsy Azef. "Yes, even though it is short, Ivan, but life." Walking out of the restaurant in the blue of dawn, Savinkov took a gulp of the damp air with pleasure. The doorman looked at him intently. When the heavy-set Azef followed him, a barely noticeable smile flitted across the face of the detective dressed as a doorman. 5. If only one knew where the blow was coming from, then one could simply deflect it and take revenge with a counter-blow. But how many accidental and seemingly impossible deaths there are in the world. Well, who would have guessed that on that feeble Petersburg day when Azef was receiving 10,000 at General Gerasimov's safe house for planning the general's, career, on that very day a curly-haired brunette in glasses much darker than Burtsev's entered the editorial office of the magazine below to see the small, narrow editor Burtsev with a gray head. "Excuse me, how can I help you?" The man who entered was about 28 years old, dressed like a rich Petersburger, of average height, nothing out of the ordinary. But some kind of movement of air, some kind of fluid came out which made Burtsev open his mouth, showing his 2 front teeth. "I have a personal matter. I know you very well, Vladimir Lvovich," said the black glasses, while reaching into the wallet, taking out a photo. "This is you, Vladimir Lvovich. I took the photo at the police department." "At the department?" Burtsev said in surprise, showing his teeth even more. "I am an official on special assignments at the security department. But by conviction I am an Socialist Revolutionary." Burtsev's head was filled with a swarm of suspicions. He could not detect any fluids. "Excuse me, why did you come?" "I was a revolutionary. I ended up in the security department by accident. Now I have come again to be useful to the revolutionary movement." "Are you engaged in issues of, so to speak, a hygienic nature, clarifying provocations?" "Right. This is a difficult question. I understand it much better than you do and I want to be of use to you." 4 eyes crossed. "There's a problem here," said Burtsev. "Do you become a revolutionary by staying in the security service or do you leave it by becoming a revolutionary?" "I'm staying in the security service." Burtsev sat, inflamed with 1,000 possibilities if the guest is honest and 1,000 nasty thoughts if the guest is a provocateur. He decided to try. "What is your name and patronymic?" "Mikhail Efimovich." "Very well, Mikhail Efimovich," said Burtsev, looking away. "So what, maybe we should start right away." "If you please." Burtsev moved his squeaking chair toward the table. "I'm interested," said Burtsev, taking off his glasses and rubbing his eyes with anemic, senile fingers, "in the question of provocation among the socialist revolutionaries. It exists." The interlocutor nodded his curly head. "May I have a cigarette?" Burtsev struck a match. "Thank you very much. But where is it? What do you think? Wanting to do the revolutionary movement a favor, let's start with this. As a security official, you certainly know that the combat organization is in a state of paralysis." "I know, yes. But here," the smoky glasses thought. Provocateur thought Burtsov came to catch, lure, betray. You see, there is a provocation there, as everywhere, but I'm afraid. Excuse me, the general personally leads the agents. Would you mind telling me which one? I'll tell you, of course. Gerasimov. Excuse me, I even remember the pseudonym of the agents, the nickname, I think it was Raskin. Yes, Raskin. There was a knock at the door. In a light coat, in a Panama hat, on the crown with a light red ribbon, came V.M. Chernov. 1 minute, Viktor Mikhailovich, Burtsov said discontentedly. I'm busy, please wait in the next room. Turning to his interlocutor, Burtsov said quietly, let's finish for today. Give me the address. Main post office. Mikhailovsky. Excellent. And Burtsov escorted the official of special assignments of the police department Bakai to the exit. 6. For some time now, Vladimir Lvovich Burtsov's whole life has turned into a sense of smell. Therefore, he walked nervously, as if looking for something. The next day after Bakai visited him, walking along the English embankment among the people bustling with May, Burtsov was unusually excited. Raskin, he repeated. The central provocateur. Raskin. Natanson. Savinkov. Tyuchev. Gotz. Rakitnikov. Chernov. Raskin. But who is he? At the corner of the embankment, carriages were gathered in disarray. The spring sun was shining on the varnish of the carriage's wings. People were having fun. A tall policeman, waving his hand, seemed to be cheerfully cursing the drayman who had blocked the traffic. Burtsov stood, wrapping his coat around himself. Who is bowing? He suddenly thought, looking at the carriage that had driven up to the crowd. A gentleman in a dark coat and a top hat. The lady in the carriage was taller than him, obviously somewhat short-legged. A hat with white ostriches, a bluish suit. The gentleman raised his shiny top hat. Azef. Burtsov froze. Without answering, but only nodding to him, Burtsov moved on. A stream of carriages broke through and spread from the embankment. Burtsov also saw the bluish suit, the black arm wrapped around it, the black back, the black top hat. In broad daylight. The head of the fighting. In Petersburg. Bowing to the editor of a revolutionary magazine running from spies. Raskin. Azef. Raskin. The excitement went beyond all bounds. Burtsov almost ran along the embankment, muttering, my God, the head of terror, a police agent, what horror, but also what a sensing. Chapter 14. 1. After resigning as leaders of BO, Azef and Savinkov left for France. Savinkov, Vera and the children rented an apartment on Rue de la Fontaine. This was the first taste of family life. And Savinkov felt many new things that had never entered his life before. Together with Vera, he chose furniture, talked about the distribution of the children's day, dined and went to bed on time. After a long grief, Vera felt that happiness had finally come. Perhaps for the first time in her life she wanted to buy colorful fabrics, wear beautiful dresses, please others and, above all, please him, Boris. This was because happiness had begun. It was. Otherwise, pale Vera, with eyes like frightened birds flying away, would not have been so lively. And Savinkov wanted to support this happiness. But the quieter life went, the more tedious it became for Savinkov. Rue de la Fontaine is one of the quiet streets of Paris. But living quietly, Savinkov felt more and more uneasy. Boredom grew. And it is not known what would have come of it if the desire to express this boredom in a literary form, in the form of a novel, had not been born. True, he thought that the theme of murder had already been heavily used by Dostoevsky, but the difference was that Dostoevsky himself never killed anyone, but Savinkov killed, and it seemed to Savinkov that Dostoevsky did not know much that Savinkov knew so well. He knew the real melancholy that is born in a person who kills people. On the theme of this melancholy, on the theme of this boredom, he wanted to write a novel. But this was not the whole theme. Savinkov wanted to sharpen the theme, and contrast the hero of the novel with the whole world. The hero, according to his plan, should spit in the face of humanity. In the measured life on Rue de la Fontaine, the theme captured him with such intensity that Savinkov felt a constant tremor, as if a chill. In the evenings, in the crowd, walking along the darkened Champs-Élysées, he was sure that with the glory of a terrorist would come the glory of an artist. He decided to narrate the novel from the hero's point of view, making him a revolutionary who began to kill and learned that, in essence, killing is an interesting sport. And so the hero, having become a tired athlete of murder, spits in the face of all humanity. Savinkov did not think about why Tyuchev and the apocalypse helped him in his thoughts about work. He walked along the endless rings of Parisian boulevards, filled with the music of his theme, repeating only, "What are you howling about, night wind? What are you complaining about so madly?" Sometimes, before sitting down to write, he would read the Apocalypse, finding music there that supported the theme. Chapter 6 was especially moving. And a red horse came out, and power was given to him who sat on him to take peace from the earth, and for people to kill one another. I looked, and behold a black horse, and on him a rider holding a pair of scales in his hand. I looked, and behold a pale horse, and on him a rider whose name was Death, and Hades followed him. Recalling his feelings after the murders, Savinkov decided to call the novel The Pale Horse or The Pale Horse, and to give the hero the deliberately vulgar name Georges. 2. How much happiness, my God, how much happiness was in Vera's fragile hands. Sometimes it was hard to believe. Come on, was she really living with him, Boris, with the children? It was an eternal dream. Just a little more love, a little affection, sympathy for Vera, and permission to enter his inner, beautiful spiritual world. Quietly entering the office, Vera came up from behind, hugged Boris's balding head and said, "What are you writing about?" Savinkov threw down his pen, smiled, and said, stretching, "You won't understand. If you don't tell me, I won't understand. Tell me." "Okay." Savinkov smiles wickedly. "I'm writing, Vera, about a man who kills people out of a sense of sport and boredom, about a man who is very sad, who has nothing, no affection, no love, for whom life is a stupid, or maybe brilliant, but creeping glacier into the void. Do you understand? Why does he laugh like that? It's cruel. I understand. But you're right, this topic is alien to me. I like your poems better. But do I write about the same thing in my poems? About how a person has lost his sense of smell and takes the smell of rotten apples for El Oregon. He doesn't distinguish smells." Savinkov laughs unpleasantly. He's laughing at her, at Vera. He knows her. He knows what she's going to say now, what she's thinking. "So your novel will be autobiographical." "Perhaps. That's a subtle remark. Very sad. And there won't be any love for anyone in it. Ultimately, no. Do you want me to read you the only place about my hero's true love? Listen. When I think about her, for some reason I remember a strange southern flower, a plant of the tropics, of the scorching sun and scorched rocks. I see a hard cactus leaf, the paw-shaped zigzags of its stems. Amidst the pointed needles, a crimson, tarry flower, as if a drop of hot blood had splashed and frozen like purple. I saw this flower in the south, in a strange and lush garden between palms and orange groves. I stroked its leaves, I tore my hands on the needles, I pressed my face to it, I inhaled the spicy and sharp, intoxicating aroma. The sea sparkled, the sun shone at its zenith, secret magic was being performed. The red flower bewitched me and tormented me. Why doesn't he feel that it hurts? Why does he say that he loves? Why does he always want to hurt, to kill with these terrible little things? He reads only to cause me trouble." Holding the written sheet, looking at Vera, Savinkov saw that she could not stand the game. "Sometimes it seems to me that I came to you with the children in vain," Vera says. And she quietly left the office. 3. Aren't we together? Savinkov said in the evening, sitting with Vera. "We are under the same roof. If that's together, then we are together. After all, it would seem empty. Tell me what you think about what you write. After all, you walk alone in the evenings and think about your work. Is there much I want, after so many years of grief? I want a part of your soul, your inner world. Let me in. I need human participation. You are withdrawing into yourself. Is that love? If you call our life love, then such love without words, without inner feeling is terrible to me." Vera's tone angered Savinkov. He didn't want to listen, but he didn't want to leave either. "Just yesterday," Vera said, "you were lying on the sofa after work and sleeping. I came in and it seemed to me that even your closed eyes were turned inward, into yourself, that there could be torment in them, but hidden from me. It seemed to me that you were a complete stranger and I literally experienced physical pain. I almost screamed." "What nonsense," Savinkov muttered, "and what a burden. You can't lie like this. You want what I can't give you and what you might not even take yourself." Savinkov, saying this, looked at Vera and thought how old she has become. Savinkov was afraid of tears. "Why did you take me out then?" Vera said. "Is it really so that I could experience my loneliness once again here in Paris, and be convinced that not only do you not love me as I want, but that I am a complete stranger to you? After all, you are tormenting me, you are killing me. What am I killing you with? Tell me, for God's sake." Savinkov said, standing up irritably. "A husband and wife, Boris, can be happy when there is nothing left unsaid between them. But between you and me there is a blank wall, and you are killing me by not wanting to break it down, as if it would bother you. And to me Vera's voice trembled, but she gathered her strength, saying, "Then why talk about love? It doesn't exist, and maybe it never did. I knew that you were living an unusual, difficult life. I put up with it. I waited. But what did I wait for? So I came to you, like a little girl, again thinking that there would finally be happiness. It turned out that we had become strangers to each other. You don't even have words for me. With love, Boris, one does not experience such loneliness. After all, I am completely alone." Savinkov sat silently. He was even bored. He knew that the novel would have a similar chapter of unhappy love. He was only surprised that Vera spoke so subtly and correctly. He had no idea. "And what you consider love is terrible for me, Boris. After all, I know that beyond the threshold of my room, any connection with me ceases. You left and I am erased from your consciousness. You no longer need me. It is shameful. It is terrible, Boris. Between us there is not and never was that spiritual infection that in a loving man turns into a grateful and loving attitude towards a woman. You have excluded this. You are alone. You want to be alone. Your love is a dry duty. But surely there are women more interesting than me, who do not need anything else." Savinkov sat without changing his pose. Now he looked at Vera. A sudden malicious feeling, as if to a terrible burden, seized him. "This, the most important thing for a woman, as I only now understood. You and I, Boris, do not have and never have had. You won't object. That's why I was unhappy, not because I had to suffer so much. After all, when you turn to me, share your thoughts, I know that it's no different from talking to your comrades. My thought will add nothing to you, will take nothing away. You don't see, you don't want to notice my life. Even in small things, when we walk down the street, here in Paris, you'll never take my arm. After all, I wouldn't pull my hand away. Maybe I'd even be happy. In the absence of this gesture, I feel your alienation as if nothing had happened. You want to walk alone, to be alone. So why do you need me? Maybe much of what you say is true," Savinkov said coldly. "But if you want to blame me for something, then I don't feel guilty. I obviously can't give you what you need. What you need, strictly speaking, is the bourgeois happiness of the late life of Afanasy Ivanovich and Pulcheria Ivanovna. It's not true." Vera cried out, unable to hold back her tears. "I want sincerity. Only sincerity. And you won't give it to me." And, unable to hold back any longer, Vera burst into tears. Savinkov left the office. He threw on his coat, put on his bowler hat, and walked lightly down the stairs. He was going to the races in Longchamp and didn't like being late. 4. Vera was sitting in the corner room. It was dark. The red edge of the sun falling behind the church could be seen through the window. Apparently people were going to church for Vespers. Vera looked at them and thought, "Are they happy? Well, that lady who is walking arm in arm with a man in a cap. He is holding her tightly, saying something." Vera tried to hide how she envied the people she met on the street, who seemed happy. It seemed to her since her girlhood that she was filled with some kind of unquenched, extraordinary feeling, and the moment would come when she would give herself entirely to this feeling, would hold her happiness and the happiness of her beloved one in her hands. This moment seemed to have come when Savinkov entered their apartment. Vera was walking towards love, but a strange darkness intertwined with love, in which the present could not be spoken. The darkness expanded and covered all the feeling. Children came, fears, worries, grief, loneliness, all pride, passion were trampled, and life began to leave. And now Vera, as if yesterday she opened the door to the student Savinkov, is thrown out and is of no use to anyone. After all, life has not yet begun, but it has already ended and there is no other. Vera felt boundless despair in this twilight and sobbed. 5. Savinkov became more and more silent. He did not come at night. He spoke little. That morning Vera did not recognize herself. She walked quickly into the room, still hearing the voices of Tanya and Vitya, whom Mademoiselle was leading away. Vera walked as if she had forgotten something important in the room. But upon entering, she stopped, clasped her hands, then grabbed her head and felt a terrible and acute need to break this unbearable life. All as if from a trifle. Because yesterday he did not answer questions. And when Vera began to cry, he got up, left and did not return for the night. I must, Vera moaned, and it seemed as if her collar was choking her. Vera unbuttoned her dress. From the sudden knowledge that she would really leave, the chairs with curved handles like lions' heads that they had chosen together, the dark red curtains, armchairs, mirrors, everything seemed alien at once, as if Vera had entered an unfamiliar apartment. Oh my God, she repeated, feeling a heavy dullness of feelings, as if her arms, legs, all of her were not her at the same time. She remembered, when the furniture arrived, how they unpacked it, unwrapped the paper, how Boris laughed. Vera, sobbing, fell onto the sofa. Oh my God, how we love, oh, how I hate this Paris, my comrades, this whole revolution that has destroyed my happiness. Vera saw, as if it were now, a brand new student coat, a cap. He was different, strong with youth. Everything was gone, even the expression on his face became cruel and arrogant. And so, unkind, he came to her. She gave him her body, but her soul froze in horror. Her head was cold and the love she wanted was not there. I do not blame, Vera whispered. I made a mistake myself. I made a mistake with my whole life. 6. Vera waited for Savinkov to tell her about leaving. She imagined his face and words. Inwardly she knew how everything would be. He stood at the table and listened, looking away. He also knew that this day would come. But he did not have the strength to look her in the face. He was afraid of tears. There was also a strange, almost inexplicable shame that he hid even from himself. The conversation was short, dry, and therefore painful. I would not like one thing, he said when Vera wanted to go out, for the children to retain a feeling of hostility towards their father. Vera stopped. I will send the money to the Russo-Asian Bank. Smiling bitterly, Vera went so as not to burst into tears in front of him. He waited impatiently for her to go out, and with satisfaction he listened to the rustle of her skirt as it faded away down the corridor. 7. That terrible moment had arrived in the apartment when she became ruined. Vera was silent. She kissed the children with tears for no reason. The children were cheerful. They wanted to go. Mademoiselle, who had come to say goodbye, laughed and chattered with them. The four-seater landau had already pulled up to the house. For the last time, Vera, from the landau, looked at the windows. There was no one in the windows. Vera, unable to restrain herself, burst into tears. And the children did not know how to calm their mother down. The children thought that she was crying because she would not see her father for a long time. But she was crying because she would never see him again. 8. Savinkov was carried away by his novel. He was working on the most important part, outlining the hero and the background of the novel like this. I am bored with life. The days, weeks, years drag on monotonously. Today is like tomorrow, and yesterday is like today. The same milky fog, the same gray everyday life. The same love, the same death. Life is like a narrow street. Houses, old, low, flat roofs, factory chimneys. Here is a puppet theater. The curtain rises, we are on stage. Pale Pirate has fallen in love with Pirate. He swears eternal love. Pirate has a fiancé. A toy pistol pops, blood flows, red cranberry juice. A barrel organ squeals off stage. Curtain. Number 2. A manhunt. He is in a hat with a cock feather, an admiral of the Swiss fleet. We are in red cloaks and masks. Rinaldo di Rinaldini is with us. The carabinieri are catching us. They can't catch us. The pistol claps again. The barrel organ squeals. Curtain. Number 3. Here are Athos, Porthos, Aramis. Wine splashes on their gilded waistcoats. In their hands are cardboard swords. They drink, kiss, then sometimes kill. Who is braver than Athos? Stronger than Porthos? More cunning than Aramis? Finale. The barrel organ hums an intricate march. Bravo. The pit and the stalls are happy. The actors have done their job. They are dragged by their cocked hats, by their cock feathers, thrown into a box. The threads are tangled. Where is Admiral Rinaldo, the enamored pirate? Who can figure it out? Good night. Until tomorrow. Today on stage are me, Fyodor, Vanya, the Governor General. Blood is flowing. Tomorrow they are dragging me. The carabinieri are on stage. A week later, again. The Admiral, pirate. And blood flows, red cranberry juice. And people are looking for meaning here. And I am looking for links in the chain. No, of course, the world is simpler. A boring carousel is spinning. People, like midges, fly to the fire. They die in the fire. And does it really matter? I'm bored. The days will run after the days again. The barrel organ will squeal behind me. Pirate will flee. Come. The booth is open. The agitated, gray-haired patriarch of the party, the convict Osip Minor, had been knocking on Savinkov's door for a long time. He hit the door with his cane several times. He was excited, and since the door was still silent, Miner did not let go of the doorbell handle, which was resting in the lion cub's mouth. Finally, he heard footsteps. Savinkov was standing on the threshold. "Why can't you get through to me, Boris Viktorovich? What an outrageous story!" Miner shouted. "The devil knows what this is." From the threshold he hobbled his old legs across the parquet, his bald head shining, his grey hair fluttering. Outrageous. Savinkov was in the grip of the novel, paying no attention to Miner, leading him into the office. "Judge for yourself. This is going around the entire colony. Calm down, Osip Solomonovich. What's going on? Would you like a cigarette?" With the trembling ends of his gouty fingers, Miner grabbed a cigarette. "Yes, of course, this very minute on Rue Lomond near the library I meet Burtsov," he straight away declares. "Do you know what he says, Osip Solomonovich? That one of the members of your Central Committee is a police agent." My eyes bulged. He blurts out without a moment's hesitation. "All the materials are there," he says. "I accuse Central Committee member Azef of provocation." Burtsov dares to accuse Azef of provocation, Savinkov said indifferently, staring into space. Savinkov could not yet free himself from the power of the novel. "What are you saying? As if this does not concern you. What am I talking about?" Burtsov is chattering all over Paris. I ask him, "Excuse me," I say, "how well do you know Azef's role in the revolutionary movement?" I start telling him, and he waves his hands. I say, "I know it better than you. Azef is a paid official of General Gerasimov." "So, this is serious," Savinkov said, coming to his senses. Burtsov dares. "I will demand immediate satisfaction. The issue here is not at all about your satisfaction. There must be an immediate trial of Burtsov. After all, rumors are going around about a member of the Central Committee, about the leader of BO. Do you understand what kind of disorganization this will cause?" "What a baseness," Savinkov said, "to accuse Azef, who walked around with a rope around his neck for 10 years, the creator of terror. What a baseness. It's not even about baseness." Burtsov fell into the trap of the security department. He does not part with some guard because, well, and this guard was clearly sent to discredit the party. But Burtsov is not a child. The phone rang on the table. Hello, what? Savinkov was silent for a long time. Someone's screaming voice was rushing in the receiver, and when the rushing stopped, Savinkov said, "I have Osip Solomonovich. He told me the same thing. Burtsov has gone crazy and he needs to be cured." "What exactly?" "The day after tomorrow." "Great, goodbye, Viktor Mikhailovich." "Victor?" "Yes, he has Natanson, Argonov, Potapov, the entire Central Committee." It turns out Burtsov said that he would go to the press if the party does not appoint an investigation. The devil knows what this is. Burtsov is a maniac. "We must write to Azef right now." Right now. "Do you have his address?" Miner got excited. "I will write right now and calm him down. Tell him that we will take all measures." When Miner left, Savinkov stood at his desk, thought, and putting aside the manuscript of the novel, sat down to write to Azef. 9. The meeting of the Central Committee members and co-opted party members was crowded. Absolutely everyone was outraged. But no one was as angry as Viktor Chernov. Chernov stood with darkened eyes. He was determined, as if he would now go to be crucified for Azef. "Comrades," he said quietly, "we are faced with a matter of the greatest importance. A comrade to whom the party owes much, too much, if not everything, has been accused of treason. Mr. Burtsov does not hesitate to make the following statement in a criminal lie. I announce, in the Central Committee of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, for more than a year now, in conversations with some leaders of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, I pointed out, as the main reason for the arrests that have occurred throughout the existence of the party, the presence in the Central Committee of Engineer Azef, whom I accuse of the most malicious provocation, unprecedented in the annals of the Russian liberation movement. The latest executions in St. Petersburg no longer allow me to limit myself to fruitless attempts to convince you of the horrific role of Azef, and I transfer this question to literature and appeal to the court of public opinion. I have long asked the Central Committee to summon me to arbitration in the case of Azef, but the events currently taking place in Russia are horrific, bloody, and I cannot limit myself to waiting for the case to be heard in arbitration, which could drag on for a long time, and I publicly and with my signature take upon myself the terrible responsibility of accusing one of the most prominent figures of the Socialist Revolutionary Party of provocation. Chernov took a breath, knitted his brows and said, "There is also a rather vile postscript, comrades. I am reading it out as well. Mr. Burtsov writes, Of course, this statement should not be known to Azef and those who might tell him about it. An indignant murmur was heard in the hall. Someone, clenching their fists, cursed, jumping up from their seats. Chernov shouted, covering everyone, "Comrades, silence!" And into the ensuing silence he abruptly threw out, "I propose, in response to Mr. Burtsev's statement, to institute a trial over him, over Burtsev, which will prove his vile slander against Comrade Ivan." A thunder of applause interrupted him. "And I propose to respond to the postscript as follows. Azef and the party are one and the same. The party has no secrets from Azef, and therefore we are returning your proclamation to you, Mr. Burtsev. Do as you wish." And again, thunderous applause. Chernov sank into a chair, adjusting his hair and wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. 10. Returning from the meeting, Savinkov found Azef's reply. "My dear, thank you for your letter. It breathes warmth and love. Thank you, my dear. You are writing about the trial. I do not see a way out of the current situation other than the trial. I do not quite understand your idea that we will not win anything. Can Burtsev really still stand his ground even after analyzing the criticism and refuting the facts? It seems to me, my dear, that you are too exaggerating the impression that may result from what Burtsev will lay out. Victor writes that Burtsev has some ultra-sensational material in stock, which he is keeping secret for now, hoping to impress the court, but what I know really does not stand up to criticism, and any normal mind should shout, 'Walk in the mud yourself, but don't dirty others.' I think that everything he keeps secret is not of the best quality. The court will be able to put an end to this dirty slander. At least, if Burtsev does shout, he will remain the only maniac. Of course, we humiliated ourselves by going to court with Burtsev. This is unworthy of us as an organization. But everything has reached such proportions that we have to humiliate ourselves. It seems to me that we cannot remain silent. You forget the extent of publicity. But if you find it possible to spit there, then I am ready to spit along with you, if, of course, it is not too late. I am sure that comrades will go to the end in defense of the honor of a comrade, and therefore I am ready to retreat from my opinion and refuse the trial. I just wish I wasn't present during this procedure. I feel like it would break me completely. Try to spare me from this as much as possible. Hugs and kisses to you. Your Ivan. Chapter 15. 1. The trial of Burtsev took place on a difficult day, Monday. At exactly 9 in the morning, a four-seater cab pulled up to Savinkov's apartment on Rue de la Fontaine. Two old men with gray beards and a stern elderly woman climbed out, looking like apostles. They were veterans of the Russian Revolution. Prince P.A. Kropotkin and the Schlüsselburgers G.A. Lopatin and V.N. Feigner. Without speaking, one after the other, they climbed the stairs. In the hallway, Savinkov wanted to help Kropotkin take off his coat. But, pushing him aside, Kropotkin laughed and said, "A man should be able to do everything himself, Boris Viktorovich." Kropotkin was short, slim, military-looking. He held his handsome head with a gray beard thrown back. Youthful eyes looked through his glasses, as if inviting one to look into his soul, where everything was clear and pure. Lopatin threw off his coat violently, laughed with Savinkov. Feigner was dry and silent. Sitting down in the office, everyone started talking about something extraneous, like doctors before entering a patient. "You have a nice apartment, Boris Viktorovich, lovely and not expensive. What are you paying?" Lopatin rocked in his rocking chair. Kropotkin took out a simple onion watch and looked. "How is your wife, Pyotr Alexeyevich?" Feigner said. "Thank you, Vera Nikolaevna, nothing. Influenza." Chernov and Burtsev collided at the office door. Chernov entered first, not looking at Burtsev, and even seemed to push him away. After Burtsev came the stocky, pink, white-bearded Natanson, with a thick vein on his bald, stubborn skull. A table was pulled out into the middle of the room. On it were inkwells, pens, paper, pencils. 3 chairs, for the judges, at which they sat. In the middle as chairman P.A. Kropotkin, on the right Lopatin, on the left Feigler. From the judges to the right, Burtsev, accused of slander. To the left, the party prosecutors, Chernov, Savinkov, Natanson. About 9:30, smoothing his gray beard, quietly coughing, Kropotkin said, "Allow me to consider the court session on the accusation of V.L. Burtsev by the Socialist Revolutionary Party of slander against party member Yevgeny Filipovich Azef open. The floor is given to the party prosecutor V.M. Chernov." Burtsev sat at the card table, laying out papers, documents, notes. It seemed that he did not see those around him. When, lost in thought, he raised his head with his mouth slightly open, his large teeth were visible. He looked at the wall, quickly tore himself away, again laying out notes, papers, documents in order. Savinkov felt a coldish, contracting spiral inside, sucking, unpleasant. Chernov, who had been consulting with Natanson all the time and paying no attention to Savinkov, stood up after Kropotkin's words. "Comrades judges," he said loudly, "I would ask that the prosecution be allowed to ask Mr. Burtsov a question that is absolutely necessary for the further conduct of the trial." "Please," Kropotkin said dispassionately. Despite his short stature, Kropotkin seemed majestic. Looking around at the judges, Savinkov thought, "You couldn't have chosen a better one. Veterans of the revolution, and at the head of it the noblest anarchist with a world-famous name. I want to ask Mr. Burtsov," Chernov said in a sing-song patter. He was unlike Kropotkin. "This question. Does he promise to stop the slanderous campaign against Azef if the court finds him guilty?" The faces of the three judges turned to Burtsov. Burtsov, a small, narrow man with a gray head, stood up nervously. "If the court finds my accusations against Azef unproven, and I remain convinced that Azef is a provocateur, then I will still fight him. But if you like, then with each speech against Azef I will mention that the court has ruled against me. In addition, I grant the Socialist Revolutionary Party the right to respond to my further agitation in any way, including murder." The faces of the three judges turned from Burtsov to Chernov. "Ah, so. Such a compromise, precisely with the mention of up to and including murder, is acceptable to us." Chernov cleared his throat and began his speech. This speech was different from his usual speeches. It was sparsely decorated with proverbs and sayings. The speaker forgot himself from excitement. He spoke about Azef's biography, then about Azef as the creator of the Socialist Revolutionary Party and its main leader, about Azef as the head of the BO, about how Azef killed Plev, how he killed Sergei, and how quite recently, before renouncing the leadership of the BO, Azef prepared the murder of the Tsar on the Rurik, and how the executor of the plan, the sailor Avdiv, was already standing with a revolver in his pocket in front of the Tsar, looking him in the face and, not knowing why, did not shoot. "So really, comrades," shouted Chernov, even knowing only this fact of a prepared regicide, of a blow to the autocracy in the very center of centers, not accomplished only due to chance and without Azef's fault, really this alone is not enough to see what a terrible, what vile slander Burtsov is raising against a great revolutionary. Tell me, when have there been provocateurs in history who killed ministers, grand dukes, who prepared regicide? Isn't the senselessness, baseness, and all the horror of Azef's accusations visible here?" Lopatin turned his surprised gaze from Chernov to Burtsov. At the same time, Feigner looked at Burtsov with regret. Natanson looked with hatred at the gray-haired old man. Savinkov, captivated by Chernov's speech, was excited, not hiding his indignation in his gestures. Kropotkin was dispassionately calm. Burtsov sat as if there was no news in Chernov's shouts. And he shouted in a sing-song Great Russian dialect ever more sharply, ever more forcefully. Now he spoke about how the Tsarist government had long tried to compromise the most dangerous enemy of the government, Azef, sending letters to the party, and how the police department finally managed to do this through Burtsov. This secret, vile campaign against a comrade, against a friend, was started long before you, Mr. Burtsov. As early as 1903, the first suspicion was cast on Azef, and then the court of writers Peshkhanov and Gukovsky was forced to apologize to Azef and admit that all the accusations were nonsense. But one should have seen the comrade who stood at the head of the terror, how hard he endured these abominations that were undeservedly thrown in the face of the one who led the party to glory. Yes, Azef cried then, cried before my eyes like a child. And we consoled him, assuring him that such thorns in the fight against Tsarism exist and will exist for every terrorist, for this is a fight not for life, but for death. And here again, one of the party members received a letter clearly of police origin, to which, of course, we did not pay attention. Behind him, the traitor Tatarov slanders the best, bright fighter of the party on the path to revolution. But the party settled accounts with Tatarov for this, proving that, unfortunately, there are traitors in the party, but it is not Azef, but Tatarov. And we killed him. The judges turned to Burtsov again. Opening his mouth and showing 2 teeth, Burtsov listened to Chernov. It was impossible to make out anything on his face. In the third hour of his speech, Chernov moved on to characterizing Azef as a person and a family man. The gentlemen who fell into the security guards' nets do not disdain even the fact that one of the proofs of provocation, so to speak, reinforcing, is Azef's appearance and the way he treats people. Yes, I will say, Ivan often made an unpleasant first impression on people. But he is not a schoolgirl, not some kind of a toil, to charm the eyes of the gentlemen who meet him. And here, if it is allowed, there is such a proverb: do not judge a dog by its fur. But everyone who got to know Azef better began to love him with the most tender affection as a friend, as a brother. You just have to look closely at this open face, and in his pure childish eyes you can't help but see kindness, and seeing him in the circle of his family and comrades, you can't help but fall in love with this truly kind person and gentle family man. Here the judges saw that Burtsov was writing down Chernov's words. And here a sensitive, kind person, an impeccable family man, a brave fighter against autocracy, who wrote the best pages in the history of the Russian revolutionary struggle, they dare to brand in the most vile, most shameless way gentlemen who are either simply looking for sensations or who have become strange victims of the police department. Chernov turned to Burtsov and spoke for a whole hour. At the 5th hour, he sat down, wiping his face, mouth and hands with a handkerchief. Savinkov stood up. "Comrades," he said quietly. "Again a theater for myself," thought Chernov, looking at Savinkov. "Comrade," Savinkov repeated. Chernov fidgeted with displeasure. "I am Azef's friend, and perhaps my friendship with him is more intimate than the relations of all the other comrades, for our friendship is welded together by blood. We lived with Azef not for a day or a year. We lived for years. And we walked through blood, killing many in the name of the revolution and losing many loved ones and dear ones along the bloody path. And now a dirty accusation has been thrown at the best friend, the bravest fighter, the head of terror. I consider this an accusation against the entire BO, and it pains me most of all to talk about it, for I am against even any investigation of Azef's activities. He is above suspicion. But now I am forced and will speak about Azef as a terrorist, as his brother in spirit and blood. Allow me first to make a dry list of the glorious deeds performed by Azef. I'll begin. He knew about the assassination attempt on the Kharkov governor Obolensky. He prepared the assassination of the Ufa governor Bogdanovich. He supervised all the work of BO since 1903. He staged the assassination of Plev. He staged the assassination of Sergei. He staged the assassination attempt on General Trepov, on the Kiev Governor General Kleigels, the Nizhny Novgorod Baron Unterberger. He staged the assassination attempt on the Moscow Governor General Dubasov, on the Minister of Internal Affairs Dernovo, on General Min, on the head of the Political Investigation Department Rakovsky, in order to kill him together with the traitor Gapon, and Gapon was killed. He staged an assassination attempt on Admiral Chuknin. He staged an assassination attempt on Prime Minister Stolypin. He sanctioned and sent the executors to kill the provocateur Tatarov. He staged an assassination attempt on General von der Launitz, on Prosecutor Pavlov. He staged an assassination attempt on Grand Duke Nikolai Nikolaevich and, finally, on Tsar Nikolai. How much blood was given and how much blood was spilled you know yourself, and are we really going to throw mud at the one who was the soul and the guillotine of these glorious deeds? Chernov looked at Savinkov's figure with displeasure. Savinkov stood there too pale. His narrow Mongolian eyes were burning. A blush appeared in spots on his long pale face. His whole figure in a black, double-breasted, neatly fitting suit was convincing and handsome. I know Azef as no one else knows him. I love him like a brother, and I will never believe any suspicions because of their complete senselessness. I know Azef as a man of great will, a strong practical mind and great organizational talent. I have seen his unwavering consistency in revolutionary action, his calm courage as a terrorist, and finally his deep tenderness for his family. In my eyes, he is a gifted, firm, decisive man, to whom we have no equal. And so I appeal to you, Vladimir Lvovich. Savinkov turned to Burtsov and, gesturing with his right hand, said with pathos, "Instead of unfounded accusations that tarnish the name of the great revolutionary and bring terrible disorganization to the sacred cause of terror and revolution, instead of accusations, I call on you, as a historian of the revolutionary movement, to say, is there in the history of the Russian liberation movement and in the liberation movement of all countries a more brilliant name of a revolutionary than the name of Azef?" Burtsov stood up nervously. "No, I do not know of a single more brilliant name in the Russian revolutionary movement than the name of Azef," he said. His name and activities are more brilliant than the names and activities of Zelyubov, Sazonov, Gershuni, but only on condition that he is an honest revolutionary. But I am convinced that he is a scoundrel and a police agent. Disgusting. Scoundrel. Natanson and Chernov rushed from their seats and shouted. The impassive P.A. Kropotkin rang the bell and stood up and said, I declare a 2-hour break. After the break, the floor will be given to Vladimir Lvovich Burtsov. 2. This time, Schlüsselburg resident German Lopatin presided. Chernov seemed swollen and exhausted. Natanson was pale, with the chalky pallor of a sleep-deprived man. Savinkov was nervous. Only the judges were calm. Your floor, Vladimir Lvovich Lopatin said. Burtsov stood up, adjusted his glasses, and cleared his throat. I am convinced, he began, that in the fight against revolution, provocation is the main weapon of the existing police system. If the revolutionaries had succeeded in smashing this citadel of autocracy, it is not known whether autocracy would have survived at all. This is my deep conviction. And, professing this truth, I have devoted my meager forces to the fight against this evil, against provocateurs. But for many reasons, often psychological, this is an extremely difficult matter, and it must be conducted with the utmost caution. It was with such extreme caution that I began the investigation of my suspicions of Azef. I had long been convinced that there was a central provocateur in the SR party. The party members were also convinced of this. Many events spoke in favor of this, and above all the complete paralysis of terror. That this provocateur was working in the department under the pseudonym Raskin was established by M.E. Bakai. From that moment on, all my efforts were focused on one thing: to find out which of the party members was hiding under the pseudonym of the employee Raskin. It was not easy, it took a long time. I will not tell you how much work it took to systematize everything related to the unknown Raskin. This work was done by me and Bakai. All the collected, carefully verified facts indicated with absolute certainty that Raskin was Azef. But I did not tell anyone this name during the work. Only when there were no more doubts, I decided to make a final check through Bakai. I asked Bakai to tell me what he knew from his service in the Secret Service about Chernov and Savinkov. He told me. He said that he often saw their cards. The cards were sent out to the Secret Service throughout the provinces. Then, as if by chance, I asked, what do you know about Azef? Bakai replied that he didn't know Azef at all. How is that possible? I said, he's a prominent socialist revolutionary. Bakai said that he had never even heard of Azef. Excuse me, I say, but he's the head of a combat organization. It's incredible, Bakai replied. For me not to know the head of a combat organization is the same as not knowing the director of the police department. And then for the first time I uttered the name of Azef as the suspect Raskin. If such a person exists, Bakai replied, if he's a friend of Chernov and Savinkov, the head of a combat organization, and we don't know anything about him, they're not looking for him, they're not sending out cards, that means he's a podmetka, that is, an employee. That was when I first mentioned Azef's name. The blood of revolutionaries sent to execution by Azef was flowing in Russia. Armed with all the data, I turned to the Central Committee of the party, declaring my suspicion. But this step turned out to be completely fruitless. For a year I tried to get the Central Committee to investigate my suspicions of Azef. The Central Committee either kept silent or refused to investigate. But time passed. Azef was destroying people. And I tried in vain to get the Central Committee to investigate the case. And when I recently read, Burtsov turned to Chernov and Savinkov, that the terrorists Zilberberg, Solyatitsky, Nikitenko, Sinyovsky, Lebedintsev, Trauberg, Singub had been hanged again in St. Petersburg, I was convinced that Azef had sent them to the gallows. A vile lie. Chernov shouted. I told the Central Committee that I would now speak out in the press, because the party's failure to pay attention to Azef's accusations was tantamount to sending young, dedicated revolutionaries to the gallows. I could not remain silent. And so we reached the trial, not of Azef, but of me. But now I accuse not only Azef. I accuse the party of malicious connivance, which cost the lives of dozens of dedicated revolutionaries. I accuse you, Messrs. Chernov and Savinkov. You have been avoiding the investigation of Azef's suspicions and rumors about him for several years, and only when I threatened the press, you summoned me, not Azef, to court, clearly hinting that you could deal with me. But when I prove to you, in this court, Azef's betrayal, I will allow myself to ask you, why did you protect the traitor and hangman Azef for so long? Why did you so passionately protect him? After all, having examined all the material about Azef's provocation and about the attempts to expose him, it turned out that I was not the first to call him a traitor and to bring this to the attention of the Central Committee of the party. Where are the reasons for the fact that in the very center of the party, for many years, a provocateur worked without fear? These reasons are that the darkest sides of the party organizational morals reigned and reign in the Central Committee. 6 years ago, the student propagandist Krestyanov accused Azef of betrayal. He learned about Azef's police service through the agent Pavlov. Was this case looked into by the party? No. Azef, the head of terror and police spy, was cleared of wrongdoing. But soon M.R. Gotz again received a letter from Rubakin about Azef's suspicions of treason. What did the members of the Central Committee do with this letter? They laughingly passed it on. To whom? To the head of terror and police spy Azef. But the party again received an extensive, so-called Petersburg letter with detailed revelations about Azef and Tatarov. The letter was brought by an unknown woman to party member E.K. Rostkovsky. What came of it? First of all, allow me to read this letter. Comrades. The party is threatened with a pogrom. It is being betrayed by 2 serious spies. One of them, a former exile, a certainty, had only returned in the spring, apparently from Irkutsk, had gained Pyuchev's trust, had ruined the case of Ivanitskaya, Barikov, and had also named Frelik, Nikonov, Fight, Staryankovich, Leonovich, Sukhamlin, and many others. The escaped convict Yakimova, who was then followed in Odessa, the Caucasus, Nizhny, Moscow, St. Petersburg. They will probably catch her soon. Another spy had recently arrived from abroad, a certain engineer Azef, a Jew, and called Valisky. This spy betrayed the Congress that took place in Nizhny, the attempt on the life of the local governor, Konoplyanikova in Moscow, workshop, Vedenyapan, brought dynamite, Lomov in Samara, military, the illegal treason in Kiev, Grama, hiding with the Rakitnikovs in Samara. Many victims have been targeted by the traitors, you must know them both. Therefore, we appeal to you. As an honest man and a revolutionary, do the following, but punctually. We must remember that not all spies are known and that there is much we still do not know. Destroy this letter immediately. Do not make copies or extracts from it. Do not tell anyone about receiving it, but thoroughly understand its contents and initiate either Breshkovsky or Potapov, doctor in Moscow, or Mainov, there, or Pribilov into this secret if he leaves St. Petersburg, where some spies are also hanging around him. Talk to one of them personally. There should be no written communications on this matter at all. Let him act on his own behalf, without naming you, and without saying that this information was received from St. Petersburg. We must, without revealing the secret, hasten to give orders. Everyone the traitors know about will be on guard, as well as those who are close to them in the matter. The illegals must try to get rid of surveillance and not show up in places where they used to be. The equipment must be changed immediately, entrusted to new people. To whom was this letter given? Despite the warnings in the letter, despite the indication of the people who should be initiated into this matter, the letter was immediately handed over to the head of the terror and police spy Azef. I know that he read it and turned pale. But then he said in front of his comrades, T is Tatarov and engineer Azef is me. I will take the letter to the Central Committee. And Azef personally gave the letter to Gotz. But the letter had no copy. In relation to Tatarov, he supplemented it with the names of Barikov, Frelik, Fight, Nikonov. In relation to himself, he cut off the end of the letter, which was as follows. If you cannot do everything as we advise, do not do anything, but if you do everything exactly, then notify us by placing a note in the mailbox of Revolutionary Russia. To well-wishers. Fulfilled. In this case, further revelations will follow. This letter confirmed the issuance by engineer Azef, in which Azef himself admitted a congress of militants in Nizhny, an attempt on the life of the local governor, the issuance of a dynamite workshop, the transport of Vedenyapan's dynamite, Breshkovskaya's hideout. It would seem that these are the most eloquent facts, which are so easy to verify. But did the Central Committee investigate these facts? No. He admitted that the facts regarding engineer Azef were petty and insignificant, and the letter was a joke of the police department. They did something different with Tatarov. Tatarov was killed. Who? Azef killed his competitor with the hands of the Socialist Revolutionaries. But the Central Committee had no respite. Soon the party again received information about the provocation from the Odessa security guard Sorkin. But the Central Committee did not take advantage of it either. Then, 2 years later, another detailed letter from the Saratov SRS came out, leaving no doubt about Azef's betrayal. But this multi-page letter has remained to this day, I emphasize this, known only to a few members of the Central Committee. It was hushed up, shoved under the rug. But what is this? Malicious connivance or naivety bordering on stupidity? I do not want to believe that the Central Committee of the SR Party is so naive and bad. Let us see what Azef did during these years of fruitless attempts to expose him. He stood at the head of the party in terror and killed ministers with his left hand and party comrades with his right, but not members of the Central Committee. He did not kill a single one of them. He killed the most wonderful young men and women who believed in terror and their leader. How can we call this frivolity of the Central Committee of the party? Tell me, where are its roots? I am accused of slander after the Central Committee had Mont Blanc of data at its disposal before me, from which it was so easy to establish Azef's provocation. But there is a Spanish proverb, the deafest is he who does not want to hear. And so, suddenly deaf in one ear, turned out to be the Central Committee. The roots of this deafness were in the unsightly to the point of horror picture of party organizational morals. I am forced to touch upon this atmosphere of Azefism, for it was precisely this atmosphere that fed with bloody juices an unheard of betrayal in the world. The members of the Central Committee of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, together with the monopoly of ideological leadership, also combined the monopoly of organizational leadership. The Central Committee turned into a large, well-knit family. The members became infallible popes, smug narcissists who did not tolerate disobedience. The Central Committee was imbued with the bureaucratic spirit of caste. The Central Committee members became above criticism, they became unattainable, like the Roman emperors. The wives of the Central Committee members, their relatives, became full members of the Central Committee. There was continuous squabbling, nepotism, intrigue, gossip, and servility. Every influx of fresh air was locked into the family caste. And in this mustiness, Azef blossomed in a lush, terry color. He was one of his own family. So what suspicions could a family member have? Worse, the most vile, the strongest, the most terrible thing was mixed in here, the power of money. They cling to money, they grovel before money, and quite imperceptibly the concern for obtaining money for the party turned from a means into an end. Azef was a money-getter for the party. He got it. Where from? Another question. The narcissists from the Central Committee were not interested in this. The provocateur Tatarov also got money, thanks to which he was to be co-opted into the Central Committee. This money came from the police department from General Gerasimov and Detective Ratkovsky. The Central Committee was in their nets. But not entirely. Azef, as the leader of terror, got money from the other side, from the rich and organizations sympathetic to terror. And so, from both sides, he held the party, that is, the Central Committee family, in his hands. So, how will they begin to investigate the case of his betrayal? After all, such a betrayal would have too many relatives. The iron armor of the mutual responsibility of the Central Committee family became a stone wall for Azef, behind which he killed left and right whoever he wanted, leaving the members of the Central Committee and General Gerasimov alive. It was precisely the consciousness of caste solidarity that was and is considered a feeling of comradeship in relation to Azef, about whom the members of the Central Committee spoke so eloquently. But what monstrous cruelty did these people show towards brave, young, courageous comrades? I cannot believe, did all the suspicions that came to the Central Committee not make Mr. Chernov at least once think, at least once warn someone? After all, it was you, Messrs. Chernov, who handed over the selfless youth into the hands of Azef without even feeling the obligation to warn. And you were obliged to warn like this. Know that there is a Petersburg letter, that there is a Saratov letter, that there is a suspicion of Krestyaninov, there is Tatarov's testimony, the accusation of Mortimer Riz, there is a mass of incriminating evidence against Azef, but we absolutely trust Azef, we leave him in our midst and he is informed about absolutely everything, act now as you wish. Then, if we were going to the slaughter, then at least in full awareness of the danger of the upcoming game. But Messrs. Chernov and Savinkov handed over the youth to Azef in silence, and the selfless youth was hanged by General Gerasimov. True, Azef had other measures besides the gallows. I must mention them too. Azef treated many of those who had given themselves over to the combat organization as terrorists in a different way. Allegedly for the sake of conspiracy, he sent them to the most remote towns and villages of Russia, ordering them not to move from the place without his summons. drinking, debauching, spending crazy money, gendarme and party. He did not give those he sent the means of living, forcing them to lead a life of hunger and complete inaction. For this he received from Gerasimov. Brave idealists, betrayed by the party into the hands of a provocateur, committed suicide there. These are not isolated facts. Comrade Chernov knows about this. But they did not pay attention to the young revolutionaries who shot themselves. Firstly, Azef was too much of a man in the aristocracy of the Central Committee, and, secondly, because the dictator of terror was often peremptory, telling his comrades, "Terror, it is me. And here before us are hundreds of corpses, the most recent victims, the selfless Zilberberg, Sulyatitsky, Sinyovsky, Nikitenko, Lebedintsev, Trauberg hanged by Gerasimov. And yet even now the representatives of the party and Azef's friends do not want to see the truth. So allow me to move on to the factual side, to the details of the exposure, which should convince the blind that the party's terror was carried out by a police agent. Burtsov moved on to the investigation data, which led to the conviction that Raskin was Azef. By the fourth hour, he already felt the bonds that lay between him and the judges. It was clear. Lopatin believes, Kropotkin is shaken. Even Feigner, it seems, is shaken. The facts were growing, pressing on consciousness. Burtsov told how he went to Warsaw to the engineer Dushevsky to find out whether Azef had been to him 5 years ago, how he went to Switzerland to Rubakin. Burtsov relayed hundreds of the most precise facts. But then, after a pause and a sip of water, he said, I have laid out the history of the attempts to expose Azef. I have laid out the facts establishing the betrayal. I have laid out my anger and the atmosphere in the Central Committee in which Azef acted with frivolous connivance. But I have another fact, after which even V.M. Chernov and B.V. Savinkov will have to believe it, it seems. But I can only tell it to the court on the condition that the representatives of the Socialist Revolutionaries give their word of honor that they will not use what is reported except with the consent of the court. Let the court make of the report what it finds necessary. There was silence. It was interrupted by Chairman Lopatin, in a voice tired of silence. Do the representatives of the prosecution wish to agree with the proposal of Vladimir Lvovich Burtsov? He squinted, for 20 years of solitary confinement had made him short-sighted. Chernov was excitedly conferring with Natanson and Savinkov. Savinkov stood up. We agree not to make any use of the fact reported by Burtsov without the consent of the court. Then said Burtsov, I will report it. Quite recently, a week before my last statement to the party, I learned that the former director of the police department, Lopukhin, was abroad. I knew him to be an opponent of the revolutionaries, but an honest man, and who, as is well known, had fallen into disfavor with the government for precisely this reason. I was inwardly convinced that if I revealed Azef's double work to Lopukhin, he himself would be amazed at what he heard, for he knew Azef only as a police agent, not as a revolutionary, and, amazed, how an honest man would hand over this fanatic, this devil of the human race, to me. I was catching Lopukhin. I learned that on the 25th he would be in Cologne on his way to Berlin, from where he would go to Russia. I went to Cologne to wait for him. I recognized him in the first-class lounge, saw him enter the carriage. I followed him. I deliberately sat in another compartment, not wanting to meet him until the train started moving. I watched carefully and knew that I was without tails. When the train started moving, I entered Lopukhin's compartment as if by chance. He was alone and reading the Frankfurter Zeitung. We greeted each other, started talking. The conversation began in a completely ordinary way. I did not try to take the bull by the horns, but having said that the failures of the recent affairs of the Socialist Revolutionary Party are explained by the fact that the BO is headed by a provocateur, I felt that the ground had been created and addressed him as follows. Alexei Alexandrovich, allow me to tell you everything I know about this provocateur and his activities, both among the revolutionaries and the guards. He agreed. I began my story. I know that I was going for broke when I told the former director of the police department about the career of the revolutionary Azef. I know that if my case fell through, Messrs. Chernov and Savinkov would not stand on ceremony with me. But my faith put my life on the line. I told in detail how Azef killed Plev, how he killed Sergei, how he made a report on Dubasov, how he prepared the murder of the Tsar, and at the same time sent revolutionaries to the gallows, handing them over to Gerasimov. Lopukhin's face was in front of me. The more I told, the more clearly I saw that Lopukhin was amazed, depressed, did not want to believe that he knew this guard. When I started talking about the regicide, Lopukhin turned pale. But he could no longer hide his excitement and not believe the facts I was reporting, which he knew from the other side of the barricade. Lopukhin was shocked, in my opinion, precisely by the fact that if not directly, then nevertheless he took part in Azef's work. And then, after a 6-hour conversation, I said, as the director of the department, you could not help but know this provocateur. He is known as Raskin. I have finally exposed him. Allow me to tell you who is hiding under this pseudonym. I was ready to name Azef when suddenly the excited Lopukhin said, I do not know any Raskin. I know engineer Yevno Azef. Having abandoned the chairman's seat, Lopatin walked heavily to Burtsov and put his hands on his shoulders. Lvovich, give me your word of honor that you heard this from Lopukhin. But then he turned around, hopelessly waving his hand. What's wrong? It's clear. There were tears in the eyes of the old revolutionary. The representatives of the prosecution jumped up. The judges jumped up from their seats. Confusion ensued. You gave Azef away. Chernov shouted. You tipped him off to Lopukhin. Azef is above Lopukhin's accusations. Natanson gesticulated. German Alexandrovich. Savinkov approached Lopatin. This is impossible. Do you believe Lopukhin? Of course. People are killed based on evidence like this. Savinkov was drunk. The front of his head hurt. He muttered. Impossible. So, how do you explain Lopukhin's role? Lopukhin and Azef. I believe Azef. Why? Lopukhin is not interested. I believe that Azef is innocent. Pyotr Alexeyevich, but this is a police intrigue. Lopukhin is casting a shadow on Azef. Chernov shouted, pressing Kropotkin. What then? Vera Nikolaevna also believed Degov, said Kropotkin, removing Chernov's hand from himself. Lopatin said loudly, I declare today's court session closed. 3. In the evening, Savinkov stood at the parapet of the Invalides Bridge. In the darkness, he thought about the trial, about Azef, and about the hero of the novel. What if Burtsov's slander and delusions turn out to be true? Is Azef really the same as the hero who spat in the face of humanity? A lie. But terrible, vague feelings filled his soul. Incredible. A lie. Burtsov will pay dearly for this. Kropovich is already on his way to kill him. The Seine stood muddy in the red-green reflections of the lights. Under the bridge, the barges creaked, huddled together. Savinkov smelled the apples. Bending down, he saw barges loaded with apples. After standing for a while, he quietly walked across the bridge to Burtsov. 4. At the door of Burtsov's apartment, Savinkov ran into Bella, dressed in a colorful coat, a remnant of the St. Petersburg conspiracy of terror. Are you here too? Bella said strangely. Hello, Bella, how pale you are. Are you unwell? Are you well? Without saying goodbye or greeting, Bella rustled her colorful, expensive coat which did not suit her unattractive figure. I am very glad that you dropped in, Boris Viktorovich Burtsov said, sitting among books, newspapers, and photographs. Please forgive me, I consider you the only honest opponent. Please sit down. The gray, narrow Burtsov smiled with exposed teeth. So you, Vladimir Lvovich, believe that there are comrades who behave dishonestly in court. The water in the clouds is dark, Boris Viktorovich. I don't believe, of course, that anyone from the Central Committee knew about Azef's simultaneous work in the department. At the trial, I outlined the atmosphere of corruption in the Central Committee enough to understand why suspicions were passed over. But judge for yourself. After my report, it is clear to any unbiased person that Azef is a traitor. And here, forgive me for being so frank, the Central Committee plays a trick. Save yourselves. Save the party. Even if Azef is a traitor, but don't make it public. There will be an uprising of the periphery against the center, a loss of laurels, posts, ranks, orders. Burtsov smiled. What can I say? The party will certainly be shaken. It may not even recover. You understand what will happen when it is printed everywhere. The head of the party, Azef, is a police agent. After all, this is a fact of global significance, Boris Viktorovich. An unprecedented case in history. They will talk about it in all countries. If only it were true. And that's true, Boris Viktorovich. Only the party doesn't want the luxury of truth. The party would rather do something else. Burtsov laughed, showing his front teeth. Punish Burtsov for the luxury of truth. Do you mean to say, kill? Said Savinkov, understanding why Bella had come to Burtsov. Of course. Savinkov also smiled slightly. After all, taking the party general's point of view, Boris Viktorovich, the way out of this case is clear. Azef betrayed many comrades, but they have already been hanged. Therefore, there is no return. What's past is irrevocable. And Azef, exposed, covers the party with shame. So it's better to cover Burtsov with a pine board than the party with shame. The ends are in the water, and Azef was taken by the arm. Stage, they say, an act of world scale with advertising to the whole world. Kill, they say, the Tsar, rehabilitate yourself and step aside. Go, say, to South America to plant plants. Dagaev was much smaller, and even to atone for his sins he killed Colonel Sudakin and received an indulgence. Well, Azef, you know, can do a lot. A cunning beast, a head not like Dagaev's. He would kill the Tsar father for a sweet soul and not breathe a sigh. Vladimir Lvovich, Savinkov interrupted. It was difficult for him to begin, because Burtsov was talking incessantly. My brain is spinning when I listen to you. Do you really believe it? Understand that Azef is not guilty of anything. This is your nightmare, your obsession. None of us has a thought of suspicion. There is not the slightest hesitation. What hesitation? Burtsov laughed when Bella comes and says outright that she will put a bullet in my forehead. There is no time for hesitation, you know. I came to you to speak completely sincerely, Vladimir Lvovich. Tell me, as if in confession, is it really not an obsession? Are you yourself really firmly, rock-solidly convinced? Rock-solidly convinced, Burtsov said. Do you not admit the thought that Lopukhin and Bakai are playing a toy with you? A fine toy. But do you know that Bakai has exposed up to 30 provocateurs? He has dug up such pillars as the Polish writer Berezovsky, the master of thoughts of revolutionary youth. And Lopukhin, if only you had seen his face. Why would he lie? After all, I found him, and not he me. It's incredible, Savinkov muttered. I don't understand anything, but not for a minute, you understand? Not for a minute do I allow the thought. By the way, where is Azef? Burtsov said, as if he hadn't heard. He's coming in a few days. He's been to Spain. In Spain. Not a bad place. And tell me, Boris Viktorovich, is it true that Krapovich is also going to Paris? He wrote. He's going to kill me. He wrote that too. Well, Burtsov said. Do you know how he got free? No. Well, I'll tell you. After escaping from Siberia, he became the head of a detachment in Petersburg. Isn't that right? Well, he was arrested on the street completely by chance. But Azef, knowing that Krapovich believed in him as in God and was willing to shoot at me, defending his honor, don't interrupt, together with Gerasimov, they let him out of prison. Yes, judge for yourself. What nonsense is being played out in broad daylight? A dangerous terrorist, a Schlisselburg resident, the murderer of Minister Bogolapov, the head of the detachment, is being transported from prison to prison by a policeman in a simple cab. Moreover, at the drugstore the policeman, by the way, disguised as Dobroskok, Nikolai the Golden Glasses, gets off and says to Krapovich, "Sit down, I'll be right there." He leaves the drugstore, sees that Krapovich is sitting, and doesn't guess. They drive on. The policeman stops at some store, again sit down. But then Krapovich guesses, runs. And to whom? Straight to Azef's apartment. So you want to say that the police and Azef are sending a terrorist with an unblemished name to kill you? Of course. That's right, Boris Viktorovich. And you think that everyone in the department is so bastards? There, my dear sir, are such MacMahons sitting there, conducting such a subtle inquisition that Torquemada himself would be delighted. These are magicians, Boris Viktorovich, magicians of their technique. Vladimir Lvovich, it's impossible. Savinkov laughed. You are sick with spy mania, sick, manic, obsessive ideas. And everything fits together like in a pharmacy. Supernatural and phenomenal. But I just can't believe the intricacy. Don't be offended. Well, I'm not offended. I know that if Krapovich and Bella don't kill me before the end of the trial, you will definitely believe everything. I'll probably even have to believe Chernov, although, oh, how much he doesn't want that. If the court acquits you, we will go into conflict with the court, Savinkov said, standing up. You understand that this is beyond my comprehension. Do you understand? He said, pointing to his forehead with his finger. And if this is true, then we must also understand that all the provocateurs taken together would not have dealt such a blow to terror as you, terrorist Burtsov, are dealing. After all, you yourself are a supporter of terror. Burtsov pretended not to hear this phrase and, standing up, said, then there would be no need for a trial. Only here's the thing, Boris Viktorovich, when you see Azef, forgive me for reminding you, not a word about Lopukhin. We gave our word to the court. You know, friendship is a great thing. Burtsov smiled. Goodbye. Are you suffering mentally, Boris Viktorovich? Oh, you will suffer when you find out with whom you killed people. We will see that, Savinkov said, leaving. 5. There were many different people riding in Parisian cabs that day. But there was hardly a more anxious and worried passenger than the stout gentleman in a light sand-colored coat and a light-colored hat. The cabman was driving him in a narrow cabriolet on the Rue de la Fontaine at a moderate speed, holding the cabriolet back at the corners where streams of oncoming carriages were rushing. It was already getting dark. It was raining. The gentleman in the sand-colored coat and light-colored hat was worried not because he had no umbrella and the light-colored hat could be ruined by the rain. The gentleman was simply afraid that right now, on the Rue de la Fontaine, in the Maulenberg apartment, he would be killed. Argonov could have sent a telegram. The exposure could happen any minute. Azef shuddered. He peered at the house numbers. I see, he muttered and, stopping the cab, got off. He crossed to the side opposite Savenkov's house, and he walked with the gait of a thief going to do a job. He wrapped himself in the shadows of houses and entrances. He stopped before reaching them. From here he saw. The windows of Savenkov's apartment were lit. Human shadows were flickering behind them. The meeting. Maybe it's over. The shadows in the windows flickered like a crowd. They receded. The windows became clean and bright. They're leaving. Azef almost ran to the next entrance. He saw them leaving. He recognized them all. Militants. His heart sank and sank. There, Savenkov with his uncovered balding head, in just a jacket, seeing them off. Saying goodbye to two women, Rachel and Bella. Behind them, Vnorovsky, Sletov, Zenzanov, Moisenko. To hear at least the shortest word. He saw Savenkov wave his hand, turn around and go into the house. Nonsense. Azef shook his bullish head and began to cross the street diagonally. 6. And yet his heart was beating not because the stairs were steep. Azef climbed with difficulty, stopping at the turns. The office was in a greenish semi-darkness from the lamp standing on the desk. Azef followed Savenkov with a tired gait. His face seemed to be filled with watery fat, and his bright, averted lips seemed redder than usual. Savenkov saw excitement in his face and gait. Azef sat down near the table, his fat face turning green from the lampshade. Tell me in detail about all this nastiness, he muttered. How it tormented and broke me. The devil is terrible, Ivan, but God is merciful. Of course it's unpleasant, but now I had fighters. It's clear to everyone that Burtsov, if he is accused by the court, has no choice but to put a bullet in his forehead. He even told Bella so himself. He said so. Azef said quickly. Yes. His main trump card is the guard Bakai, who escaped from Siberia. He was exiled for his connections with Burtsov. I gave him money for his escape, Azef muttered. Burtsov said that you came instead of Chernov. He blames you here too, you maniac. He says that the department, on your orders, sent a telegram about Bakai's arrest in Tumen and that it was only by pure chance that Bakai escaped. What nonsense, Azef laughed. Well, and then? Savenkov talked about the trial. And what kind of sensation is this? What sensation? Oh, yes, Burtsov calls it a sensation. What is it? I have no right to say that, Ivan. Why? Did you give your word? I did. Too bad, said Azef. Savenkov thought Azef had turned pale, but the light was green. It was hard to make out. Some Bakai again. A police official. A superior. Enough. Azef looked at Savenkov point blank. You really won't tell me, Boris? Loputin. Azef said, smiling. Maybe Loputin. I gave my word, Ivan. I didn't tell you anything. Azef looked away, sighed with his stomach, and after a moment of silence said in a quick, nasal rumble. So you're saying Kropotkin suspects a double game on my part? Yes. Azef was silent, grinning. And suddenly he laughed sharply, loudly, throughout the room. Yes, of course. You are not very smart, so that you cannot be deceived. It really is easy to deceive you. Burtsov lies to you, brings up sensations, and you, good comrades. Well, Kropotkin has lost his mind, anything can come to his mind, and you. Why us? You say that as if we missed something in relation to you. We should not have gone to the trial, Azef said angrily. It was your and Victor's fantasy that Burtsov would be defeated in 2 minutes and that I would come out of all this dirt dry. You did not care at all about my mental state. In the instantaneous, snake-like, flat look, Savenkov felt the hateful malice that he had often known. Azef sat with his hands folded on his stomach. He was like an ugly Buddha. You throw reproaches, it is only ingratitude. If you think you are being badly defended, go to court yourself, refute it with us, speak. I think that would be a good defense of the case. Azef glanced at him sideways. I thought that you, as comrades with whom I have eaten a pood of salt, would defend me. We are doing everything we can, Ivan. Azef was silent. Savinkov also knew this transition from desperate anger to kindness, almost tenderness. Azef smiled without changing his pose. Then, frowning, he said, "So you think it would be better if I showed up for court?" "Of course." Azef leaned back. Savinkov saw a huge, goitered chin and a neck in a white collar and a reddish tie. "No," he said, "I can't do that. I don't have the strength to go and mess around with this nastiness." And Savinkov knew this change. It was rare, but he saw it. Azef seemed suddenly broken, depressed. "This story," he said, "will kill me completely if you don't put an end to it. I'd like to kill this bastard Burtsov." "Playing with a matchbox," Savinkov said. "Unthinkable. This will be a scandal, not rehabilitation." Azef was silent. 7. At night when Azef entered the room, Hetty woke up, squinting from the light. Azef felt a chill, a loss, death, horror. Seeing his arms hanging free, half his chest, his cheeks flushed from sleep, he did not even utter a word. He undressed quietly and quickly. Slapping with his bare feet, he slid naked, huge, the mattress tilted. Hetty was waiting for him and burned him with her hot feet. 8. Events developed like in a fast-paced, criminal novel. They changed. They wavered. But suddenly everyone learned that Azef had gone not to Berlin, but to Petersburg, to Lopukhin, begging in the name of his children to spare him, not to hand him over to the revolutionaries. Behind Azef, at Lopukhin, General Gerasimov jingled his spurs, threatening in the name of Stolypin, death. The party investigator Argonov came to Lopukhin for Gerasimov. "Azef and Gerasimov were with me," Lopukhin told Argonov. "They are threatening to arrest me and send me to Siberia for treason. This does not frighten me at all. But do not think that I am handing over Azef to the revolutionaries because I sympathize with the revolution. I am against any revolution. I am on the other side of the barricades. I am doing this for moral reasons." 9. Having gathered his last strength, Azef returned to Paris. General Gerasimov had given him 4 passports, 2,000 rubles for his escape. He had left a will to Gerasimov in favor of his family, asking for help if he was killed in Paris. Azef came to his wife, Lyubov Grigoryevna, at 245 Boulevard Raspail. He was restless even without Kitty. Both his sons were with him. The thought that they would kill him right here, in front of his wife and children, was unbearable. "Vanya, Lord, how have you changed? How are they torturing you and for what? For the fact that you walked around with a rope around your neck for 10 years. You scoundrel, this Burtsov." Okay, don't whine, it's hard without you." And Azef went into the children's room. Sitting there, he looked at his son's school drawings. Lyubov Grigoryevna was preparing breakfast. Azef leafed through the drawings over and over, until he realized that he wasn't seeing them, but leafing through them out of fear that wouldn't leave him. "Vanya!" Lyubov Grigoryevna shouted. Azef shuddered, and at that very moment the doorbell rang. Azef thought, jumping up, wanting to warn his wife, and rushed into the corridor. But Lyubov Grigoryevna had already opened the door, and he saw Chernov, Savinkov and the militant Pavlov. "Ah, Lyubov Grigoryevna." Chernov smiled at the door. "And we are going to Ivan home." Azef silently walked out of the darkness towards them with slow steps. Having greeted them, he led them into the far room, into his office, without looking. He sat down heavily at the table, slightly opening the drawer where 2 revolvers lay. "What is it, gentlemen?" Azef said. Looking around, he saw that they were standing, blocking the exit. "What is it?" Azef said, gathering his strength to hide his excitement and the trembling of his jaw. Chernov pulled a sheet of paper folded in 4 from his pocket. "Read the document, Ivan. From Saratov." Savinkov stood unusually pale. His narrow eyes were not visible. His lips seemed to be pressed in. He looked sick. Pavlov looked calmly at Azef. Savinkov saw Azef turn pale and stand with his back to the window, beginning to read the document that exposed him, but he did not read. He was only gathering his strength to break away. Having controlled himself, Azef said rudely, "Well, so what is the matter?" "We know," said Chernov, "that on November 11 you went to Petersburg to see Lopukhin." Azef answered calmly, "I have never been to Lopukhin in my life." "Where have you been?" "In Berlin." "In what hotel?" "First in the Fürstenhof, then in Chernomordik's furnished rooms in the Kirk." "We know that you have not been to the Kirk." Azef laughed with the ringing laugh that Chernov and Savinkov knew so well. "It's funny, I was there." "You were not there." "I was." Azef shouted furiously. "What kind of talk is this?" Azef straightened up, raising his head. "My past vouches for me. I won't allow it." Then Savinkov approached him, holding his hand in his pocket. He was blue pale. Azef looked him in the eyes. If you're talking about the past, Savinkov said, tell me, why in the attempt on Dubasov, when the carriage was driving past Vladimir Vnorovsky, did he not have a bomb? That's a lie, Azef said, turning pale, his nostrils and lips trembling. All the throwers had bombs. Shilrov let Dubasov's carriage pass. I don't know why. We interrogated Vnorovsky. Dubasov drove past him. But he didn't have a bomb. You didn't give it to him. A lie, Azef shouted. It was as I say. So Vnorovsky is lying. No, Vnorovsky can't lie. So you're lying. Savinkov stared, his face trembling. Azef was white, but like stone, he was gathering his last strength. No, I'm telling the truth. Wait, Pavel Ivanovich, we must first clear up the issue of Berlin, interrupted Chernov. Ivan, why did you go to Berlin? I wanted to be alone, Victor. I'm tired. I wanted to rest. I think that's understandable. Why did you move from Efrastinhof to Kirk? It's cheaper in Kirk. So you moved because it was cheap. Since when did you suddenly become calculating? You've lived your whole life on DEF assignments and, it seems, you didn't scrimp. I had other reasons. What reasons? That's not relevant. You refuse to answer. I moved because it was cheap. The rest is not relevant. Tell me, how did you understand my words? Savinkov stammered, when I told you that someone, whose name I cannot name, told Burtsov that you serve in the police and allowed him to tell me this. I understood that someone allowed Burtsov to tell you this. Someone, Loputin, Chernov said. He did not mention Savinkov's last name at all. But you, from Pavel Ivanovich's words, understood that Loputin mentioned his last name. Well, and that is why you went to Loputin with the words. You told Savinkov that I am a police agent. Tell him that you were mistaken. Just now Azef trembled and turned green. And at the same moment, cutting through the space between those who had arrived, he began to pace around the room. What nonsense. I can't understand anything. We need to conduct an investigation. There is nothing to understand here. Chernov turned around. Ivan, we offer you conditions. Tell us frankly about your dealings with the police. We have no need to ruin you and your family. At that moment, Azef heard the door open. The boys came from school and, shushing, Lyubov Grigoryevna led them down the corridor on tiptoe. Ivan, tell me everything without concealment. Couldn't you have done as Dagayev did? You could have done more, Ivan. Azef walked silently. His head was down. It is in your interests to accept the offer. Azef did not answer. We are waiting for an answer. Azef stopped in front of Chernov, looked him straight in the eyes, and spoke. Victor, can you really think that about me? Victor, he said tremblingly, we lived in perfect harmony for 10 years. You know me as well as I know you. How could you come to me with such vile proposals? If I came, then I must come, answered Chernov, moving away from Azef. Boris, said Azef, turning to Savinkov. Do you, my closest friend, really believe in this vile invention of the police? Lord, it's terrible. We'll leave now, Ivan. Do you want to add anything to what was said? Do you want to answer Viktor Mikhailovich's question? We give you until 12 o'clock tomorrow, said Chernov. After 12 o'clock we will consider ourselves free of all obligations, Savinkov said, emphasizing each word. 10. That night in Azef's apartment was terrible. The children slept peacefully. But the view of Azef's office lit by the fireplace was unusual. The chairs were pushed together, the screens were knocked over, papers and things were on the floor, the door was open. Disheveled, in only a shirt, in suspenders, Azef hurriedly looked through piles of papers, stuffed some into suitcases, threw some into the blazing fireplace. In the bedroom, by the dark window, Lyubov Grigoryevna stood trembling. Tearing himself away from packing, Azef straightened up, with a face full of fear said, What, Lyuba? Still there? Huh. They're coming, Lyubov Grigoryevna answered from the darkness. Ooh. Azef growled, clutching his head with his hands, they'll kill me. Lyubov Grigoryevna peered around the corner at the dark boulevard Raspale, saw two men in black coats quietly strolling along the opposite side. She knew they were the party patrol, Zenzanov and Sletov. At 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 suitcases were strapped down. But it was impossible to leave the house. Lyuba said Azef, turn off all the lights, let them think you've gone to bed. And soon, in his underwear, so that he could be seen from the opposite side, Azef went to the window, stood there. The electricity went out, the facade of the apartment darkened. Azef got dressed in the darkness. Lyubov Grigoryevna helped. Lord, Azef whispered, you understand, Lyuba, if it gets light, I won't leave them, you know, I have to do everything, I'll change into your dress. Vanya, nothing will come through, Lyubov Grigorievna said, trembling. My God, what horror, what vileness, and these are comrades. Wait, I'll look from the bedroom. Azef went up to the curtain, peering into the street. People were walking along the opposite side. Men and women covered Sletov and Zenzanov. But then they passed. Azef saw diagonally from the house, two gentlemen were standing. Azef peered as he had never looked at anyone. But what is this? Azef couldn't believe his eyes. One of the figures, Zenzanov, he was taller than Sletov, made a strange gesture. Sletov repeated the gesture. Both walked along the boulevard, leaving the apartment. Lyuba, Azef said, shuddering, the shift has arrived. Now they are probably on this side. I'm sure Savinkov has arrived. We won't be able to track them down on this side. We need to go down and look from the yard. Lyubov Grigorievna was already getting dressed, threw on a shawl and left through the back door. Azef remained by the curtain. His heart was beating fast, hard. He held his right hand on the left side of his chest. Footsteps, almost running, were heard on the back stairs. Snatching a revolver from his pocket, Azef rushed out the door. Lyubov Grigorievna ran in. Vanya, there's no one, Vanya, run, Azef held her hands. Are you sure? Did you look carefully? Maybe somewhere in the entryway. No one, I looked everywhere, no one. I stopped a cab 2 houses away, he's waiting, run. Azef quickly got dressed. Bent under the weight of the suitcase, Lyubov Grigorievna ran down with him. She wanted to hug him in the entrance, for the last time, but Azef rushed out of the gate and, looking around, rushed to the cab with the suitcases. Lyubov Grigorievna didn't have time to hug him. 11. It was 5 in the morning, and at 7 the indignant Burtsov was running along Garibaldi Boulevard. He ran up to Lopatin and shouted at the door, raising both hands. German Alexandrovich. Horror. What's the matter? They let him go. He escaped at night, Burtsov said, sitting down on a chair. The man from Schlisselburg quietly shook his grey, leonine head. Let's say, rather, they didn't let him go, Lvovich, but let him go, he said, laughing bitterly. Have mercy, what does this look like? The day before yesterday, a group of Socialist Revolutionary volunteers proposed that the Central Committee liquidate the whole thing on its own, without any risk to the Central Committee. So the Chernovs rejected this proposal. For God's sake, they said, don't interfere, you'll ruin the whole thing. Well, Lopatin grinned. Once the head is off, don't cry over the hair. Come on, Lvovich, let's have some coffee. Chapter 16. 1. Newspapers all over the world wrote about Azef. True, the newspapers accompanied the story of his betrayals and revelations with fantastic inventions, criminal ornaments, absurd psychological conjectures. Azef was called the infernal type of Dostoevsky, Burtsov, the Sherlock Holmes of the revolution. In the Russian press and in society they wrote and said that the betrayal was more complicated, that the Central Committee knew a lot about Azef, but hid it, because Azef was useful to the party. Undeserved dirt was flying at the Central Committee. And after the suicide of the militant Bella, who shot herself because Burtsov thoughtlessly confused her with the provocateur Zachenko, and Chernov interrogated her too long, the militants' hatred of the Central Committee flared up with renewed vigor. The youth was also incensed by Savinkov's phrase, thrown out in the heat of the argument. He said that every revolutionary is a potential provocateur. He said what he did not want to say, or perhaps he did not hold back what he had thought. He was insane. The nights before the gallows seemed easier to him than the nights after Azef's escape. Savinkov walked around his office at night, smoked, sat down, got up, drank, walked again, like a beast who could not find a place for himself. He did not think about the horror of the death of his comrades on the gallows, about the defeat of the cause, about the fact that the Central Committee was covered in dirt. He thought about how the provocateur Azef had played with him, the revolutionary Savinkov, for 5 years, as he wanted. Savinkov stopped, clenching his fists, muttering. How clear everything was now. Ambiguous conversations, cautious inquiries, careless questions, probing had surfaced. Sometimes Savinkov felt like he couldn't breathe. He knew now why they had been abandoned in the first attempt on Plev, why he had postponed the murder of Kleigels, torpedoed Dubasov, why he had given the order in the Ocker House to lock the gates of the Kremlin, why BO was dissolved. He remembered how Azef had kissed him with his fleshy lips, sending him to the gallows, how Savinkov had spoken in the Central Committee, talking about their fatigue and about their joint resignation. He spoke on behalf of the police department. Savinkov said out loud and suddenly laughed. 2. The night was quiet. There were no sounds in the apartment except for footsteps. Savinkov felt exhausted, powerless. A game on a national scale, perhaps on a global scale, isn't it a brilliant game? Along with hatred and shame, a terrible feeling of admiration emerged, which had to be suppressed. After all, this is the hero of the novel, in a life ruled by the wine and emptiness. Sazonov, Kalyev, Azef kiss them. The bomb, along with their hands, is thrown by an actual state councillor, passed over in service. Savinkov laughed inwardly. At himself, at the party, at the creeping glacier. Sitting in a jacket and warm slippers, he reread the chapter of the novel that ended with George's reflections. And if so, then what is the justification? I want it this way and I do it this way. Or is there hidden cowardice, fear of other people's opinions? Fear, they will say, of a murderer, when now they say hero. But what do I need other people's opinions for? Savinkov wanted to develop this chapter into an apology for the self, the uniqueness of George's. But he felt an internal obstacle, as if something had gotten into his soul, dragging itself along, slowing down. It was a poem that began to beat, about Azef. He tugged at my sleeve. Tell me, do you believe? I walked ahead after a pause. And he is shaggy, you are hypocritical. And he is horned, you know how to lie. And he has a tail, you dare to pray. And he is stinking, you aim to be a saint. And he is thundering, you will answer me. Late street lights were lit, grey roofs hung overhead. I walked more quietly, and suddenly I heard, die. 3. So, comrade, said V.M. Chernov, chairing the meeting of the Central Committee. We have received a statement from Comrade Pavel Ivanovich proposing the revival of the BO under his leadership. First of all, he proposes a central act to rehabilitate terror. The question, comrades, is of course clear. Terror must be rehabilitated and a central act would, of course, be the most necessary act for the party. But there is one but here, comrades, and it is precisely this. Can we nominate Pavel Ivanovich as head of the BO? I ask the comrades to speak out about Pavel Ivanovich, and I myself will say the following. As I remember now, Azef himself once said this to me about Pavel Ivanovich. He is too much of an impressionist, too uneven for such a delicate matter as leading terror. And Azef, comrades, understood that. You can't say anything. Gershuni didn't meet Pavel Ivanovich for long, but once he came to me and said directly, well, he says, you know, this stilted hero is not my novel. I tell him about Plev, about Sergei, and Grigory says, no, I don't know. He says, what he was, I only see what he became. We, he says, can consider that he did not exist. Here, comrades, what did such a subtle and understanding person as Grigory say? And suddenly, after Azef's failure, we put forward Savinkov as the head of the BO. What will come of it, comrades? Absolutely nothing, comrades, will come of it. Please speak out. I will be brief, comrades. Miner stood up, leaning on a chair. I believe that Pavel Ivanovich's candidacy for the head of the BO is hardly possible at such a crucial moment. He is too compromised by his closeness to Azef, and I don't even know if the militants will follow him. Pavel Ivanovich has too many enemies. I am against this candidacy, comrades. What about Savinkov? The black-bearded Krapovich spoke sharply. How could he possibly be the head of the BO? Without Azef, he's not the same. He's effective, no doubt about it, but he's got no guts, a sap. In my opinion, comrades, said Sletov, Pavel Ivanovich would hardly even personally go to terrorize Russia. He's not the right person, comrades. There's some kind of breakdown in him, or something. He keeps writing a novel about the right to kill, doubting what he did as a terrorist. How can he become the head of the BO? I don't know, comrades. I think, Chernov's wife stood up, that Pavel Ivanovich was never suitable for such a responsible role as the head of the BO. Pavel Ivanovich is an aristocrat of the party, a revolutionary cavalry guard, looking down on the civilian masses. I don't think, comrades, that fellow fighters would follow such a person now. I recently, comrades, said member of the military group Lebedov, spoke with Pavel Ivanovich about the rehabilitation of terror, and he developed his plan for the Central Act and the plan for organizing a new BO. I admit, I didn't like it very much. Pavel Ivanovich spoke about new principles of organization, and when I asked him what they should be, he said that the principle of organization is military discipline and hierarchy. That is, therefore, we need privates BO, officers BO. I asked him, well, and general BO? Yes, he says, we need generals too. After the failure of one general, I think, comrades, that something bad might happen. The principle of hierarchy showed us what it means. Yes, comrades, Chernov spoke again. All this is true. Pavel Ivanovich, under the corrupting influence of Azef during this very generalship, really became not even a revolutionary, so to speak, but simply, so to speak, a decisive man. Chernov laughed. Heh. Someone coughed deeply and for a long time. Potapov stood up before the final vote. Comrades, he said, all this is good and what was said is even true, but no one except Savinkov is taking on this work, and the rehabilitation of terror is necessary. Savinkov, whatever you say, has experience, acts, knowledge of the matter. If we reject the candidacy of Pavel Ivanovich, then who will undertake the organization of a new BO? 4. Savinkov spent his nights in the taverns of Montmartre. He wanted solitude. He drank with the rags of the last order. But he hardly saw this riffraff around him. Over aperitifs and wines he was possessed by a dream. He decided at all costs to become the head of the new BO. He had already seen the carriage of the Russian Tsar, which Boris Savinkov was blowing up. But shaking at night in a cheap cab from the Montmartre taverns, he knew that it was not true, that it was a drunken dream. He alone knew what Azef had done to him. 5. He arrived for the negotiations with the Central Committee in a tuxedo with a red carnation in his buttonhole. He did not apologize for his suit, throwing in that the evening was an actress of the Grand Opera. Carelessly, arrogantly, it seemed even impudent to Chernov, as if he was not seeking leadership. Savinkov began to negotiate the terms. Have you already planned the act, Pavel Ivanovich? Central. Well, that's great. At the moment, after Azef, regicide would save the party's prestige. So what? The comrades trust you, your experience is known, the Central Committee expresses its confidence in you. Break a leg, so shall we sign it? Savinkov, without reading, signed the agreement with the Central Committee. 1. The BO of the Socialist Revolutionary Party is declared dissolved. 2. In the event of the emergence of a combat group consisting of members of the PSR, under Savinkov's leadership, the Central Committee A recognizes this group as completely independent, autonomous in organizational and technical matters. B indicates to it the object of action. C provides it with money and assists it with people. D, in the event of its fulfillment of the task, permits it to be called the BO of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. 3. This resolution remains in force until one or another outcome of the case undertaken by the BO, and in any case for no more than a year. Gleaming with patent leather shoes, putting the contract in his side pocket, Savinkov left Chernov's apartment. He was riding in the wind of an open car. There was carelessness in his reclining figure. He loved fast driving. 6. Fearing provocation, Savinkov formed a terrorist group of old comrades, and from Paris he began to prepare the regicide. The first information had already arrived. 3 militants began to spy on the Tsar's departures from Tverskoy in the northern capital. Savinkov gave the order to prepare dynamite in a secluded villa in Newly. Uncontrolled possession of people and money, coupled with responsibility, gave satisfaction. Savinkov loved fighters. He knew that he would send each one and each one would go to his death. More than others, he loved young Jan Berdo, a Pole with an aristocratic military appearance, who knew how to behave, drink and eat. Therefore, he gave him the nickname Captain. Captain loved life. He had refined tastes. Together they were regulars at the races in Longchamp, and the yellow people hanging around the betting unmistakably recognized their bowlers. Cold to those unfamiliar with him, arrogant with enemies, a dismissive wit, Savinkov was affectionate with his comrades, but more often he sought solitude with his novel. For the novel, giving reports of the soul. 7. The day was torn apart, often interrupted from work, called, summoned to meetings. When Savinkov was left alone, he experienced a satisfied feeling of loneliness, given to the very tired. Savinkov sat in the semi-darkness. Neither enemy nor friend knew what he was thinking about. He thought that the hero of his novel Georges was Savinkov brought to the end. He made the hero cross all boundaries. Georges is a strong beast. He will kill generals at least because he does not like the red general's lining. He will kill anyone who gets in the way. He will push away those who love him. Savinkov remembered Vera. There was neither pity nor no pity. The number of life. The balance has not come together. It is reset. Everything is covered with the meaninglessness of death. The boundaries, the framework, are ridiculous if everything dies. Savinkov worked on the novel at night. Then he sat bent over the green-lit table. He was summarizing the reports he had received from the militants in Russia. The report he had received a week ago said that surveillance had been set up, that the Tsar's motorcade had been spotted twice. He had even managed to follow him a little. If the entire organization and bombs had been there, he might have been able to kill him. But what followed was alarming. One of those leading the surveillance noticed the surveillance and was forced to hide, while the others became more cautious. His comrades were waiting, calling on Savinkov to quickly go to Russia, to strike a central blow, to rehabilitate terror. Savinkov was thinking. His face was green, like a corpse's, and he was smiling faintly. No one knew this. He had no strength. He knew that now, upon his arrival in Russia, when Azef no longer needed him, when he was just a terrorist who had escaped from the gallows, they would seize him and hang him. And what then? Hadn't he been heading to the gallows all his life? Was it far away in Sevastopol, when Azef kicked the stool out from under him? Was he a coward? The gallows was not scary. He was certainly not a coward. But at that moment he hated Azef. The monster had killed him, destroyed him, leaving him alive. Savinkov felt with distinct disgust. He had deceived the Central Committee. He would not go to Russia. He had no strength. He knew that this was the fatigue of a soul broken into. Fatigue. Am I deceiving the Central Committee? Chernov. Yes, I hate them as petty human scum. I played with the noose. Let others play. But then he imagined. Escorts on white horses rushing along Nevsky Prospect, carriages, buggies, spies, and the police cordoned off the blocks. Nicholas's carriage rushed by and then, explosion. The carriage was blown up. Who killed the all-Russian emperor? Nikolai Romanov was killed by Boris Savinkov. And really, shouldn't I go? Savinkov was green in the lamplight, like a corpse. 8. He removed surveillance of the Tsar, calling the militants abroad. There were anxious suspicions of Yan Berdo and Misha the gardener. While they were arriving, Sletov, Vnorovsky, Zenzanov, Berdo, Prokofieva, Moisenko, Chnovsky, Misha the gardener. Savinkov devoted his days to Paris and solitude. During the day he was seen at the races in Longchamp. In the evenings in rich bars. Sometimes he wrote poetry. They were sick, bloody. He knew that he would not kill the Tsar, that in vain the militants rode around Petersburg in cabbies' coats, walked around cigarette holders. He knew they could be hanged. But what to do? He would confess to someone who would understand. He would tell how his soul burned out and was burned out. 9. The head of external surveillance of the Russian political police in Paris, Detective Henry Bint, was old and experienced. He carried out the most delicate assignments. For example, by order of the Tsar, he watched the Tsar's brother Mikhail, who was marrying Natalia Wolfert. Bint's ingenuity surpassed all possible. Henry Bint infiltrated the Church of St. Sava for the wedding of Grand Duke Mikhail and Natalia Wolfert. It was not his fault that General Gerasimov, who had arrived from the Tsar, was late. Oh, Henry Bint is a piece of work. He delivered a photograph of Natalia Wolfert's child to the Tsar. And it was he, a special official from Gerasimov, who had brought secret papers concerning the militants, who was now entrusted with careful, relentless surveillance of Savinkov. The surveillance satisfied Bint. The gentlemen who talked at the races in Longchamp, the cocottes of the Moulin Rouge, the prostitutes at the bottom of Parisian taverns were paid for by Bint. Henry Bint wrote down Boris Savinkov's life in his observation diary down to the last comma. Only at first was Bint surprised, knowing the experience of his partner. It was striking. The partner does not defend himself. He does not even look back, walking down the street. 10. The militants were being pulled together to London on steamships from Hamburg and Marseille. A meeting was held in a hotel near Charing Cross under the guise of tourists. Savinkov was very tired. Before the meeting he had breakfast in the hotel hall and drank whiskey. Jan Berdo, who was sitting with him, said that he drank more than usual. But when his comrades gathered, the first thing Savinkov felt was the impossibility of leading the will subordinate to him. His strength was spent, there was emptiness. The suppressed silence from the failure of the work, from the suspicion that provocation was again biting into the terror, was taking effect. He hesitated to open the meeting, talking now with the sailor Avdov, now with Berdo, now asking Zenzanov about his impressions of Russia, now talking with Vnorovsky about Bella's suicide. And because they were waiting, because the meeting did not open, because Yan Berdo was suspected of provocation, the militants' condition was distressing. Savinkov felt the pain of his pride. They do not believe. He felt the worst. He was losing his composure. Yan Berdo was uninhibited, laughing. He knew that he was the one suspected of provocation, that the issue would be discussed. He laughed because there were no facts, and his closeness with Savinkov, born in taverns, in the betting, in the wit of Nietzschean conversation, would protect him. I declare the meeting open, Savinkov said, taking a place at the table. Sazonov's former fiancée, the quiet Prokofieva, sat down as secretary. Sletov was the chairman's comrade. Comrades, Savinkov began to speak. The love of words and the familiar atmosphere that had surfaced raised his nerves. We know that after Azef's betrayal, terror must be rehabilitated. The central act undertaken is as necessary to us as air. But a vague failure lies in wait for us again. If this is a failure of action, it is not terrible. There have been many failures in terror. We learned from failures, went on to successes. But our failure is unclear. Why did comrades notice the surveillance? The data again points to the most vile thing, to provocation. It begins to seem that it is again making a nest, calling up the shadow of Azef. But if Azef, through carelessness, left alive for now, another traitor cannot hope for this. Savinkov saw the expression on their faces during the pause, feeling with a proud pain. They do not believe. Comrades, we are brothers, welded together by blood. We must and can be open to each other, because we are all going to death. I offer the only way. It may be difficult, but I do not see another. Let everyone express all suspicions about the other, if any. Let the biography and life of each be presented for a full, detailed examination. If there is an unexplained place in the life and biography of someone, such a comrade should not have a place in the combat organization. I begin with myself. I ask you to say who has anything against me, who wants to know anything about me, ask any questions. Complete silence responded. We trust you completely, Pavel Ivanovich said. Janberto, I think. Comrades, I express the general opinion. The silence became more tense, more eerie. Savinkov interrupted her. In that case, I propose that we analyze the life and biography of the captain. Someone shifted in his chair. Someone coughed. The silence was broken. Sletov said, I would like to know where the captain was 2 weeks ago, that is, on the 17th. Where was I? Said the captain, shifting his right leg to the left. Everyone's eyes were on him. Excuse me, it's rather difficult to remember. He put his hand to his forehead. On the 17th I was in Munich. Yes, in Munich. The captain knew that on the 17th he had gone from Munich by express, via Berlin, to Petersburg to see General Gerasimov. But, completely in control of himself, he repeated, Yes, on the 17th I was in Munich. And why are you asking, Stepan Nikolaevich? And on the evening of the 17th you didn't go anywhere. On the evening of the 17th. Yes, I left. To Paris to see Pavel Ivanovich. Sletov was silent. And why are you asking? Pavel Ivanovich, was the captain in Paris with you on the 19th? On the 19th. Yes, I think it was the 19th. Do you have any more questions? For the captain. No, if you saw him on the 19th, then no. This is a check of one report. But it seems incorrect. Looking at Sletov, the captain smiled a childish smile on his handsome face. It seems to me that the life of the captain in Paris does not correspond to our idea of the life of a revolutionary. The captain will not deny that carousing, racing, and so on, are not an invariable feature of a revolutionary. I would speak out once and for all against such a life of comrades, Prokofieva said quietly. And will the captain explain what money he uses to carry out these curses? The captain laughed. Everyone saw his white teeth, harmonizing with the blush of his cheeks. If I go to restaurants, then, comrades, only with Pavel Ivanovich, before whom my Parisian life passes as if on the palm of his hand. If I ever cursed, I assure you, it was not at my own expense. Savinkov found the matter painfully offensive. He knew that his comrades were accusing him behind his back of living a lavish life on the money of the combat organization. To interrupt these conversations, he frowned and said, It's about time you knew, Comrade Prokofieva, that on terrorist matters you have to visit places and establishments that don't give you much pleasure. Fatigue and instant contempt for those around him overcame him. He interrupted the interrogation of the captain. 11. Tell me, Vladimir, what is this? Sletov said to Vnorovsky, leaving the hotel. What does this look like? Is this a case? What have we done? These interrogations are fairy tales for little kids. Sletov was excited. You know, as I said, so it is. Without Azef, Pavel Ivanovich is a zero, a wasteland, a non-entity. Instead of action, a phrase, a pose, nothing more. And believe me, he himself will never go to Russia to wage terror. Why do you think so? Don't you see, he is broken, worn out not by revolutionary work, but by some of his philosophies, writings, generally Dostoevskyism for 5 kopecks. Can such a person lead terror? And then, his life. In Paris, he throws money around left and right, horse racing, roulette, drunkenness. They talk about some mind-blowing orgies. Yes, you're right, Vnarovsky answered quietly. Gotz called him the broken violin of Stradivarius, and, it seems, now this violin is broken. And how his brother Boris loved him, how he believed in him. Even if he himself is broken, he tramples his comrades into the dirt and blood. In Petersburg they accidentally didn't capture the cabbies, they barely escaped. Captain is definitely under suspicion. So, because Pavel Ivanovich doesn't care about anything, we are again sending people to the gallows. This is a tavern. This is the same Azefism, only from the other side. The Central Committee agreed with him for a year. If he does nothing during the year, he will lose his powers. In a year. And the party should sit for a year in the mud, into which Azef threw it with the help of Chernov and Savinkov. Vnarovsky did not answer. I never thought that Savinkov could break. A weakling, Sletov said angrily. All sorts of philosophy, everything is permitted, this and that, and people perish. 12. There was no need for Henry Bint to spy on Savinkov in London. The London conference was held under the supervision of 2 employees of General Gerasimov. Henry Bint was waiting for Savinkov in Paris, and when after the London conference a fire broke out in the apartment at 10 Rue Lalo, Bint realized that Savinkov had returned. But there was no need to spy in the house either. Mademoiselle Fouch, who received 50 monthly francs for stories about Monsieur Leznov, under whose passport Savinkov lived, was spying. 2 days later, Bint wrote a summary of the observations of Detective Dury and his own. Today, November 3, it can be said that Savinkov, aka Malmberg, aka Leznov, slept alone. He left the house at 1:35 p.m. He is dressed in a black duffel coat with a velvet collar, in a black bowler hat, carries a briefcase with an unfastened clasp in his left hand. His face is thin, long, his mustache is trimmed in the American style. General appearance, elegant, but has aged greatly. After leaving the apartment, I took the following route. Rue Pergolese, Avenue du Trocadero, where I bought some stamps in a tobacco shop on the corner of Avenue de la Grande Armée and, after leaving, dropped a letter in the mailbox. After standing on Avenue de la Grande Armée, I turned around and went back to Rue Pergolese, where I entered house number 7 on the ground floor to see my friend Monsieur Guerrier, 25, a poet. I followed him at a distance of 30 steps. I waited for about an hour at the house where Guerrier lived. He came out of the house alone. He stopped in the street and it seemed to me that he noticed me. I went up to the shop window. Savinkov moved in the direction of Avenue de Malakoff. Here he took a cab and drove to the Bois de Boulogne. I followed him in a cab to the Route d'Etoile. Here Savinkov got out, paid the cab driver and walked around for several hours completely senselessly and aimlessly. 13. Moisenko entered Savinkov's apartment on Rue Lalo. What's the matter? Savinkov said, realizing that something had happened and covering the manuscript with a sheet of paper. The captain shot himself. The captain? Yes. When? Yesterday evening. Where? At his apartment, in Moudon. He left a letter. No. His comrades suspected him of provocation. Yes. It could have offended him. It could have been that, as a provocateur, he was afraid of revenge. And he rushed to kill himself. It's easier to kill yourself. Savinkov thought for a moment, then, smiling unnaturally, said, So, we ran over a man. Well, what can you do? Eternal memory to the captain. Another cross on the road. But on which road? On ours. Don't you feel sorry? I don't know how to feel sorry. A stupid feeling of village women. The more loved ones fall, the easier it is to go myself. Does the captain have any money left? A trifling franc. I'll give him money. The fighting organization will bury him. Savinkov fell silent. Moisenko was silent too. When he left, Savinkov reread what he had written and continued writing. I don't want to be a slave, even a free slave. My whole life is a struggle. I can't help but fight. But I don't know what I'm fighting for. I want it this way. And I drink whole wine. 14. Well, yes. So what is he doing? Preparing the central act. And what does it consist of? That 3 comrades drove around in St. Petersburg as cabbies and got off. This is a complete disgrace. This is outrageous. Azef didn't spend that kind of money. But at least he did his job. No, Mark Andreevich, you need to tell Savinkov straight out. You go to terror, you get money, you go to the races in Longchamp. It's your business, don't be angry, father. Otherwise, I'm lying on the hay. I don't eat myself and I don't let others eat. Granted, I eat myself. Natanson laughed. That's the trouble. The strangest thing is, Rubinovich said, that Pavel Ivanovich's headquarters is constantly traveling around Europe. Sometimes in Paris, sometimes in Nice, sometimes in Munich, sometimes in Berlin. After all, it costs crazy money. I asked him, Zenzanov interrupted sadly. He says he is forced to do this. He noticed surveillance. I was always against handing over the combat business to Pavel Ivanovich, Krapovich said. Now you can see for yourself. This is Azef's gramophone. Nothing more. Well, let's say you're going too far. The Plev case, the Sergei case, Tatarov. You don't need organizational talent for such cases. He gave Nazarov a knife and left. Kalyaev and Moisenko worked on the Sergei case, and Azef created Plev. No, comrades, we need to somehow turn all this inside out. If it's work, then it's work. If not, then there's no money. Chernov waved his hands, blinking his round, slanted eye. After all, last week, you see, he took a dumb assignment of 20,000 for the regicide. 15. But even if he had known that the house concierge, Madame Gateau and the fidgety servants had been bought by the police, he might have been indifferent to it. The smoky smoke filled his soul. When he approached the apartment at night, Vera's voice rang out in the darkness. Borya. He stopped. He ran in quickly. For a moment it seemed that Vera had arrived again with the children. And that moment was happiness. But in the apartment there was darkness and silence. The bedroom was untidy, cans of uncorked food on the floor, fallen bottles, a rumpled bed and a musty smell told the rest of the memories of the night. Hallucination, Savinkov muttered. I heard it quite clearly. He sank into a chair. It seemed that he might cry, because his whole broken and bloody life was rushing by. The letters received are not laid out on the desk like that. What the hell, I think I'm going crazy. Jeanette, he shouted. What an outrage. You took letters from my desk. How can you say that, monsieur? Go away. I'll complain. Traced copies of the letters were already on their way to Petersburg, to the police department. Henry Bint knew. The beast surrenders without a fight. 16. Oh, mon cher. He patted his friend, titular Councillor Melnikov, on the shoulder. It seems the beast will soon be completely tame. Titular Councillor Melnikov, who was extremely afraid of terrorists, shook his head incredulously. But Bint left, poking the titular councillor in the stomach. The emperor and his ministers can sleep perfectly peacefully, mon cher. Monsieur Savinkov is exhausted. Oh, if you only knew what a spree there was the day before yesterday at the Moulin Rouge, and then behind the old bazaar at the third-rate bistro where this terrorist goes almost every night. He fell in love there with the cook's daughter, who gives the most piquant information about him. You understand, here in Paris he is finished. A face 8 LA bombed, au de faire les bombes. Yes, mon cher, believe my experience. I am writing a report to Petersburg so that all surveillance can be lifted from him. Bint read to titular Councillor Melnikov. Report of the head of external surveillance Henry Bint to the head of the foreign agents of the police department. Your Excellency. My observations over 6 months of the head of the terrorists of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, Boris Savinkov, Aka Malmberg, Aka Leznov, give me reason to dare to point out to you, Your Excellency, that further surveillance of this former terrorist is, in my opinion, merely burdensome. If this gentleman was once terrible to your government and threatened the life of the monarch, then by the grace of God this danger can be considered to have passed. You wrote that you considered him one of the most dangerous and courageous terrorists. Trusting the opinion of Your Excellency, I believe that you based it on the former activities of this gentleman. As director of the External Surveillance Bureau, in accordance with your request, for 6 months I established constant surveillance of him, since you asked me not to lose sight of him, so that he would not suddenly appear in Russia and commit a terrorist act there. Surveillance of Mr. Savinkov was established more than carefully. He was surrounded in Paris entirely by our people. In all the apartments the concierges of the houses were bought by us if they were not in our service. Through the concierges we bought the servants who served Monsieur Savinkov, through whom I delivered to Your Excellency traced copies of letters to Savinkov from his friends, Burtsov, Bunakov, Pletanov, Moisenko, Samov and others. After such a considerable time has passed, I can now with a clear conscience tell Your Excellency the result of my observations. Monsieur Savinkov gives me the impression of a faded terrorist and a faded revolutionary. He is a terrible Kaiser, Your Excellency. A terrible no sir, you cannot even imagine his way of life and his carousing in Paris. They usually begin with the best restaurants of our beautiful city and end in the low-class neighborhoods, where this terrorist continues to curse with the dregs of society and humanity, perhaps terrorizing them. I assure you, Your Excellency, that Monsieur Savinkov is no longer a terrorist. Believe me, from my 30 years of experience, I know revolutionaries, and I will say that the dangerous ones cannot lead such a life. Il fait la bombe, au lieu de faire les bombes. Women without end. If you will allow me, Your Excellency, a certain liberty, then I will give at least such a characteristic detail from the life of Monsieur Savinkov, which can tell you about his way of life on the one hand and the thoroughness of our surveillance on the other. The night before last, his last servant, whom we bought at 10 Rue Lalo, arranged it so that I personally could observe through the glass, the upper window, an orgy taking place in the apartment. There were 3 women and he. All were dressed in Adam and Eve costumes. My modesty does not allow me, Your Excellency, to tell Your Excellency further, to which I personally witnessed with my own eyes. But I allow myself to point out once again that it is entirely possible to remove surveillance from this former terrorist and current Kaiser. Surveillance of him, as you can see from the previous reports and the accounts I have presented, is extremely expensive. He is constantly changing places, going to Nice, then to San Remo, then to Monte Carlo, then to Munich, then he spends months carousing in Paris in restaurants, dives and taverns. In addition to me personally, 3 more officials are busy with him, and all the surveillance data speak only of taverns and women. I even know for certain that his comrades have begun to shun him and keep away from him. Discontent is growing against him in the party. Believing that you will fully agree with me, Your Excellency, awaiting your orders. Your devoted head of external surveillance, Henry Bint. 17. There was complete indignation in the Central Committee. Rubinovich, Natanson, Chernov, Sletov, Zenzanov were shouting in Chernov's apartment. This is absolutely unlike anything. Zenzanov shook both hands convincingly. We are sitting in a dead end. Pavel Ivanovich was supposed to lead the party onto the path of terror, to raise its prestige, and instead, even when, the devil knows what, we agreed that he would wait for us in Nice. We brought the information he asked for from Russia. He wanted to leave immediately with 3 comrades for Russia, at least that's what he wrote to us, and yesterday I received a telegram that he was coming to Paris. We meet. I think we'll come to an agreement now, but instead of talking, Pavel Ivanovich looks at his watch and says that he has to go. I ask him where. He says, to the races in Longchamp, the derby is today. I say, this is not comradely, this is impossible in relation to the organization. We came from Russia, we agreed. Finally they know him in Paris, he is being followed closely. They will, of course, follow him at the races. I was told that the spies are keeping an eye on him. He says that this is nonsense. Tomorrow we will be able to talk about everything. I put the question on the agenda. With his hands behind his back, Chernov paced from corner to corner in extreme fury. What is there to hide, comrades? He suddenly shouted. Pavel Ivanovich lost the money of the combat organization in Monte Carlo at roulette. What? Several voices shouted. Lost 3/4 of the box office. Stradivarius violin burst. If it was ever a violin, and not a third-rate author. But nothing can be done. The Central Committee has a contract with him. We must insist that he go to Russia. With Pavel Ivanovich in such a state, nothing but failure will come of it in Russia. Well, so what? Well, so what? Well, so what do you propose? Immediately terminate the Central Committee's agreement with Pavel Ivanovich and disband his militant organization. 18. That night was heavy and foggy. A fine, warm net of spring rain drizzled. The streets were ablaze with yellow spots of lights. A smoky fog rose from the turbid Seine. The lights swayed like snakes. Savinkov walked, hitting the flagstones with his cane. He was wearing a bowler hat and a black coat with a raised collar. Alcohol gave his body and will a false strength. Savinkov laughed shortly as he walked, thinking that if a capacious noose could be found, it would be good to hang all of humanity. Savinkov was thinking as he walked about what he always thought about when he was alone, about Azef. He knew how terribly Azef had destroyed him. Petersham, Massachusetts, New York 1958.